Hello, Steeler Nation. Guess what day it is? Draft day! Steeler Nation Christmas. We get a new present to unwrap tonight in the first round, and I am psyched. A lot of fun. I know a lot of you guys have been veterans of the show now that it's our third annual draft show. We're going to have a lot of fun. We've got special guests. We've got draft gurus. We got the big board to follow. So be sure to go on over to SteelerNation.com. Click on the draft day or the Steeler Nation draft show article. In there, you've got the ability to track our best player available top 300 by Matt Papiernik and Ben Michalian. Also, we have a special visual big board by position from our Steeler Nation football forum member, Ford Fairlane, and he always does that every year for us as well. I am psyched. I know everybody has been waiting and chomping at the bit. We know we've got the old heads that have joined our show from last year. Let's see how you're doing. Yerrick Hunt, here we go. Go Steelers. You guys were in the green room before we even started. Chow, chow, dad. Okay, Stryker, you got me hooked and hyped for this. Let's get this thing going. Hell yes. Miles, draft time. You know what time it is, man. Who's your pick this year? Last year, Smoke Monday was your media darling. We had so much fun going through every day of the draft, seeing Smoke Monday, not drafted by the black and gold team that we love, but drafted by the other black and gold team down in New Orleans, and how you threw your smoke out about that. That was a great, great draft moment. Happy to have you back, my friend, and congratulations on being a medical technician, right? I think that's what you got your certificate at. So awesome to have. Colby Barrett, here we go. Chow, chow. This new team of Khan, Weidel, Tomlin, and Rooney have already worked some magic. I can't wait to see what they pull out of their hats next. Well, I'm telling you what's coming out of our hats next. Heck, I don't even have my hat on yet. It's fedora time. I got to put on my cardigan. It's chilly in this room. And my fedora. But now I'm ready for our special guest. My co-host for the night, two-time Super Bowl champion of the Pittsburgh Steelers. My friend and yours, I am honored to welcome former offensive lineman for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Trai Essex. Trai, welcome to the show, my friend. How have you been?
I've been great, man. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, and you look fantastic right now. Thank you for fixing everything, man.
Good.
We talked a little bit right before you came on the air about this has to be a really special night for you because you went through the draft experience as well for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So tell Steeler Nation what it's like and how draft night. I mean, back then, I think what we were doing, 2 days in the draft.
Yeah, back then. Yeah,
that was the marathon. That was when we sat down with like a case of beer and didn't get up off the couch for 2 days. But
exactly.
But tell us how it was for you coming out of college.
Draft night was amazing, and I was one of those guys where I had no idea where I was going to go, what range, what round I was going to go in. Everything was kind of up in the air, and so growing up in Fort Wayne, Indiana, I was always a Steelers fan. Rob Woodson was my hero. I used to go to his camp growing up, and so
nice.
I was already born and bred a Steelers fan, and so I had no idea the Steelers were as interested in me as they ended up being. But we ended up doing draft night at home, or draft day at home, and I woke up bright and early that day because, like you said, back then the first 3 rounds were on one day, and then 4 through 7 were the next day.
Right, and it was the weekend. It was like Saturday, and then 4 through 7 were Sunday.
Exactly, and so not knowing where I was going to be drafted, I got up an hour before the first pick was even called and sat there in the same spot on my couch all day, watching every pick get picked before me. Some of these guys I trained with, some of the guys I said, I know I'm better than that guy.
Right.
Got drafted in front of me. I mean, that happens all the time, you know. But the competitive spirit in me was like, I'm better than that guy. He got drafted ahead of me. Hopefully I'm getting drafted soon. It gets to the end of the night, and I don't get a phone call, don't get a text. I get nothing. And I tell me and my girlfriend at the time, my wife now, I was like, I got to go. I got to get out of here. This is too stressful. I'm probably going to have to wait till tomorrow anyway. Let's go bowling. Let me go throw a ball at some pins to take out some of this frustration.
Yeah.
And so I'm getting ready to walk out the door with some friends and my girl, and all of a sudden this 412 number calls my cell phone. Like,
yeah.
I didn't know what area code that was at the time. I was like, they're probably bill collecting or something. I don't know what's going on. So
right.
I answered the phone call. It's like, is this Trai Essex? And I was like, yes, this is Trai Essex. Hold, please. I'm like, okay. Say, Trai Essex, this is Bill Cowher. How are you doing? Hey, coach. How you doing? I'm hyped. My parents and all the friends who were at the house was all excited. I was like, calm down. I can't hear. And so Coach Carroll was like, how are you doing today? What are you doing? Are you training? Like, how are you? How's your weight? I could hear his chin through the phone. I tell everybody. And he was like, are you ready to be a Steeler? I was like, hell yeah, coach. First time my parents ever heard me cuss, ever.
Oh,
but they understood.
Great.
And so from that day forth, I was a Steeler.
Oh, what a great story. And that's got to be, did you meet with Bill or anybody? I think back then it was still Kevin Colbert as the general manager.
Right.
Did you talk with any of them during like your pro day or combine?
So I didn't talk with the Steelers during the combine, but they brought me in for a visit. And that's when I met everybody. And so, yes. I mean, Russ Grimm was the O-line coach. I couldn't really tell what their interest lied, because Russ Grimm has the best poker face of all time.
he got that poker face from being a hog on those old Washington lines.
Exactly. I thought maybe he's not interested in me. Maybe he didn't like the answers I gave because I couldn't tell one way or the other. He kept a stone face. But he was the guy I learned later on that really vouched for me and really liked my film and the individual drills at the combine. So getting a chance to not only get drafted, but know that he was my biggest advocate, and he wanted me in his O-line room when they had the likes of Marvell Smith and Alan Faneca and Kendall Simmons and Max Starks and Jeff Hardings. He wanted me to be a part of that bunch. He thought I could be. I was extremely honored and always grateful for that opportunity. And I mean, Steelers O-line, man, there's not a better lineage in the NFL of better players at a position group than the Steelers in their offensive line. And so it was great to be part of that.
And I'll tell you what's so special about the evaluators and that offensive line is I think you are the only player out of all those other players that you mentioned that at least played part of every single position.
Yeah.
For the Pittsburgh Steelers. You started at most of them. I think you started at 4 of the positions, but I think you even worked in at center the one game.
Right.
When the backup was hurt, and I think you came in then after our starter went down that game. But
versus the Rams,
and it's like every game you came in to start multiple games, we went to the Super Bowl that year. So it was like you were the good luck charm on the line too.
I feel blessed. I like it.
So what's it like to have to be like, it's hard enough to concentrate and learn one position in the NFL, let alone be like ambidextrous and switch your body positioning going from like right tackle to left tackle or right guard to left guard. What is it about your game that made it that you could do those transitions like almost fluidly? It's almost like we only needed one backup lineman every game because we knew you could play all the positions.
Well, the mental approach that I took to the game was probably what helped me out the most. I prided myself on knowing all the positions because I felt like if you knew all the positions, whatever position you were playing, if you knew what the guy next to you was doing or were trying to accomplish, it helped you do your job better. And so if I was to be able to start at one position, if I knew what the left guard was doing, I'm at left tackle, or I know what he's trying to do, then I know what I can do from the outside of the snap. I know what chances I can take, where he's going to be at it all the time. So I took that approach. And also when young guys would come in, I took it upon myself to be a mentor of sorts, to try to help everybody get on the same page as fast as possible, hear it from one voice so they're not hearing it from multiple voices, so there's no confusion, nothing lost in translation, so to speak. And so and physically, I prided myself on being an athlete. I was a basketball player that loved the game of basketball, but grew into a football player. I grew this way instead of this way.
Right.
And so because of that, my footwork, I think, helped me have a lengthy NFL career. And so It is tough switching from left to right when you've been playing left all through college is a tough transition. And people think just because tackle is attached to it that anybody can do it. No. Left
Yeah.
tackle and right tackles is as similar as the positions may look. They are usually built differently and have different assignments because they're going against different types of athletes across from them. And so, because my footwork, I had a good foundation, and I just prided myself on the mental approach to the game. I was able to succeed at multiple positions.
And I equate this like playing right tackle and then playing left tackle. It's like going out to play a professional baseball game as a right-handed pitcher and then showing up the next day and trying to go out as a left-handed pitcher. It's like you understand the game, you know the mechanics of what you have to do, but then just to become opposite dominant, like to have your footwork be completely opposite of what you're doing, have your handwork being completely opposite as well. It's like that is just such a testament to you and to Max Starks as well. Like that guy, I mean, he won a Super Bowl at both tackle spots, one as a left tackle, one as a right tackle.
Exactly.
I mean, and Zach Banner, I get to talk with him. He was a big friend of the show here a lot of times. He was swing tackle and got to explain to us how difficult that is. But what a testament. I mean, that's just really amazing. And then to do it at both guard spots, starting at right guard and left guard, getting in some center action. Which position did you prefer to play the most? Which was your favorite?
Well, left tackle probably was my favorite because I felt like it was the most physically challenging, and I like challenges.
That was your college spot too, right?
That was my college spot. And I liked the athletic prowess that you have to play with to play that position. And it was fun. Like I'm going against the best pass rushers in the world. And I took pride in trying to stop them because, I mean, you can't stop them all the time. They get paid a lot of money too. But I like the challenge of left tackle. But playing center was fun because as everything starts with the center, nothing happens if the center doesn't snap the ball.
Right.
And a lot of bad things can happen if you have a bad snap. So there's a lot of pressure with that snap, but also you got to get everybody on the same page. And so with that, and you physically speaking, it is the least physically demanding because you always get help. But because you got to take the mental approach and you have to get everybody on the same page, got to point out the mic, you get the quarterback on the same page. The wide receivers know their hot routes because of the point that you make. So really everything starts with center. So I had a lot of fun doing that.
And I always consider center, I say this on every show or every year when we're talking about different positions on offense. Center is a skill position. Like people say, you know, your wide receivers, your tight ends, your running backs, like those are the skill players. Like, no, like, and Steelers know that. Like Steelers take their time to bring in great centers. I mean, they almost have as many centers and starting centers in their history as they do head coaches. I mean, they do their diligence. So like, if you get to play any center on the Pittsburgh Steelers, that speaks a lot to like you being able to pull off that position.
They trust you, if you can play that position. So,
but you got to hold the ball, you got to snap, and as soon as you get that ball between your legs, you got to be up and blocking. Like that is just to me like such a tough position to play. But I'm glad that you had a lot of fun doing that.
It's a heavy 330-pound man breathing on you too, right in your face when you're trying to snap that ball. So there is a lot of pressure, but I had a lot of fun playing it.
Right. And since you played every position on offensive line for the Pittsburgh Steelers, I imagine you are probably pretty up to date on the offensive linemen that are eligible in the draft this year.
Most definitely. And there's no bias with this, whatever, but you know, my favorite one.
That's what I want to know, your favorites.
is this guy named Peter Skoronsky. He went to Northwestern. That's a great school, you know. I have no bias whatsoever, but he's a
just a little.
He just happened to be Northwestern Wildcats. That's all. But no, he's a
alma mater.
He's a fantastic player, and actually, he has the skill set to play multiple positions. But he is I think he's an all-pro tackle. If whatever team decides to get him, hopefully it's us. But he may be going way before we get a chance to pick. Regardless, I think he is a tremendous tackle. But this is a very deep draft for tackles. I think we have a lot of great tackles in this draft with Broderick Jones and Darnell Wright, the kid out of Paris Johnson.
Yes.
So all guys that I think are fantastic and will help a lot of teams.
Now, Skronsky, do you see him as primarily a right tackle, a left tackle, or do you think he could do both?
I think he is a left tackle. If he's going to play tackle, it's on the left side.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I know that people are concerned about his arm size or arm length or whatever, but I mean, measurables are such an overrated tool. If you know how to play the positions and you're effective at it, and you've done a great job, he's been all Big Ten 2 times in a row, All American. He was the lineman of the year in the Big Ten, which the Big Ten is always lineman heavy. So in the same conference as his draft mate Paris Johnson, and so he was the lineman of the year. And so measurables, I think, go out the window when you perform at the level that he performed. And I think that he would be a damn good left tackle for any team.
I've also read on some breakdowns that say Skronsky might be better as a guard in the NFL.
I think he would be good at any position, to be truthfully honest. But people think, and they're saying that because of his arm size. That's strictly what they're basing it on, which is arm length. I'm sorry, arm size, but arm length, because they feel like that the lineman will get into his chest faster because he doesn't have the ability to pin them off at a distance, a couple of inches, I guess. But no, he has played with those short arms or whatever for a long time. And I mean, we have a quarterback with little hands, but we have all the faith in the
I like that you did mention that. I know I just saw him on the Pivot a couple days ago, when Ryan Clark brought that up too about his hand size and things like that. Now, I've just decided that you and I both know when they measure hand size, they're not measuring from the top of your hand to the base of your hand. They're measuring the distance between your pinky and your thumb, correct?
Correct.
So the problem is there, if you don't have finger to thumb flexibility and your hand can only go like this, as opposed to like this, like I'm a musician, like I can stretch flat on my fingers. So it makes it look like yeah, exactly. So I've got a 9.5, whereas like my hand, I know if I put it against your hand, you've got a hand that dwarfs my hand. So that to me, it's like if we start thinking about his, like your hand, the top of your ring finger to the bottom of your palm, I don't think you have anything to worry about hand size. And I think the same thing about Kenny Pickett. Now that I've seen him play for a year under us, that hand size didn't even come to an effect, even though we like to call him sometimes Kenny Two Gloves.
I think Ben played with glove, at least one glove for a while,
Exactly. Yeah.
And so,
especially in the cold games.
Exactly. And so it is what it is. It's his thing. We didn't have any fumble issues or whatever, or he was able to whip that thing downfield often enough. I mean, obviously his measurables didn't affect him from being the first round draft pick and a franchise quarterback for the best franchise in all the NFL. And so if Tomlin, if Coach Tomlin and at the time Kevin Colbert felt comfortable with him being our franchise, then damn well all the Steeler Nation should.
And you're getting a lot of love here. Miles Prescott saying you're a legend, travel buddy. Welcome to the show. So much love from Germany. He's our friend from Germany and Deutschland over there. Yeah, in Deutschland. So you got to play and win Super Bowls with both Coach Cowher and Coach Tomlin. What's the difference between these coaches and what makes them both so great?
Honestly, they're a lot similar than people think. They both let the players. My theory is they draft Steelers. They draft guys that can fit into the culture of the Steelers, the culture that the Rooneys set forth years ago, a culture that the Steel Curtain and Terry Bradshaw, Lynn Swann, and John Stelworth set years ago, the ones that Dermontti Dawson set in the 80s, the ones that Rod Woodson continued in the 90s. They draft those guys. And because of that, they feel comfortable letting men be men. There's not a whole bunch of micromanagement, and they both abided by that. They both lived how they would coach you up. They would yell at you. They would cuss you out, But at the same time, they don't let you do what you do. And players appreciate that. We are grown men at this point. Some of us have families. Even though there's a lot of young guys making a lot of money really fast, they let you figure out who you are without telling you who you need to be.
Neat.
And from a philosophical standpoint, that really drives to the root of the athlete. If I'm out here, they have enough faith in who I am as an athlete, how I can contribute to this team, and they don't try to micromanage what I do off the field and on the field, I'm going to give them everything that I can when I'm on the field. There's an expectation, and they let the players lead the group for the most part. And so because of that, they both had a lot of success. And that's why you got to give the Rooney family all the credit in the world, because they know exactly what they're looking for when they're picking a head coach.
And with that, we've got a question here too that I wanted to bring up here. Miles Pressgraves is asking you a question. Trai, what is your favorite Steelers moment, and how did it feel to be blocking for Big Ben?
Oh, man. There's so many.
I mean, hell, you won 2 Super Bowls. How do you pick against both your kids, right? I mean, or you have what, 4 kids, I think?
Say what?
How many children do you have? 4?
I got three.
Three. Okay.
I might be getting 4, but we'll see.
Ooh, good luck, man. Awesome.
But we got 3. But my greatest moment as a Steeler, let me think about this for a second. Well, let me go to the blocking part. Blocking for Big Ben was stressful. Don't get me. I love him to death. But the great thing about blocking for Big Ben, when you go into that huddle, there's never a moment where you don't think you're going to win the game. Even when you're down big. Wow. When he comes to that huddle and he looks at you, you know you got a guy that's going to win the game. Now, we had to block longer than most because he would scramble and he would make big plays. And that's fine. That was my job. I'm supposed to protect the quarterback at all costs. There's no time limit on how long I'm supposed to protect him. I'm supposed to protect him as long as he has the ball, and then even longer after that. So I didn't have a problem with that. That was my job. But I did it, and we did it, especially blocking for Big Ben, with a lot of confidence, because we knew if we blocked for him, something good was going to happen. Something great was going to happen. And he led us to 3 Super Bowls, 2 rings because of that mindset. And
you got to play on all 3 Super Bowl teams too.
Yeah, I did. And I was blessed to block for somebody the caliber of the first ballot Hall of Famer that he's going to be in Ben Roethlisberger. There's so many great moments to name in my Steelers career. If I had to pick one, it would be playing the Chicago Bears in Heinz Field my rookie year. Starting at left tackle because Marvell was out. We had 36 power called, and number 36 was running the ball.
Oh,
and
now I know that 36 didn't mean the number. It's the which hole you're going to go and which position gets the ball.
It's just coincidence that it just matched up with one of the best running backs of all time too. And so my job is relatively easy on the backside of that play. I just got to make sure that my inside gap is clear and make sure nobody catches the running back from behind.
Okay.
And so, and Alan Faneca, who's at the left guard at the time, Hall of Famer, one of my greatest mentors and one of the greatest human beings I've ever known, is pulling in that hole for Jerome Bettis. And it's snowing. It is Pittsburgh weather. And we need this game. This is when we go on that run to win. We're 75, and we had to win 5 games in a row to make it to the play.
You're talking about the Chicago game. If you're talking about the snow, in 05, I remember that. That was a momentum shifting game,
right?
For the Steelers on the road, playing a great Chicago team at the time. Ryan Urlacher.
We were at home. We were at home.
That was a home game. Okay, cool.
Thank you. That's why everything was perfect. It was snowing, not snowing too hard, but snowing hard enough.
Yeah.
So when you saw the pictures, you saw the snowfall.
Yes.
So it was like all the still shots were amazing. But this is the game where Alan Faneca pulls around. I think he blocks Lance Briggs, and it's only Brian Urlacher and Jerome Bettis in the hole. And we all know what happens.
Yeah, he plowed and trucked Hall of Famer Brian Urlacher in the hole about 5. I think he hit him about 5 yards short of the touchdown.
Yeah.
And
he couldn't do nothing but just hold on.
Rode the bus into the end
zone.
Rode
the bus into the end zone. And so as a rookie, all I'm doing is just trying not to F it up. I'm not trying.
Right.
Like, I need to do my job, and I'm not worried about anything else. But on this particular play, all I got to do is step a hinge, and then my job is done. I actually have a chance to see the end of that play. And just watching it unfolded in slow motion for me as Jerome Bettis plowed Brian Urlacher into the end zone and kind of just set the tone for the rest of the season after that. It was a beautiful thing. Exactly.
And it's like these big moments that kind of set, like the tackle that Ben made after the Bettis fumble in that Indianapolis game. Like that was such a big moment.
Right.
Is what nobody expected. And Bettis would tell you that itself, it's like no one expected Bettis to fumble in that situation.
It was Gary Brackett, because I lived in Indy for a while. Gary Brackett was the guy that made the tackle. And
guy that made the fumble?
Or he was the guy that made the tackle on Jerome Bettis. The one that called the fumble.
Yes.
And so he was like, dude, I was scared. He's like, I was in the hole with Jerome Bettis. I just happened to get my helmet in the right spot. And he did. Kudos to him. And we had our goal line team in. People don't understand, when you have the goal line team, you got all the biggest guys on the team.
Right.
And the guy that picked up the fumble was a defensive back. We had no business making that tackle.
Was that Harper, I think his name? Harper. And he got, crazy enough, that week he got stabbed in his leg. Like that, it's just such a crazy, like, burned, ingrained moment.
Yeah.
But I think his girlfriend at the time or significant other. So like that helped slow him down, I think, because his stitches weren't healed.
I mean, he played the whole game at that point. So
he's going to play no matter what.
Yeah, that was the fourth quarter. But I mean, he went in instead of going out, and Ben, being the athlete he is, made an amazing tackle. But yeah, that season was made of just signature plays by the offense and by the defense that propelled us to the Super Bowl. Like I said to my man who asked the question, so many great memories, but those definitely stick out and kind of set the tone for the rest of my Steelers career. I was spoiled. I thought I was supposed to go to the Super Bowl every other year.
It seemed like it. Like those Steeler teams right there between 05 and like even continuing up to 11 and 12.
Mm-hmm.
We just thought we had a shot every year because that's the way that these teams were built. You guys had that mindset. Everybody, playing hard too. And I need to ask you a quick question too. Was it harder to play and block the people on game day, or was it harder to block the Steelers defense in practice when you're going up against guys like Harrison, Porter, Haggins, Woodley? I mean, you had some phenomenal pass rushers on the edge, and even some good people like Timmons coming up the middle as well. Like, what was it like? I mean, obviously, like, which one was harder, and then describe what it's like to go against that harder position.
You're making me take my hat off to think about this because practice was stressful because we had to go back and watch film of us blocking one-on-ones versus our guys who was the best defense in the world. So when I was playing multiple positions, I had to go one-on-one pass rush is a drill that we have where we go one-on-one versus somebody on the defensive side of the ball that's lined up across from us. And so I would go left tackle versus James Harrison. I usually lost because he is the strongest human on earth.
Yes.
Then I would go inside and left guard.
Wolverine, Silverback, aptly named Silverback. Right. My gosh. Yeah.
Left guard, I would go against Aaron Smith or Brett Keesley. Oh, my goodness. Gosh. Go to center. I got to block Casey Hampton. What the hell? Or Nick Easton or Chris Hokie. Like, these are guys that just, and then right tackle, Kimo Vanolofin, and then go to right tackle. I got to block Clark Higgins or Joey Porter or Lamar Woodley. I mean, it was stressful to go to practice and block those guys. So, yes, it was a relief when we got to game day because I'm like, man.
Because you're playing against the best blockers you're going to see all season in practice.
Exactly. And they didn't cut no slack. Like,
no.
They would go hard at you. Right. And then if they beat you, they were like, good job, work on this, work on that. And that was a great thing. They would give you feedback. There weren't a lot of egos on our team.
Yeah.
And even the greats would come back and tell you, this is what I did to you. This is what I saw that you do that gave me advantage. So if you fix this, you'll be better off for it. And so when we got that type of advice for some of the greatest players in the world, we were good on game day.
Nice. And Travel Buddy wants to know, as well as I do, is Trai going to join us for every trade, one shot? I hope he's prepared. We just want to know, are you going to be hanging out for the round? You can stay as much as you want, obviously.
I'm going to be here. I got a pool guy over here waiting for me. So
because I'm a freak, Trai. I don't get tired. I'm a hockey goalie.
You warned me.
I know. I told you. I was like, look out, because at least on offense, you get to take plays off when the defense is on the field.
Right.
I'm always out there chirping, yelling, playing hard.
I can hang. I'm gonna try anyway. I'm gonna give it my best effort.
Well, you're a professional athlete, so I bet you can do it as well. I know, like those draft nicks, like Mel Kiper, all them, they need breaks. They've got to go use the restroom every 15 minutes or so. But
exactly,
we're here for the long haul, and we also, like, one of the fun things for the show is we kind of like bring drinks and we celebrate the new players that come to the team. So I'm going to have a beer when we welcome a new team. And if we do a draft day trade, I've got another drink. They made a new rule this year too. Our great Steeler Nation members here that are writing, Miles Pressgraves and Michael Hall of Fame, which I gave him the moniker after making great jokes last year. So that's great. So we celebrate the players, we cheers the new person that comes in after we get everyone's opinions and reactions on the trade. So love having you on the show. We are now going to welcome our next guest on the show, Mackenzie Miller. You've been waiting patiently down there in the box. I'm happy to have you on the show as well. Tell Steeler Nation how we can follow you, and obviously about your great articles that are up there currently on SteelerNation.com.
Hey guys, thank you so much for having me on. First of all, I want to say how excited I am for today, you guys. Let's go. Here we go, Steelers. Today is the day we've been waiting for such a long time. You can actually catch me on Twitter most of the time, talking sports at MacMilla16. I will put that up there in a second. But right now I am getting ready to start my own little show eventually. So I'm not writing articles right now. But we'll get me going in a little bit. But you guys.
And what's the name of your show going to be?
So right now it's not finalized, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to be more with Mac. Just keeping it simple.
Ooh, I like
more
that.
news. We go into like one little tidbit of news in particular. Each day it's a different thing. So yeah, I'm excited to start that as soon as we can get the ball rolling.
And I know the draft coverage is up. I know we're past the 8:00 hour here. We're going to have Ben and Ben Michalian and Mike Papiernik on the show here soon to start talking about draft stuff. I think that's probably the best kind of segue and that we can get them on, except for Mackenzie. Do you have a specific question you'd like to ask Trai before we start throwing the draft gurus here on the big board with us?
Well, I'm just curious. Is it just me, or do you feel this too? Would you say this draft is probably the most unexpected, unpredictable that a lot of us haven't seen in years past?
It definitely feels that way for me. Definitely. And I think it has a lot to do with the quarterback uncertainty. So many teams need quarterbacks. And so there's going to be a lot of trades happening. And I think I'm excited about it. We have Omar drafting for us this year, which I'm excited with what he's been doing in free agency. And
oh my gosh,
he's been. And so
yeah,
I've known Omar for a long time. He's a great dude. I'm excited that he has this opportunity, his first draft, him and Coach Tomlin together. And it's the foundation. He's drafting the foundation for the future, for the foreseeable future of our team. So I'm geeked, and I agree. This is going to be the most unpredictable and exciting draft that we've seen in a while.
And I love that, because hearing not only you say that, but just hearing Derwin talk about it the other day, saying that how, Omar has kind of made his way up to this moment, like before he got his position that he's in now, he kind of was bred for this, and he kind of knows over the years what is expected, every draft season, and the fact that we are in a position where Tomlin and Omar are so like cool, calm, and collected, knowing that this is where we need to be, just gets me even more excited as a Steelers fan.
And I'd like to add, just bringing the whole how he's been aggressive. He didn't take Kevin Colbert's playbook in his hand. Kevin Colbert, who's been a great GM, drafted teams to go to 4 Super Bowls, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think he might have been.
Kevin's team went to 1, 2, 3. Yep.
And went to an AFC Championship the year when he been rookie year. Anyway.
Yeah, because Donahoe, I think, was the GM during '95.
Okay. And for him, all that success, and he's groomed Omar for these positions, but he made it so Omar was his own man. And you could kind of tell that he's taking his own style, his own approach. He prepared for this moment. He's been preparing for this moment for 10 plus years, and you can see it coming out. He's excited to do it, but his fingerprints are all over this draft, and I love every bit about it.
And I'll tell you one thing too. I understood last year in free agency, we had the cap space. We had like $20+ million to play with in free agency, going out there, being active. And I expected it, especially with Ben's numbers starting to come off the books and being much lower. This year was a complete surprise because we were closer to 13 million under. I was like, okay, well, we had a lot of needs. And I didn't expect us to get the great caliber of players that the Steelers ended up bringing into free agency with Patrick Peterson. Getting
Omar in his role before was a cap guru, so he knew how to make these numbers work. So
doing the restructure. And one other point I want to make to you too, Mackenzie, is the reason why there's so much kind of like craziness in this draft as well, uncertainty, is this is, I think, year 4 or year 3 of the COVID drafts, which allowed players to be in college for an extra year. So if they weren't redshirted, you have like 5-6 year players. So you got a much larger group of talent that are now eligible for the draft. So for this year, and I think next year is going to be the last year for the COVID drafts. After that, we're going to be going back down to 4-year players, maybe some redshirt 5 years. So it'll be, to me, that's an interesting aspect for having a larger pool of better players. So it seems as you get deeper in the draft, you have more players that can still keep contributing, even when you're hitting 5, 6, 7 rounds.
And that's a good point because everyone's talking about how we really want a guy that can come in and contribute right away. We hear that a lot right now. And with these guys that have been in college for, maybe 6 years, they have so much experience under their belt. Now it's kind of like they're setting the caliber of maybe how players should be more when we were coming in the draft. I don't know. It's just interesting to see because we've never had a draft like this before. You're right. So.
Right. And now it is time on the show. I know we're starting to get some, I don't know if the first pick has been made yet, but I know 2 people who will know. And those are our draft gurus, Ben Michalian and Matt Papiernik. As I bring them onto the show, here we go, guys. Now we got the pentagonal box. There's 5 of us. I think that's penta, whatever. So welcome to the show, guys. I'm super happy you're on here because we just got your updated best player available top 300. That is also used to draft for that specific website, which is just leaving my mind right now. But please tell us about
but
GameSpeak.com where you can actually Fanspeak. Thank you. Fanspeak.com where you can actually use the Steeler Nation Guru's top 300 to go through for those mock drafts. And it was fun to do it. I did it myself as well. But how are we feeling on draft day, guys? Now we're finally here.
Anxious. Why am I have no idea why I'm so anxious and so worked up over this. I mean,
be excited.
It's weird. I don't know. It feels like I'm on like a first date. It feels like I don't know what to do with my hands. I'm sweaty. I don't know what to do.
What's the hand size? We got to check your hand size. You got to get a flat. That's how you get a big hand. You do this.
Exactly.
You got the splits on your fingers like Kenny did to get him bigger this way.
Right.
When he gets his measurements done. Said he grew like a quarter of an inch.
Right. Mine's from piano. Mine's from guitar. So you get that stretch. You're able to play a little bit better. You're clipping a little bit, Matt. I'm not sure if that's your microphone or if it's your internet connection. So let me know if there's something you can just adjust there.
I'll check it out.
Cool. That sounded a little bit better there. So, Ben, Has the draft started? I don't have it on the TV. I know you guys would have it on the TV.
Mm-hmm.
Is anybody on the clock yet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Panthers are officially on the clock. I have it streaming on my second laptop here, so I got this going on. I got the draft here.
Great.
Pretty squared away, but at least according to me, Panthers have a little less than 9.5 minutes left.
What's your timing, Mackenzie?
9:18.
Okay, so
All
you're
right, so you're 4 seconds ahead of me.
You can't say anything. Okay.
No, none of you guys can say anything either.
Deal.
I'm just going to have a reaction, and I'm not going to say anything. You're going to probably be like, oh, I'm not going to say a word.
Mackenzie, my thing is I'm trying to figure out who has the earliest timing, because I think that is the person that should be breaking it.
Mackenzie is the one that has earliest timing.
I am?
Yeah.
8:55.
Matt?
Yep, I'm at 8:57. So
I'm at 9:19. So
I'm like,
wow.
I'm like, yeah, I'm at 9:18, 9:17. Yeah, I'm fine.
Great.
Yeah.
Mackenzie, you're running point for the draft today. If the
Poker
Steelers
face.
draft,
Poker
if we move
face.
up- right. No, but she gets to have it. Like, I'm fine with you breaking it to us, because I'm excited when stuff happens. Like, I'm running so many things. I'm running switchers. I'm running comments. I'm making sure everything's going, bringing people in and out. So if I can lean on you a bit, Mackenzie, while you're on the air, to be able to run that, and that would be awesome for us.
Would you like me to just, once Trey's time hits, do you want me to say it? Because I don't want to ruin it for Trey.
What do you mean once Trey's time hits?
What's my time? I'm like 30 seconds
He's like
behind.
30
no.
seconds behind me.
See, what we're doing is, it's opposed to waiting, everybody else waiting for it to pop up on our TVs. We're going to have you break it to everybody so that we can all experience it together. Because if we wait later, then some people will know. I don't want to have to be any fake reactions. So that's why I try to go with the earliest person to break it for the rest of us.
Sounds
You know what? I think I might be able to get this. Let me go to my phone.
Sure. Yeah. No worries.
Earlier.
I know what the feeling, Trey. That's how it was watching games with my boyfriend back then. At the time, it was he ruined everything for me.
I can't stand it. Okay. So
nice. And I'm going with my first drink of the day. I'm drinking a special drink. It is a Pepsi. It's a Peepsy. It's Peeps flavored Pepsi. I haven't really had it yet, so it's made for Easter. I'm gonna have a little bit of sugar tonight. Look out! I got
you
crazy.
Can keep that to yourself, Striker. We no one else wants to try
like
a Pepsi.
diabetic.
That's actually wow. That's not bad. It's like a marshmallow Pepsi, like a vanilla marshmallow Pepsi. So something a little different though. I don't think I don't know if I drink it all the time, but it's fun for.
I just got the alert. Shoot.
Oh yeah, alerts.
Wow! Look at how big my hands are.
Wow.
Holy man, you can play left tackle.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's because it's like an 8-ounce can instead of a 12-ounce. That's how you make. Like, we got to just give Kenny Pickett 8-ounce cans to walk around with.
Alrighty, still going on my.
It's going to be Bryce Young.
Yeah, I mean, so notifications have already come through.
Yeah, the
so
notifications
it's like
have
they're
come
announcing on
already.
TV as soon as it happens. It's like it's weird.
So how do we want to do? I think we should. Whoever's getting it first, like if your notification comes through the first, it's saying like Robert says it's Bryce Young as well.
Yeah.
So we can go with notifications if we want to do it that way. And whoever wants to run point on that, I'm fine with it. Whether it's Matt, Ben, Trey.
I already saw it here from like my Charlotte feed. Here it's my local feed. They have a big thing down at the stadium. So
nice. So what's coming across first, like the text or the tweets, or seeing it on TV?
I got a notification from Bleacher Report.
Oh, good. Okay, so we'll go.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say because the people live there are gonna tweet it live as it goes. It's gonna be.
Where you're just constantly refreshing your Twitter feed. You're just
right.
I don't. I like.
No, just being a neurotic on draft night.
Personally, I like seeing it as it comes on. I know a lot of people do, but whatever works for everyone.
You're a purist.
Travel buddies notice Trey now turns on everything: TV, phone, tablet, etc. You came prepared. That is why we've got you on the show, Trey.
Yeah,
constant professional. And he comes and jumps into his first Steeler Nation draft show like he jumps into being an offensive lineman for the Pittsburgh Steelers and can take on any position.
I am malleable and adaptable.
Nice, man. And tell us a little bit about your podcast as well that we have on Steeler Nation Multimedia.
Right. Well, it's a work in progress, but my goal is to give the most authentic and real football analysis, inside look at how players think, how players move, how players train, that I could possibly give, and give my honest opinion on the state of the NFL and the state of the Steelers, obviously. And being guest, a lot of my former teammates, hopefully some current players, and just keep it real. I mean, I like to talk about football. Even after I'm done playing, I was one of those guys. I'm a sports fanatic, all sports. I love following all sports, like to know what's going on, but obviously football is my passion. Yeah. And I just want to be that source of information, that source of realness for anybody that wants to know what's going on in the minds of a Steelers offensive lineman. So that is my point of view. And, you know, it will evolve as time goes on, but I'm excited to get started with Steeler Nation. We've got a good group of guys and women here, and this thing is going to be fun. This season and the next 10 years of Steelers football, I think, are going to be great. I think for the first time, we're under the radar, which is a beautiful thing because we've always had the target on our back, and people don't expect a lot of us, even within our own division. And so I'm excited to see what Tomlin and Omar conjure up, and I'm just happy to be along for the ride.
And Trai, I haven't even known you for a full hour yet, and that's one thing that I could use to describe you already is you're yourself, man. And it's great to meet you. It's great to spend time with you, and I think we're going to have an absolute blast tonight.
I appreciate that.
Because I try to do the same, be as real as I can, but I'm also very goofy. I like to have fun. I like to crack jokes and that, and I will do that often, making fun of myself as well. But because they were asking, I think Robert asked earlier on the show, is Drunk Cope going to make an appearance? Cope used to be my handle over in the draft or over in the Steeler Nation football forum. And I'd do these threads before I was doing the podcast called Ask Drunk Cope. And I just keep drinking all night, and people, and the questions would get weirder, and so would my answers. But no chance of seeing Drunk Cope tonight, at least. Maybe day 3, but it's good that we have a nice break between round 4 and round 7. I'm probably not going to get that.
I will evolve the Buzz Trai at some point. So
Buzz Trai. That's and heck, when we get to July 1st here in the state of Maryland, where I'm from, we might even have some 420 nights. We'll have to see how that works out.
My man.
Because that is honestly that's a substance which I think should be absolutely legal in all of professional sports.
My man.
I mean, we see how it can relax you, how it can treat pain management. Like, you're not going to be on opioids if you're going to be able to do these things. And it's not like it's a performance enhancer. Like, you can't go out completely stoned like Snoop, go trying to run patterns and stuff, because you're not going to be able to perform.
We can go on a whole tangent about this.
Right.
And all the opioids and anti-inflammatories that I had to take, that probably would have made life a lot easier had they introduced marijuana a while back. But that's neither here nor there. We can have a whole conversation about that.
Right.
But yeah, I'm a big proponent as well. So yeah.
Nice. And 3 Point Stance podcast chimed into our second family. Just so you guys know, Steeler Nation 3 Point Stance podcast is part of Steeler Nation Multimedia. They've got a podcast. They run it live too over on our YouTube channel /Steeler Nation. That, of course, is former offensive lineman Derwin Gray and Kaleb Everhart, who are going to be joining the show here pretty soon, I think within the next 10 minutes or so. So we're going to have a lot of boxes up here pretty soon, but Screw it. We're here for the good times.
The pick just came in on my TV like 30 seconds ago.
Cool. And who is second pick?
As of right now, it's the Texans.
So Texans are on the clock right now.
Oh, cool. I am going to bring on Zach Franciscus. He has some inside information on the Houston Texans.
Ooh.
He is also running all of the real-time for our BPA 300 list and for the big board. He adjusts those in real time as we're watching the draft show. But he knows he has a friend that is a Houston Texans fan. So Zach, I'm going to welcome you to the show, sir. How you been, my friend?
Greetings. I'm very well. Yeah, my brother-in-law works as a statistician for the Houston Astros. So we were talking, and he decided to give me some insight from a Texans fan perspective. And he's a diehard, like from the beginning. So he's a diehard Texans fan. And he said, if it's not Bryce Young, they're going defense. But the biggest thing from the fan base is they're worried. There is no confidence right now in the Texans fan base. They have seen setups like this where they have a chance to rebuild, and they have massively wrecked it. And so there is no confidence in the fan base in Houston right now for what's going to happen. But since Bryce Young was taken, I'm expecting them to go defense or to trade down and then hope for a quarterback at 12. That's what I heard from him. So expect defense here.
Zach, how you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm very well, Trey.
No confidence in D'Amico Ryans. There's no excitement that what he brings and Nick Caserio.
You'd think that, but this is a team that has had lots of chances to rebuild over the years, and every chance they have had, it's gone badly. And so even though they are set up well, my brother-in-law admitted that they are set up well here, the 2 first-round picks next year, they have the capital. The front office needs to prove it. There's no trust right now.
Gotcha.
So yeah, there should be excitement, but the mistrust is overshadowing that.
No chance at Stroud for number 2?
If it is Stroud, I don't think many people would be happy about that because Young was the one that they were really high on, and so if it was, and they have a defensive-minded coach.
Right.
So when you got that, Texans pick is actually in.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
That was quick.
See who's right here.
Yeah, that's why I like to have you on the air right here too while this is happening.
I'm gonna mute. Oh, wait. Okay. Am I gonna? Is anybody? I'm not gonna. I don't want.
I'm not seeing it yet, but I'm expecting Will Anderson Jr.
You know what it is, Mackenzie?
Not yet. It's about to show up. They're about to show the podium.
Okay.
If anybody's got it on their notifications too, you can let us know as well.
No.
I'm gonna watch it.
Are you going to wait for the podium?
I want to do the podium to see.
So we're either going to see C.J. Stroud or Will Anderson here. If it's any of the other two, I'd be a little surprised.
I will say Ben and I had C.J. Stroud above Bryce Young on our big board.
Predicting?
Really?
I did see that.
Is it Tyree Wilson is the other DN that's in the mix?
He's in the mix, but I think he's a little lower if they go defense, and it's not Will Anderson. I'd be a little surprised.
Okay.
There's a lot of talk before this pick's coming in, isn't there?
No, right?
I know. They seem to be stalling. It's funny how they do this. It's like they love their talking, stalling.
That's true. Because honestly, up until a couple days ago, I was absolutely sure the Texans were going to go quarterback and anything else would be crazy. And after I talked to him, the conviction that I got from him, like, oh, wow, okay, defense, goodness, okay. So he convinced me.
Oh, wow, Stroud.
It was Stroud. Oh.
CJ
That's a big surprise. He said some of the fan base will be happy about that, but they were expecting defense if Young was. Wow, big surprise there.
They needed
Poor Davis Mills.
I think that's
Never
a
had
great pick for them.
Poor Davis. I went to college with his sister, Davis Mills.
Really?
Which college?
I went to the University of South Carolina. I swam there, and his sister played.
You didn't go to Penn State?
Well, I couldn't because it was like during the time like after the scandal and like it was too expensive to go there and I couldn't swim there and I was an athlete so I needed to swim somewhere and South Carolina was the closest thing I could get to Penn State to a Penn State like big football school.
That's very surprising, I'll be honest.
So Matt and Ben, I want you to tell us why you have CJ Stroud as your top quarterback and why the Houston Texans fans shouldn't be as down as what Zach hears from his friends.
I'll let you go, Matt. He's your boy.
Yeah. Is he your number one because he went to your school?
I mean, yes, I am an Ohio State fan, but no,
Right.
I just think.
Ooh.
I mean,
no, we're good.
No, I just think he has all the tools. I mean, I understand Bryce Young has that it factor that you almost see. He never looks, out of sorts in the pocket, no matter how pressured he is. Bryce Young, that is. But CJ Stroud, I've just seen such accuracy, such consistency. And then I was slightly down on him also going into the college football playoff, especially after back-to-back losing seasons against Michigan, not being able to finish the job. And then he looked like, honestly, a Heisman winner against Georgia. You go against the best team in the country, and he did everything in his power to get them to win. A missed field goal was the reason they lost, and that was the national championship in my eyes between those two teams. And he sold me. That game right there, there wasn't a flaw in his game the entire game. And going against Georgia's defense, which is going to yet again have several first-round picks probably, it's insane. So that sold me right there, because before the season he was my one, but he slid to number 2 behind Bryce Young until that game.
Nice.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ben.
Well, no, I was going to say, and the reason why I had him ahead is because with Bryce Young, I mean, it's an Alabama guy. He reminds me so much of Tua, who we learned that Tua needed the right system around him in order to actually do well. Where Stroud, I think you can kind of plug him into an offense and let him kind of manage it effectively. That's where, I mean, we're arguing between 1 and 2 as well. So they're both really good guys, but that was my reasoning.
Nice. And Steeler Nation, keep liking us. Make sure you keep sharing us as well, because that's how these shows keep blowing up, especially on draft day. This is your show. Questions and comments, keep firing in. Robert C., Cooley man over there at the SteelerNation.com football forum. He says, I got it from Steeler Nation's draft link. Is that the new app? There is a new app for all Android users out now. It's the Steeler Nation app, which gives you the direct link and feeds for the articles. I think probably for podcast links as well. I just downloaded it. I didn't have time to go through it because I was running all over this planet, working at my alma mater at UMBC, the other black and gold school. Earlier today, as we just inaugurated our new president. So we got to work over there, run back and forth to the casino, having to grab equipment from there, and then coming back home just in time to start the show. I have already had a full day's worth of work. But let us know, Robert, if you mean the app, if that's the app that you're using for the draft link, or if it's a draft link on one like Twitter or something, because we can let all of Steeler Nation know so we can all kind of follow along as well.
Now, I know the Texans aren't up again for another 10 picks. Do they reunite Stroud and JSN at 12?
Oh. That's what actually that was my next take. My brother-in-law did say if they go quarterback, then they're looking wide receiver at 12. And by the way, he just messaged me. He said the second they picked him, everything went away, and he just felt excited. So there was nothing but excitement when they picked that. So just for the record, from a Texans fan's perspective, there is joy right now in Texanville.
So we're on to Arizona now, right?
Yeah, my says 3:40 left on the clock.
And Arizona was toying with the idea of trading back to the Titans as well.
See our first trade here? I didn't see Will Anderson.
I'm ready for a trade. Just spice it up.
If Will Anderson falls outside the top 4, I'm going to be mind blown.
He would have been number 1 last year. And
listen, I was, when the Steelers were, what were they, 2-8 to start the season, or 2-7 or something like that, and didn't look like they had much promise until after the bye, and they turned it all around. I was like, if they somehow manage into a top 5 pick and get Will Anderson across from TJ, I love Alex Highsmith, but Will Anderson's a different beast than
Will Anderson
most people.
So my mindset, and this is, if there's any way we can move up, or if we're going to trade up, it's going to be for Jalen Carter. And so I'm thinking if Will Anderson drops a little bit longer, that improves the chance that Jalen Carter is going to drop, And so let's say Arizona trades back, and a quarterback goes, Will Levis or somebody. And then I don't see Will Anderson dropping out of the top 5, but there's a chance depending on who's coming up and picking quarterback. So
that's crazy. By the way, I just got a text from my brother-in-law that just said, yes, reunite. So yes, the wide receiver, they want that reuniting. So.
And that seems to be like a trend now. Just because Burrow and Chase did it, like everybody's saying Steelers need to draft Addison now. And it's like, where does it end, Trey?
I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
You want to throw it to your buddy, so I understand it. Whatever makes your quarterback happy and comfortable. So I'm not against it, but I'm just rolling my eyes just because.
Right. But we at least all knew that Chase was a special player going into that draft as well.
Yeah. And I think Addison's a special player too. So I wouldn't be – I hope he drops the 32nd. Maybe we get him there.
Right.
a slight chance, but yeah.
And Robert C. did say he's not on the app right now. Justin, who actually is the owner and the founder of SteelerNation.com and why it's blown up so much since then, he posted a link on the board at SteelerNation.com in the football forum. And there's a page that someone is updating in real time.
Up to number 3. Is that what somebody just said?
Yeah, I'm waiting for. I saw that, but I'm like, what is that? I'm not seeing anything yet. That's 110.
There's confusion. My brother-in-law asked, "Why are the Texans back on the clock?" And I don't see anything. Anyone have anything on that?
Yeah,
it says 102.
Adam Schefter just tweeted, Texans moved up.
Goodness.
Texans, what? That's
What?
Will Anderson Jr. They're still getting him.
They're getting Will Anderson. Yeah.
They're gonna. Wow. Look at this.
Because they don't need a tackle, so you're not going after Paris Johnson. You got Tunsil.
Wait,
So-
trade in. Oh my gosh. Wow.
First big thing. Okay, here we go. Gotta update.
They're making it spicy already.
Yeah, goodness.
I knew there was going to be a trade. I knew it.
That's not the
Now-
trade I expected, though.
Yeah,
But
now
the
the
Texans-
So is
Steelers
this
would-
what they're going to, did they do this specifically to do that back-to-back combo for the wide receiver and the
I don't.
quarterback?
If they select JSN at 3, I'm shocked because you might not have needed the trade up from 12 at all.
No.
Exactly.
No.
Who do they want?
They're getting Will Anderson. There's no
Yeah,
doubt.
no. Get
Has to be
Anderson just
defense.
came on
Oh,
my
yeah,
phone.
yeah.
So get
They lost
Anderson.
JJ
from the-
Watt. They're going to get Will Anderson.
Holy
picks in.
cow.
You got to
The
make
Texans
Coach
really
happy.
want-
What did they give up? I want to know what they gave up.
Yeah, that's
Right?
a good
I get you they
point.
gave up a first next year along with their 12th pick.
Let me
They have
see
two first next
everything I
year.
have.
Will Anderson. Dang. Derby Entertainment is on it.
Right. I told you, this is usually
Probably
what
refreshing Twitter, because Twitter will have it on the dot.
I'll tell you who has it. Steeler Nation in the comments section, because this is the way the draft shows usually go. Usually, Steeler Nation breaks it before we even talk about
That's
it on the show.
amazing.
So they are on it because these guys are like, if that's the way we want to go and we start seeing it. Sometimes we've been wrong though. Sometimes they jump the gun and it's not the pick, but then we start talking about it and it makes it fun. But should the Steelers trade up?
Cardinals get-
All right. You got it, Trey?
Yeah, Cardinals get number 12, the second round pick, the 33rd pick, first round next year, and the third round next year.
Whoa!
Wow.
That is a lot.
Texans
Wow,
get
that's
number 3, and they get 105 this year.
Oh my God!
That's a
That's a
haul.
haul.
That is a
That was
haul.
haul.
You think that would be moved up for a quarterback for that kind of haul?
Goodell is walking out right now.
I mean, the Texans have 2 first round picks next year. So for them, it's not that much of a wow. That's amazing.
That's a lot.
That's a lot for not getting the quarterback.
But
If
they-
they had
but-
to do that to get the quarterback, I would get
Right.
it.
Right. They
I mean,
they already got the quarterback with their
They
first
got the
pick.
quarterback.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Wow.
there could be as many as 4 quarterbacks going in the top 10. So like you would think that some of these players would be dropping because some people need quarterbacks. So
Right.
that Texans at 12 might have been a smart set.
Actually, I like this for the Texans. I mean, they had to do something drastic to be competitive, and the AFC South is there for the taking. Jacksonville looks good, but the Colts are on the mend. The Titans are on the mend. They had to bring in some splash players, and they did that. They got 2 of the best, and they still have another second round draft pick this year, and the rest of their draft picks. So for
Yeah,
them, but
My only question is, what do they now have for Stroud? I mean, he's handing the ball to Dameon Pierce, who is a solid running back, and then you have who at wide receiver is he throwing the ball to?
I don't think they're done trading.
It's Brandon Cooks.
They have another first round draft pick next year they can deal, or they have 2 second round draft picks next year and their second round draft pick this year. So they have a lot of resources because they trade away D Hop, they trade away JJ. So
Goodness gracious.
if they're going to do this, I like this move a lot. This is aggressive. They gave up a lot, but they still have resources.
That's true. And from what I was saying before, this is the kind of thing I think the Texans fans wanted to see, not just the picks, the aggression to get the picks, to kind of get that trust back. So this is, I have nothing but happy text coming in. So very positive, very positive across the board. It seemed like a lot, but he was happy that they had the capital to give, didn't give up as much as he thought they would have in the past. So a good trade overall.
We've also been hearing in some of these articles, some of these commentators for that follow the Pittsburgh Steelers, that there may be an instance where the Steelers end up trading up with maybe the Bears at 9. But if they're trading into this selection, are they looking to do that for like an offensive tackle? Are they trying to grab Gonzalez? Oh, look at that pretty cat right there, Zach. That's a little Steeler fan right there.
It is. He only wears this on draft day.
Sorry to be distracted, but Trey, right there at 9, if Steelers traded into that 9 spot, who do you think they'd be trading up there for?
I think a defensive lineman.
Okay.
I think you only trade up for some. I think there's enough DBs in this draft that you can hang still and get one of. I think Witherspoon's going to be gone. I think Gonzalez is going to be gone. Joey Porter Jr. probably will be there. But I think if you want one of the impact defensive linemen, you got to trade up to get them. And so like Jalen Carter, Tyree Wilson, or who am I thinking of, the other D tackle? But I think if you move up in this draft with either the Bears or Atlanta or even the Lions, you're going up to get an impact defensive lineman.
Nice. And then who is that impact defensive lineman that you think would be there at that 9 spot?
I don't know if Carter's going to get past
That's what I was going to ask.
The Seahawks.
The Colts picked.
The Colts picked? Please don't get Levis.
They need a quarterback. I heard Will Levis was a good shot of going there, but I don't.
Too.
Think of the Everglades in Florida.
So I think Levis is Trubisky.
Wait, nobody tell me.
I just gave you a hint.
I'm blissfully unaware. I don't keep anything on other than the chats that we get.
I don't understand why teams reach.
Did you compare Levis to Trubisky? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
You know what's the funniest thing about it is that he was Sean Clifford's backup, and that's why he left. And look at Sean Clifford and compare. You know what I mean? I'm just like, he's not like why do people like hype him up? It's like,
for 3 years he was Clifford's backup. It couldn't take this starting. And they're saying Clifford's the 5th or 6th best quarterback in the Big Ten, undrafted free agent. So,
it's not a quarterback conference.
Right. It's not. It's not at all.
That's why you can't look at Joey Porter's stats.
So the Colts are my second team, obviously, because I play for them and I'm from Indiana. So I follow them. Not as much as Pittsburgh, obviously, but I follow them enough to know what's going on. And I want their well-being. I think they have some pieces there, and I think they grabbed a good OC from Philadelphia to be their head coach. Mm-hmm. And with that being said, I mean, I think if I had an opinion on what they should do, they should trade back and get Hendon Hooker. So I think they have a lot of needs, and I think Hooker could be that guy. But
close, you're close.
They got Anthony Richardson.
Yep.
Ooh.
No way.
So Anthony Richardson is immensely talented.
He is.
But what he hasn't done anything. That's my only problem.
They're hoping he's Jalen Hurts. Is my thought.
At least Jalen Hurts played good in college.
That's true.
I watched the Pat McAfee show, and Pat's a Colts, and he talks about Will being a smart, like Andrew Luck smart. So I think that might be a comparison they saw there. How Andrew Luck was very book smart too.
Right.
That's probably another.
But even still, Andrew Luck was a baller at Stanford. Levis he has the tools, but I think because Richardson is going to the Colts, I think Levis drops significantly.
Yeah.
Until tomorrow, I think. Quite honestly.
You said what?
I think he's going to drop until tomorrow.
Oh.
If the Titans pass on him, he's waiting, I think, until tomorrow.
Because who else is the quarterback right now?
Oakland or Vegas? Sorry, I keep on saying
Yeah, I do the same thing, man.
Well,
I still can't call the
Jimmy G.
Chargers San Diego. I
I
still
still
can't.
call them San Diego Chargers too. Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
It just
We'll
came across
see.
my screen.
That's big.
So
By the way,
that's
that's
one
that's
Go ahead.
the first pick that I had to scroll down a decent amount on the big board to find. So that's the first big surprise according to the big board, because he was according to the best play, he was
Yeah.
pretty far down on the rankings. So
Yeah, talent-wise, dude's amazing, but he just needs to put it
He was
together.
like 6th or 7th going into the combine. And then after the combine, they were talking about him getting drafted first overall. And that is the mistake that so many teams make, is that when he's a physical specimen, don't get me wrong. I mean, he can throw the deep ball, has a cannon, can run. But like you said, there's nothing on tape that justifies him being 4th overall. So
If you
there's
just
all
look at
potential.
if you just look at tape, I'm taking Hendon Hooker over both Levis
All
and
day.
Richardson.
All day.
But then you factor the physicalness, because they're both better athletes, and Hooker's ACL, that's what drops him down.
Yeah. And Shane Stitchkin, whoever the head coach is now, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but he's somebody who has confidence that he can get somebody who, in Jalen Hurts, who they didn't think could be an NFL quarterback coming out, even though he was a 2nd-round draft pick. He got him into becoming an MVP candidate. So he has a lot of confidence in what he could do from a coaching standpoint when it comes to quarterback. So I can see why they made this pick.
And Matt, are you using the microphone that's on your headphones, or are you using a different mic?
I have my mic right here. I can put it closer if it needs to be closer.
Yeah, it's clipping. It is severely clipping in and out.
You're a little
All right,
glitchy
well,
there, man.
All right, well, I need to hop off real quick anyways, put my daughter to bed real quick, so I'll take care of that while I'm out real quick for a second.
Awesome. That's fine. Awesome. We'll see you soon, Matt. Thank you.
And by the way, Trey, you brought up Tyree. This is the first time I think I think this is where we're going to see him go. Seattle needs an edge rusher, and Jalen Carter's not an edge kind of guy.
Right.
So I think this is where we're going to see him go.
But okay, so if I had to debate that, I think they may go Jalen Carter, because that division in San Francisco and how they run the ball.
That's a good point.
You need trenches.
Yeah, you need, because their run defense was atrocious last year, like atrocious. And so that's my only rebuttal. But I like Tyree at that pick too.
I like Tyree, so I can understand either one. And if they go best player available and drop it into their laps, Jalen Carter is a gift right now. So
right.
Seahawks are considering trading back, apparently.
Ooh.
Pittsburgh.
It's way too early for that, I think.
My heart just skipped a beat.
Yeah.
I'm stuck to it, though. We trade up. The only two names that for a while, if we trade up, it's Paris Johnson Jr. or Christian Gonzalez. If we trade up, it's got to be high enough to get those two. Otherwise, I don't want us trading up.
You don't want Jalen Carter?
I'm not not for what we'd have to give up to move up. There's something about him that makes me hesitate, and I don't like that. So it's more of a gut thing. I would trust Christian Gonzalez or Paris Johnson Jr. to come in without any worry from anyone, perform, and then go. I don't want to have to risk a chance of having a Le'Veon Bell or Antonio Brown situation despite the talent. So
agreed.
So, and my rebuttal to Paris Johnson is at 5, or trading up to get Paris Johnson. I think this tackle draft is so deep that they can get. I don't think the gap between number 1 and number 5 or 6 is big enough for them to trade and give up resources to get.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I think if we traded, I'd feel comfortable at 9 with Chicago.
Yeah,
I like us building that little relationship. Us constantly fleecing them.
Uh-huh.
So that'd be fun.
And Zach, thanks so much for being on and giving us that inside information for Houston and letting us know that Houston fans are fun. I know you're hanging out in the green room. You're still tracking and updating all the boards. We're going to be throwing to you a lot this show. So I'll be coming back to you in a second. I've got to welcome in 2 new members.
No worries.
To the show. We'll see you soon, Zach. See ya. We're going to be welcoming 2 new members to the Steeler Nation Draft Show, part of Steeler Nation Multimedia for the great podcast, 3 Point Stance. Highly recommend checking them out over on youtube.com/Steeler Nation. I, of course, am talking about former offensive lineman D. Gray and Kaleb Everhart, 2 parts of the 3 Point Stance podcast.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, guys. Kaleb, turn your phone sideways.
All right, I got you.
Here we go.
Is that better?
Now we can see you. Usually you have to do that for players, but I know D. Gray and Trai Essex are too smart for that. How you doing
Where
tonight?
my camera's at.
Man, I need
There
some
we
more
go.
light around here.
And you need a light. You need a ring light like I have.
Right.
Man, it sucks, man. I gotta find one.
Man, they're hard to find in this Instagram day and age. Your Amazon.
Amazon, like $5.
The pick is
Right.
in.
The pick is in.
Oh,
I'm
they
like you,
didn't
Mackenzie.
trade.
When I
Better not be
travel, I
Jalen
got to take my
Carter.
ring light with me.
Well, I knew I'd be doing this in the hotel. You never know with hotel rooms.
Exactly.
and
The
lighting.
hotel room lighting's terrible for.
Yeah.
podcasts.
And
Terrible. Tell me about it. I'm in one right now.
Right. Hey, where are you sitting right now, Gray?
are you in a hotel
In
too?
a hotel in
Yeah.
Alabama.
I'm a hotel in Palm Desert.
Oh, the pick is in, by the way, for the
I'm at work.
Seahawks.
Okay.
Who wants it? Do you
So
want to know?
Seahawks actually picked. They did not trade out.
They actually
It's
picked,
not-
and it was a position that we didn't even think of here in our conversation.
Christian
He tried to
Gonzalez.
tackles last year.
Tight end?
No, it's a cornerback.
Corner.
Oh.
No.
Who
They got Devin
It's
Witherspoon.
Witherspoon. It's Devin
Witherspoon?
Witherspoon.
Whoa.
After they got Woolen last year, who balled out.
Dude, they passed up on Wilson. I'm
Whoa.
Hey, that
That-
Jalen
that looks
Carter
better,
to the
D.
Steelers narrative is getting pushed hard now.
Oh no.
Devin Witherspoon to the Seahawks.
Oh.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I remember early mock drafts were mocking Witherspoon to the Steelers. I mean, we all know, well, not all of us, but I know that, you look at a lot of tape. Matt looks at a lot of tape. I saw Gonzalez's tape. I think he's a can't miss prospect.
Right.
Tell us your thoughts then. But also Witherspoon looks like a phenomenal prospect. Like there are some great first round caliber corners. We talked about Joey Porter Jr. as well. Banks from Maryland.
Terps in the
I'm
building.
Right. There we go.
Terps in the building.
Hey, I saw Brian Davis is in here. D, don't let him get at you again.
Oh man, he got it, man. Him and his Ohio State ways. I hope we really get Paris. I hope we really get Paris Johnson though.
Testudo in the house.
Paris Johnson.
Will Levis about to go eat a whole banana. He looks sad. I wonder where he'll go. I think Vegas would make sense to him behind Jimmy.
But it's too early. I mean, what, you're going to use a first round draft pick on a backup quarterback?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I
hear the
look,
music.
I mean, the Chiefs did it with Mahomes.
yeah, true.
But Will Levis, I don't think
Was
he's
that
gonna be-
across yours, Mackenzie? Was that Devin Witherspoon?
Yeah, that was mine. It just came because it was on a commercial break, so it was
Yeah.
like
Waiting for it. Can you turn down your
absolutely.
TV?
Yeah, I wasn't
if,
sure.
if any of you guys have your TVs on, turn them down because I'm getting a little bleed through in the show.
could've been mine.
Trying to make this as professional as possible, even though we're just
Uh-oh.
having fun.
Just came through on my TV.
And D. Gray, I'm happy to have you on the show too. We've been talking to Trai about his ideas and his thoughts on some offensive players. Who are you kind of looking forward to for the Steelers? I mean, you played both sides on tackle as well, so you know what it's like to have to switch as well. So when
I first came in, I was a tackle coming out of Maryland, and quickly Tomlin shot that down quickly and made me a guard. And man, it's crazy because I went through the combine process. I was at 330. I lost all the weight, got down to 315. That was the best shape of my life. I'm like, man, this got to be a tackle. And I was at the happy medium with the long arms and all that stuff like that, and got to the south side, and I was a guard. I think I only played one snap at tackle and never played it again. It's crazy, right?
Right. So are there any tackles that which are the tackles that you really like in the first round, and who would you think would be the best fit for the Steelers?
Come on, Paris Johnson. I know we got Dan Moore right there, but man, come on now. Like that dancing bear right there, man, doing cornerback drills at Pro Day, that sold me right then and there. Because I mean, it's a passing league, man. You need some guys on the edge that can protect the prized possession, which is Kenny Pickett. I mean, if he keep getting hit, I mean, how much longer he gonna be able to stand upright? I mean,
Right.
So I mean, my thing is, man, you gotta invest in a guy like that, man, a tackle, man. And if we don't, man, I do love Joey Porter, man. I mean, I like Deontay Banks, man, as my guy, but I think I don't know. I don't think he's a good fit for the system over in Pittsburgh. But Joey Porter, he gonna bring that wood, and I like that.
Hey D, what you think about my man Peter Skoronski from Northwestern?
Oh man, I like him too, man. He nasty. I mean, he can play all across the board, man. I mean, especially if you play all the spots up front, man. You can be in the league a long time, and I think Peter's a great guard and he'll be a great tackle. So, I mean, he's one of those special ones too. I mean, he just don't have the crazy video like Paris does. But other than that, man, and his tape doesn't lie, man. Yeah, he gonna push some piles. He gonna get some short yardage run, like movement for you and everything, man. So I like Peter a lot as well.
And Trai and D, I know both of you have experience with Joey Porter Sr. Both, Trai, obviously you played with him. D, I think he was a coach when you were on the team.
Yeah, he had just finished up. He had just left.
So
he had just left. Yep.
Did you get to see his son in the building at all? Did you get to meet him when he was a kid and get the cut of his jib?
No? Nah, he was little.
Oh, yeah. For you, he would have been real
young. I'm the old guy here, but yeah, I saw Peasy Jr. around the locker room. He brought him around, so he was born and bred to be a pro from a young age. So
nice.
That's crazy. Yep. I ain't get the Joey Porter senior experience, but I got the gay experience though. He was around when I was there. Will Gay, he was around a lot, so that's my guy right there, man. Will Gay was my guy.
Number 6.
Yeah, we have a trade. Do you see that, Trai?
No.
Big play, Willie Gay. I remember him. He was great.
Yep.
This draft has been crazy already, man.
I know. If Arizona traded up to 6, they're going Paris Johnson or Skoronski.
Man, they can't do Paris Johnson. They can't.
I know.
They're gonna do one of them too. I guarantee.
Yeah.
Was a report?
Kyler's lobbying for Paris.
Yeah, he's lobbying for Paris. Yep.
Yeah, the Lions trade. I wonder what they gave up for him. Wonder if D-Hop was a part of that trade.
Oh,
that'd be interesting.
Ooh, good point.
All right, so the Lions traded their 6th overall. The Cardinals trade their 12th and their 34th overall this year. So that's the trade.
Okay. Really? That was it?
That's it?
Yeah, pretty simple. I mean, it's not really as sexy as I wanted it to be.
No, not at all. So they gave up their 12th that they got from Houston and their 33rd they got from Houston?
It's their 34th.
The 34th.
Right.
So they still got the 33rd.
They got the 6th.
They still got the 33rd.
Right.
With the loss of J.J. Watt, though, this could be a Jalen Carter spot.
Oh, stop it.
I know. I want it too.
Well, there's a lot of draft boards that have him as the second best player in the draft.
Who?
Jalen Carter.
Oh, yeah. Agreed.
Oh,
so that might make
Paris
sense.
Johnson. I think it's Paris Johnson.
I think it's Paris Johnson. I think it's Paris Johnson. Is it Paris Johnson? Did you already confirm?
Yeah, it's Paris Johnson.
Oh, man.
I'm sad. All right, that's Jalen Carter.
Paris Johnson.
Now, is this going to start the run on offensive tackles?
Who else we got? Yes,
Chicago.
That's how the draft always be slated to go. Once one position starts to go, then everyone hop on the train and try to take all of them. Man, it's crazy.
Right. Especially when somebody jumped up to grab the first offensive tackle on the board.
Yep.
Yeah. Chicago needs a left tackle.
Vegas needs a tackle.
Vegas needs a lot. Who's the fastest guy on the board right now?
Touche.
That's usually how they go, and it's usually somebody you're not even expecting in the first round.
Emmanuel Forbes.
Now they're going to go.
Yes, exactly. Yes, great call. Like, I think I mentioned that on the thread today with the Steeler Nation group me, and I'm like, Emmanuel Forbes has like Raiders written all over him.
All right, I'll be back.
Run straight and fast.
No worries, Trai. We'll see you in a second.
I gotta go get a refill. I'll be back.
Great. All right, we'll pull Trai down
Man,
first.
not Paris Johnson. No.
All right, we're going to
Ooh,
add
that's sad.
Matt here to the show. Matt, we're going to see how your microphone is working now. Kid is probably sleeping peacefully. How you sound here, Matt?
Hopefully a lot better than I did last time.
Way better. No clipping. What you doing? The microphone right there on your...
Yeah, I switched locations, so my Wi-Fi is better. I switched mics. I changed it all, hoping for some good juju for the Steelers.
You're great. You're great.
Hey, Kaleb, is Hump still in Arizona? DJ Humphries?
Oh, maybe.
Because I think he's been hurt a little bit, so that would make sense to go get a guy like Paris because of the similarities of play styles with a little bit of speed and things like that coming out of Florida for DJ back in the day. I mean, he looked like Paris a little bit, so I can see why they want him now. Because Hump been around for a long time with the Cardinals, so it's about time he's about to move on.
Too.
Yeah, so that's going to help a little bit
there.
Yeah, and they wanted, or Kyler was lobbying hard apparently for them to go get Paris. Dang.
So okay, somebody's got their TV turned up. You got to turn down your TV, guys, because if I can hear the chime.
Was it the NFL Network chime or was it the ESPN chime?
It was no idea.
Wow,
no idea.
Paris Johnson, man! Wow, this is crazy.
Oh,
dang!
Officially off the board.
Two Ohio State guys in the top 6.
Wow.
Hey, Ohio State, we breed winners, just like Ryan
Exactly.
Shazier.
Exactly. Exactly.
I disagree on that, man. A little overhyped. He walking down the aisle.
How's he looking on the walk?
Big.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a big boy. He started the season at guard because they had Thayer Mumford at tackle. So, I mean, he's versatile too. So who knows? Maybe they do a little Lyle Collins and start him at guard if Hump's still on the outside.
Guys, be sure to keep liking and sharing this podcast as it keeps going. We keep growing. What were you going to say there, Gray?
Who's their other tackle for the Cardinals? Other side of Hump.
It was Kelvin Beachum for a while, but he's
still there. I think
Kevin Beachum, that's my
redid his
guy.
contract with him.
Beach is a pretty solid player. I like Beach a lot. He had just got there too, and he had just left when I got to Pittsburgh as well.
Oof.
Wow.
Which made sense to keep you over there at tackle.
Yeah.
Right.
It's gonna be pretty interesting.
And D on the podcast said that Paris could wear, his 77. He was giving it up. He was ready.
Man, he could take 77 if he make his way to the south side. Now, no one can wear that number now, man.
He needs to pull an Eli Manning.
So actually, the Cardinals have Josh Jones at the other tackle, who they just drafted not too long ago, pretty high in like the second round.
Nice. It looks like Trai Essex is back from grabbing his drink. Trai, how you doing? What'd you grab?
My thirst is quenched. So got a little bit of Four Roses bourbon. I don't know how many bourbon guys you have here.
I'm a big whiskey guy.
Hey, I love Four Roses.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. So Ben, what are you drinking, Ben?
I have some oh wow, I automatically forgot. It's so good. It's a special batch of the Woodford Reserve. Sorry, I just blanked on that. They did a special dripping here from my local ABC store. So of course I had to get a couple bottles.
Fancy, Ben.
Exactly.
You guys are
gonna
make me switch off the beer.
Don't do it.
I got a bottle of Eagle Rare I got to open.
Ooh, I love me some Eagle Rare. Yeah. We have a whole podcast about bourbon.
Yeah.
Oh, and bourbon's just one step. Like for me, I do the Irish whiskeys, I do the Scotch whiskeys, I do the Highland, the Lowland, the Space Sides, the Elay. Man, I drink it all. I
do the 420.
Me too.
420 is
Well, I'm in California, so
it's legal. Yeah, I'm in Maryland, so it becomes legal July 1st.
Congrats.
It's completely legal for
congrats.
everything. Yeah. Yeah, I think right now it's decriminalized, but
We would always go to DC because I grew up in Maryland.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, DC is legal.
DMV.
It's never gonna get legal down here.
DMV in the building.
No, never.
Yeah, the Bible Belt refuses. So
Yeah.
Am I lagging on my end? I keep getting an internet connection issue.
You just have to check your Wi-Fi or move closer to it. I haven't seen you clip yet or drop.
Okay. Yeah, because Trey hasn't popped up on my screen yet. He's got the little spinning circle.
Can you hear me?
Of doom on my end.
Yeah, then that has to be your Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're coming through good for us, so it's transmitting out good.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I shouldn't have any issues. I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm on my, cellular service because I'm at work right now.
And Travel Buddy, I'm with you too on the Lagavulin.
Ooh, Lagavulin is great.
Some Ron Swanson.
It's the 16 year. now you can't find 16 year in the stores at all about anymore. It's like you can find the 12 year. 16 is the toughest find for that. And I was drinking that even before Parks and Rec came out. That's like my go-to for
before it was cool.
Yeah. Before I even knew, like it took me years to even watch the show, but it made it fun when I started watching it. Don't waste your time with beer. Brian Everhart, is that a relation to you, Kaleb?
That is my father.
Yeah.
Yes. Do not waste your time with beer. Mr. Everhart, I wholeheartedly agree.
My family loves
what
me,
do we
I
think
guess.
the Raiders might get here?
I hope it's not Christian Gonzalez. I think it
I
is
hope
going to
it's
be
Will
Christian
Levis.
Gonzalez.
It's going to be Christian Gonzalez.
Oh no.
And then we trade up with Atlanta to get Jalen
Atlanta
Carter.
might go. Atlanta could go Skoronski.
Atlanta could go Bijan.
They got a good tackle. Well, they need another good tackle.
The pick is in.
Oh, it's Tyree Wilson.
Oh. Man, Jalen Carter's
that's
really
good for
going to
Christian
fall
Gonzalez.
in Philly's laps.
That's actually a good pick. That's a very solid and reasonable pick for the Raiders brass. I am surprised.
So you're saying Al Davis is dead?
Al Davis must not be there. Even in spirit, he must not be there. But yeah. Yeah.
Another team passed on Jalen Carter who needed defensive line help.
Oh God.
I mean, they got a DN. Hold on. They have
it's Max Crosby.
Who's a beast. Oh my God.
Yeah.
He's
all
three
world.
guys in himself.
Oh my God, he's so good.
What
is
my
my TV behind?
Miles saying?
Oh, all of our TVs
they're
are
all
behind, man.
on social media, Twitter, everything like that. Twitter knows 5 minutes before.
Oh, Travel Buddy, that's my guy too.
Man,
A pass rush
really
with Wilson and Max Crosby is just good luck.
Right.
I think if the Steelers are after Jalen Carter, they're gonna have to trade with Chicago.
Okay, I'm with it.
Because Philly's gonna get him unless
if Philly gets him, the NFL might as well quit.
Right. Right.
Jalen Carter next to Jordan Davis.
Dude, and they still got clutch to come in on third downs.
There.
Like,
And Nakobe Dean still on that defense.
Oh my
all Georgia guys. I mean,
and they brought back
Andy Weidel needs to give Philly, a nice little wave.
And Gardner Johnson. Gardner Johnson signed with. He's not a Philly
Lions,
anymore,
I
right?
think, right?
Lions.
I think he signed with the Lions, but I think they also still have Fletcher Cox, still, right?
Oh, they still. Eagles still have Fletcher Cox. They still have Brandon Graham.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Man, that defense.
I pray to God they don't get Jalen Carter.
It's crazy how they have a top 10 pick after losing in the Super Bowl, but they won the NFC. I mean,
they were smart, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Banking picks.
Yeah. All right.
I just want to know, is Omar going to fleece the Bears again?
I need it. I need it in my life. I think the Bears actually get Skoronski. That'd
be pretty.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Travel Buddy saying, Trey, I was in the U.S. twice, visited 22 states, and never got drunk on American beer. I agree, it's a waste of money.
Oh my goodness, it is.
And I agree too with Travel Buddy. He's talking about his German styles, and I grew up in I think I graduated high school in '93, and then I did a couple tours while I was a singer in Europe. But all we had was domestics, and then I go overseas. I get to try Hefeweizens, I get to try Doppelbocks, and I'm like, this is beer? It's like, this is amazing.
It's like a meal. You have
Exactly.
to eat their beer.
Oh, you can at least swish it around in your mouth and it doesn't scream at you.
I have yet to be to Europe. That is next on my agenda, to go to Europe and drink beer in London and Germany and
Belgium,
all the beer making places.
Right.
So
here's
the outfit that Tyree has on. My goodness, that is.
So here's an interesting thought: how the agent for Jalen Carter said that they weren't doing any face-to-face meetings with teams outside of the top 10. Right. So here we are at pick number 8.
Ooh.
So we're getting into the territory now. He's going to be seeing teams who he turned down meetings with.
I don't understand that.
That's not a good look. That's not a good look.
He's trying to build this. He's trying to build the market for himself, and I think he failed horribly.
Like after all the PR stuff that he was going through already, like why add that to the mix?
I've got to thank Mrs. Stryker for bringing in my whiskey.
Oh, let me see that. Hey, Ms. Stryker.
So we've got the Glenmorangie Quinta Reuben. It's a Scotch Highland.
Ooh,
nice and smooth, nice and sweet, nice and caramely. I enjoy it. It's a 14-year. So cheers, son. Thank you.
Robert's too kind. I appreciate that, Robert.
You guys just got me in the whiskey mood. I couldn't be without anymore there, Trey.
I know. I set the mood.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, after this, I'm switching off the Coors Light.
You're at the bottom of the total pole, my man. Like, come on.
Sometimes you need to add a little water to whiskey anyway. There you go.
All right.
Yes, so I'm calling Coors Light water.
It goes down like water.
Whew.
That's what I drink on a hot summer day, though. When I'm thirsty.
Oh my gosh, the Texans picked. It's completely unexpected.
Did the Texans pick again?
No, I'm sorry. The Falcons.
Oh, I was going to say, they get a third pick.
I'm sorry. Goodness gracious.
No, sorry. I read it too quickly, and I saw Texas in the name. So
Who is it?
They got Bijan Robinson.
I mean,
that was actually predicted in the. Somebody predicted that. I mean, they got Tyler Algier, who balled out in the last year. That's crazy to me. They would draft a running back in the first round.
And Patterson, right? Isn't Patterson still there?
Yeah, Cordell Patterson.
I know he's older, but
like they needed. Well, they spent a lot on defense in the free agency. They spent a lot,
right,
on defense. So, but they need another wide receiver to go with Drake London. I thought maybe that would have been a pick for Zay Flowers but Bijan is a beast. Bijan is a beast.
He was the Texas offense.
Yeah.
Kyle Pitts is kind of like a second wide receiver for them. I mean, he's like loosely a tight end.
Plays.
Fair.
That is crazy, Bijan.
That helps the Steelers though with Christian Gonzalez because the Falcons were another one who they were toying with the idea of grabbing him. I'm still high on the Christian Gonzalez train. I don't know why.
Me too. I'm feeling shades of Rod Woodson. I'm not going to lie. When I'm watching his film, and I usually don't get that excited about corners in the first round for the Steelers, except for the one year where we had a shot at Darrell Revis before the Jets jumped us. And that was Tomlin's first draft, by the way. Yeah, when we ended up getting Timmons.
07. Right. I just want to see a lockdown corner in Pittsburgh, like legitimate, leave on an island.
Yeah, I mean, so there's still at least like 8 people I'd be happy to see the black and gold right now.
Name them.
So Jalen Carter, Skoronski, Broderick Jones. Give me Branch.
Brian Breeze.
I would love Brian
Nice,
Brisset, or however you say his name.
What's funny is
give me JSN. I would love JSN in Pittsburgh, but it just doesn't fit.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? That was 6. Crap.
Lucas Van Ness.
I could see Van Ness there. I mean, or Nolan Smith, even Deontay Banks. I wouldn't be against.
What about? I know this is out there, and I've thought about it, but what made me think about it is what the Patriots did some years back when they won a Super Bowl and they drafted Aaron Hernandez. Now I know that's a name, but Michael Mayer.
So
I think if we're gonna like double tights, I think that would look nasty. We had Freiermuth, Mayer, Deontay, like the things we could do. And not, don't get me wrong, Connor Hayward did his thing at the end of last year, and I like him a lot. But we could do 3 tight end sets with those 3 and do a lot of crazy good things. So that's an outlier. I know it's not probably going to happen, but I think it's
what about Darnell Washington at 32?
Yeah. Darnell Washington.
I like Mayer better than Washington.
Yeah. So Darnell Washington has been like
at 32. Yeah,
32.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah.
I'm pounding the table for him at 32 if he's there.
Yeah.
I'm definitely doing that, travel buddy. If I'm ever back over in Germany, Netherlands, or Belgium, I'll give you a holler.
Trey, you think Jalen Carter is about to fall in Philly's laps right here?
So I said something about that to my buddy earlier today, and I was like, I pray to God I will quit the NFL if Jalen Carter goes to Philadelphia.
Oh, the Eagles just traded up.
They traded up?
Oh, they're grabbing Gonzalez. I'm telling you.
Philly's grabbing
Gonzalez?
Carter.
That would be my well, geez, or Carter. Holy crap.
Wait.
Holy crap.
Philly just traded up one spot?
Yeah.
Yeah, one spot.
I bet you Omar was on the phone.
With the Bears.
Well, maybe because
Omar was on the phone and Philly jumped us, huh?
Yeah,
literally.
Guess
Come
what?
on,
they
Andy.
got that 66 pick because the Cardinals were tampering with Gannon.
You know, if anybody knows Pittsburgh, do y'all know Brandon Hunt, who was in the running for GM?
Yep.
Is now in Philly now. So
he was the scout for the Pittsburgh Steelers, correct? The head of scouts?
yeah, it was him and Omar.
Right.
He's going to take over for Colbert, and then they picked Omar, and so Brandon went to Philly, and now he's doing what the guy we got from Philly. What's his last name?
Weidl.
So he's doing what Weidl did in Philly underneath Hausman. So
right. Mackenzie, we got a question from you from Tim Y. Who do you want at 17?
Well, that just depends who we have available at the time. Honestly, Trey's got me on the Skornsky. Is that how I say it?
Skornsky.
Yeah.
I'm on that train for sure. If I don't know if he'll be available by 17, but goodness gracious.
They picked. The Eagles picked.
They picked Jalen Carter, didn't they? Sons of
no! They got Jalen Carter?
Yep.
The dreams have been dashed.
Did you see what they had to give up? They had to give up a 2024 fourth.
That's it.
Really?
Are you serious?
That's a 5th round deal to move up one. Would they move up one spot?
Yeah. So I mean, they only moved up one spot. So I mean,
because they thought the Steelers were going to get him.
What are you doing, Omar?
Yes, that's exactly why they did it. I guarantee it.
Probably because I was.
Yeah, crazy.
Dude.
Well, we also were thinking about trading with Tennessee, y'all. So that's 11. So
Gonzalez still on the board. I can see that being a trade up spot.
Is Will Levis going to fall into Tennessee's lap here?
They have 2 picks in the first round.
Chicago's going to go Skoronsky, or they're going to go get. I could see them going Smith and Jigba and matching him up with DJ Moore and getting CJ Stroud, or not CJ, Justin Fields, one of his old receivers, back.
All right, guys, we're going to make this show like the Brady Bunch. I'm going to 9-box it. I'm going to be bringing back the 3 Point Stance podcast. We all know D Gray. We all know Kaleb, but I'm also going to add one additional person here, Bob Quinn, one of the head writers over at SteelerNation.com. Bob, happy to have you on the show, my friend. Oh, Bob's muted.
Good old Bobber.
We'll get you on there in a second.
Oh, to be here. I'm an old guy, so technology, can be a little hard sometimes.
Yeah, we can hear.
I was on mute.
Oh, there you go. There you go. That's much better. Corrected. But happy to have you on the show. You write tons of great articles over at Steeler Nation. A lot of them focused on some Steeler players from the past. You write up some great concepts with that as well, and some great memorable scenes as well as current stuff. So tell Steeler Nation the kind of stuff that they can read on the site right now that you have up there.
Wow, those are house.
My most recent story, I cover a lot of the Ben Roethlisberger, Terry Bradshaw stuff too. The big story I have the last couple of days was the Ben Roethlisberger replying to RG3. I thought the Bob Griffin reply to him was hilarious. That's got some traction. I did the David DeCastro story from a couple of weeks ago, and then the Terry Bradshaw story where on draft day he was going to go fishing because he didn't think he was going in the first round, and his dad made him stay home and take the phone call when he went number 1 overall to the Steelers.
Wow. And he was supposed to be fishing that day.
He actually wanted to go. He was disappointed his dad made him stay home. He was I can imagine a 21, 22-year-old Bradshaw country boy wanting to go out and fish, and dad saying, no, you got to stay home. You might get a phone call. And he was pretty convinced because the Bears had kind of hinted to him he wouldn't go till the 3rd or 4th round, and they were sitting at number 2.
I'm so sad we're about to see this pick. I'm so sad.
What, for the Bears?
No, the Eagles.
No, I'm still upset about that.
They've announced it, right? They'd made it official.
Has it been announced? It hasn't been announced yet.
I'm still working on a slight
My
delay
TV
here.
hasn't announced it yet.
Yeah,
I hope you're wrong. I hope who said that it was you, Ben, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope you're wrong.
I hope we're all wrong, but I don't think it works that way.
You can't fight reality.
Yeah, I know. Jesus.
now that's brought a downer to the Steeler Nation draft show, ladies and gentlemen. But don't worry, we still got some great players left on the board. Like, there's Gonzalez.
Caleb was right. I feel like Omar was on the phone and didn't want to give up a 4th round draft pick, and I'm mad at that now.
Yeah.
Well, there's no way they would have taken just a 4th rounder to drop all the way back to 17. We would have had to, and I'm telling you, if we're talking with the Bears, you know what the Bears would have said? The Bears would have been like, deal breaker, you've got to give us 32 because that's the pick we had to give up.
Everybody wants 32
for Chase Claypool.
Everybody wants 32. Yeah, that's true.
Because that was their pick, and then the craziness happened on the last week of the season.
You should have traded.
That Houston won and they lost, and we ended up getting the top pick in the 2nd round.
Atlanta would have got Bijan at 17. We should have traded with Atlanta.
Yeah, I agree. I actually thought we were going to get Paris at 8.
Got by the Eagles.
You're breaking up on us, Bob. I'm not sure if something's wrong with you or microphone, or if you can pull back from it a little bit.
How about now?
Yeah, you're good. Now, what do you want to ask?
I was going to say, do you think if the Falcons don't take Bijan, do the Eagles stay patient and take Bijan at 10 and not trade up for Carter?
I don't know.
I think they always had plans to get Jalen Carter because they know Fletcher Cox is on his last leg. So if Jalen Carter dropped as far as he did, I think Eagles always had that plan.
Wow, that's early for him, man.
Who?
Me and Ben are a little ahead of you guys.
Stop telling secrets over there. Who Chicago picked?
Darnell Wright.
Okay. Thank.
I'm okay with that.
I didn't want Darnell. I didn't want him. So
Darnell
I'm glad
Wright?
he's off the board.
Yeah. Put it this way, I like him.
Wow, that's early. I think it's early for him.
That's way too early.
For who?
Darnell Wright.
Right.
Oh wow.
I mean,
Well,
I had him at 32, and I was going to be pumped.
a lot of mocks have been mocking him at 17 to the Steelers just
And he's the
because
second tackle taken
off the board. Yeah.
before we might get Skoronsky
Or Broderick Jones.
or
Yeah.
Broderick.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Wright didn't make too much sense to me. With him being a right tackle, I mean he played left and right, but his better tape was at right. And Chuk hasn't played bad enough to lose his right tackle spot, and
There
I
we
think
go.
Chuk's a way better right tackle than he is a left tackle. So that move would have made
There
no
we go.
sense to me.
Agreed. We were never going to take Darnell Wright, but Roderick Jones is interesting.
A linebacker at left tackle.
Yeah,
That's what he looks like.
yeah. But I think
There you go,
Tennessee.
Caleb. Go with this guy.
I think Tennessee takes Broderick Skoronsky because I mean, my man is gone.
Lawan.
Yeah, Lawan's gone, and yeah, they need a tackle. They need a tackle on both sides actually because both are. Go ahead.
So here's my next question. Who other than Detroit needs a corner?
Washington.
The Washington Commanders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Washington needs a lot though.
They also need
Yeah.
They need a new owner. They need a new front office. They need
Will Levis could fall to Washington.
They like their quarterback though.
I think Will Levis might be going to Tennessee.
I think Washington would
Or
sprint
Washington.
to the podium if Christian Gonzalez was still on the board.
Right. I agree.
You don't think
And
Washington takes a quarterback before they take a corner? You think they're comfortable with
They like Sam Howell.
Sam Howell?
Yeah.
Do you think
Yeah,
that
they
they
took
take
those
somebody
boys.
like a corner from down the road in Banks? You know, also another Terp there, D. Gray.
I think they'd like Howell. I don't think they would do
Definitely.
Yeah.
Man, the TV's so far behind right now. It's still
Yeah.
showing.
And D. Gray, you're getting some love here from Steeler Nation. Brian Davis, my favorite Maryland Terp. What's up?
He was on our live
man,
show the other
this
day
guy.
giving D a hard time.
Oh, yeah, Brian's awesome. He's been a part of our
He know
show
them- he
for
know-
a few years.
You know them dirty Turks.
Oh, God, watch the read. Somebody
I'm
commented
actually,
saying
I'm
the
actually
Ravens
happy for Jalen Carter, man.
I'm
What's
not.
trying.
What's that, Mackenzie?
No, so somebody in the comments said the Ravens need a corner. If the Ravens get Joey Porter Jr., you know that's
No.
also going to be a spy.
I think they would do that despite us. No
Right.
doubt about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, literally despite us.
It's going to be sad when Joey Porter Sr. Disowns his son at that moment too.
Good call.
Harbaugh was making jokes about
Actually-
trying to get Joey to cheer for the Ravens. That ain't going to happen.
And guys, since we're talking about Ravens, let's mention the elephant in the room here with Lamar Jackson getting a new contract with that big guaranteed number.
So let me speak on that first.
Please do, Center Square.
Take the Ravens with all my being, but I like Lamar Jackson.
I do too. He's a winner.
I like it when we
Absolutely.
play against them too.
I like it when he can't beat us. So I don't really have too many worries, but I think the kid is good. He's a leader, and he's a unique quarterback, and he's kind of changed how quarterbacks are perceived, and so that's a good thing. And for him to be now the highest paid quarterback for total money, I guess, is great, and it helps all quarterbacks. But being your own agent, I think, being your own agent, that definitely is a trend-setting type of move. He got the biggest quarterback contract. We got Tunsil in Houston, who was his own agent. He's the highest paid tackle in the league, and so not to say that all agents are bad, but there are some out there and that take advantage of players. So it's good to see those two buck the trend and succeed in that fashion. So that's my 2 cents. I still hate the Ravens, though. Let that be known. I hate them.
I agree.
So here's a question: Do you,
My friend.
with all the AFC North quarterbacks, obviously Joe Burrow is about to get a payday too. what kind of quarterback do you think Kenny Pickett's going to take the Brady route and take pay cuts left and right to get a solid team around him, or do you think he's going to, I mean, he's probably with his trajectory now, I think he's going to be worth that kind of money at some point. It's just, do you think he's a guy that's going to take less to have more?
I think that Brady was the last of a dying breed. I don't think any quarterback is ever going to do that ever again.
It's not too often you have a billionaire wife.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, I can play for nothing. I'll make it up on the back end.
I think Brady
I'll make it up with
one
TB12 selling my stuff right there in your stadium.
The thing is, as a player, I want every player at every position to get as much money as you can get.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Every single time. So that's just my point of view. D?
Yeah, no, I'm not about taking money from his pockets. I was like, he just seems like he's that kind of guy who wants the best team around him.
When a player, when somebody tells a player that, they're just being greedy. No, if you have a guy, they can make it work. They can make the cap space work. You don't have to take a pay cut or take less for a good GM to surround talent. Get the scouts to do their damn job.
Right.
Find some talent in other rounds if you don't have the cash to pay the current guys. But it's not our job to make the scouts and the GM's jobs easier.
Yeah. Yeah, and we got the cap guru genius in Omar at
crazy.
GM now too.
Right.
Oh, the Titans pick is in. It's your boy Trai.
They going with the O-line.
No, Skoronski.
Yep.
They definitely taking offensive line.
I knew
taking offensive line.
Will Levis is going to be drafted tomorrow. I'm telling you.
He was going to drop big.
It makes sense though to take.
Mm-hmm.
They took my guy though. They took my. I'm happy for him.
Come on. It definitely makes a lot of sense to take Peter, man. I mean, you got Nicholas Petit-Frere on the other side, man. And then when I was with the Titans last season, they was developing Nicholas to be that starting right tackle role anyway. So, you know what I'm saying? We already knew Taylor was kind of done because Taylor, man, he barely practiced. He wanted to be a podcast guy. You know what I mean? You can tell he took the football route wasn't as important as it was back in the day. You know what I mean? Like Taylor do whatever he wanted to do in Tennessee, man. He come to practice when he feel like it. You know what I mean? So we knew his days was limited in Tennessee. So when we brought Nicholas in, we knew that he was the emerging tackle coming. So now that he's gone, man, definitely had to go get another tackle now to replace Taylor.
And they traded back, right, to get this because they were what was Tennessee initially, number 6?
No, they were 11.
Yeah, they held. I think they were in talks with trading up to 3 with the Cards, but
with D-Hop involved.
Right.
So it's going to be real funny when Green Bay picks and they're finally going to pick a receiver in the first round.
Who are they going to get? Zay Flowers?
JSN.
They'll take JSN.
Yeah. Smith and Jigba's different as far as route running goes. He's different.
He's special, man.
You can play in the cold.
And he can play in the cold.
I already know Detroit's going to go. They're going to take Gonzalez. It's going to be sad.
So Broderick Jones will be there, but I said it the other day in the chat. Broderick Jones is someone who rised a lot in the media, but I'm curious if everyone else was as high on him.
I wasn't high. I'm not sold on him. I'm not sold on him.
That's why I'm saying, like, a lot of people started bringing him up, but it was all media talk. You didn't hear anyone coming out.
New England needs O-line help too.
Me and Kaleb was just talking about this the other day on our chat. Like, I mean, I'm not really solid on him, man. I mean, I think he's a guy that needs a lot of work. I think me personally, he's not a tackle in this league. He's definitely going straight to guard because, I mean, his feet is just all over the place. I mean, he's a leaner. I mean, he has good space and he plays with good balance and space. But when it comes to good speed rushes, he lunges a lot, man. So he's kind of not confident in his punch, man. And then top of the sets, he get beat inside a lot. And if you're a guy that gets beat inside a lot, man, I don't know about that, dog. You can be sending people to hospitals, man. So I don't know, man. I ain't high on him. I'll skip with that one. I don't know how much film y'all watched on Broderick. What's his name? Broderick or whatever his name is. Yeah, I ain't too high on that guy. I'll pass on that one.
How are you feeling about that, Trai?
So I like the fact that he was in Georgia's system and how they did things, but I agree with D. Like, he does lunge. We need somebody that's a little bit more conservative.
Power.
Yeah, we need some power. Somebody that is.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's the alpha dog in that team. If we're going to draft a lineman, I need somebody to come in. I think we got our alpha when we got Isaac from Philly.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so we got somebody that's going to come in and people want to follow because.
Nice.
And once again, I'm not saying his game is bad, but Mike T, knowing him, he want grown men to come to the South Side and apply pressure right then, especially with a first round draft pick, man. Like, you don't have time to develop, man. They expect you to come and play right now. But you understand, you still young, you still a kid, you know what I'm saying, playing a grown man's game on the NFL level. But some of the things he struggled with right now in college, which is at the top of his set, not be able to sit down and not having the IQ to know when you get 7 or 8 yards deep that a defensive end is not going to keep running around the whole field. He got to counter back inside. So with not knowing that, he's going to struggle in the league, man, not knowing, okay, bro, I'm 7 yards deep. Let me slow it down a little bit. He just keep going and get thrown right out of out of the picture, man. I think that's something that he struggles with big time in the SEC. So in NFL is a different type of animal, guy. These guys are faster, stronger, and smarter. And all they're going to do is just scheme him up and bang, he'll be getting picked left and right. And so the best thing is, well, move him inside, man. Let him get a little stronger. Let him do more squats. And he'll be a great guard, I think. A hell of a guard.
So
Trey, we're getting some calls here that it looks like Skronsky might be going here, your Northwestern guy.
Yeah, that's what they say. He's in Tennessee.
Yeah,
he's already gone.
That sounds like a Tennessee pick to me. Don't get me wrong.
It does. And it makes all the sense in the world. Makes me
looking at this Tennessee war room right now. It's like, oh, my guys are sitting there. Oh, my guys sitting right in the war room.
So with them not getting Will Levis, do you think, I mean, the reports are that they've given up or lost faith in Malik Willis.
That's an interesting
point.
I think
they might ride it out with him because, I mean,
no, Tannehill's still there. Tannehill, he'll play this year.
Yeah,
they still owe him a lot of money. So
like 34 million.
Man, that contract he got.
Yeah.
And guys, we've reached the point of the draft. We're at pick number 12. They like to me, this is the area where the Steelers could move up if they really wanted to grab somebody like Gonzalez in this area. Like, would they be on the phone? With Green Bay, with Detroit.
In my opinion, I think if they were going to move up, they would have did it already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think they're going to stand pat and just pick the best available. But I mean,
so Troy, my question is, who do you think is the best available for the Steelers at this point right now, knowing some of the guys we were expecting is already gone now? So like Jalen Carter, for me, Paris Johnson, like who do you think is best available that can come in and contribute right now?
It's going to be a DB. I think it's either going to be Gonzalez or Joey Porter Jr.
I'm going to bring up the Steeler Nation BPA and bring Zach on the show. Because we've got our running board here from Matt and it's Christian Gonzalez right now is the top BPA.
Whoa.
Jackson Smith, the Ohio State receiver, Brian Branch on there, and Brian Breezy being the BPAs here on your boards. Matt
and Kaleb, that's a guy I like.
Yeah, D likes Breezy.
Brian Breezy, that's the guy I think they should definitely go. Man, still a struggle in the run game, man. And Brian Breezy is a physical guy at a point of attack, man. He plays low.
They just took him.
He's definitely a guy that
he's gone.
No. Was it Gonzalez?
They took Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Let's go.
Wow.
Is that the first question mark of the draft so far?
So I love one.
Jahmyr Gibbs at 12?
2 running backs in the top 12. Unbelievable.
That's crazy.
Wow. That's fantastic for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That drops talent. I'm hoping, there's only been 3 quarterbacks taken so far?
2.
Yeah, I mean, you still got Levis and Hooker out there.
Because that's going to drop big talent to the Steelers. Because this is one unexpected. Because we've seen some mock drafts having one of the running backs going top 10. But now that we have 2 going before the Steelers pick, we definitely are going to have some talent. Dropping to the Steelers.
You know what I just thought of?
What's that?
if the Jets got Christian Gonzalez to match him up with Sauce Gardner.
Oh, jeez. It's the last time the Jets picked a corner before us. It was only Revis Island.
Hey, we
come
got
on.
Law Dog out of that though, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah,
I mean,
Mackenzie, you like Luke Van Ness, right?
He's
I have not watched a lot of film on him, admittedly. I think Luke Van Ness might be in the mix, and that was somebody that you brought up. Luke Van Ness.
did, because originally looking at him during the combine, people were comparing him to TJ Watt in a sense of like the build and everything, and a lot of people were saying he was expected to go earlier, and now that he hasn't gone, like I'm still looking at that name, and it's like he's kind of a dog, like
He is. And it's Iowa. They always get good linemen and tight ends. And
I was about to say that, man. Oh my gosh, bro. Iowa, man, these dudes be about 6'9", 6'10". You know what I mean? Skyscrapers at D tackle, man. I'm talking about
they're always good players. They're always good, solid players.
Always, everyone. Man, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So I didn't know who Luke Van Ness was. I just Googled him just now. And as soon as I seen an Iowa uniform, that's all I need to see. He's definitely good. I don't need to watch his film. I'm telling you.
Well,
by the way, if everything stays exactly like this,
he never
Christian
started for
Gonzalez.
them.
Did you say that?
All them guys.
If everything stays just like this, it will not stay like this. But Christian Gonzalez is still on the board, and he was someone I was willing to trade into the top 10 for.
Right.
He keeps falling. He's already a gift right now.
If he's
like I would trade up for him now.
Right,
Yeah.
me too.
And he'll get technique advice from Pat Pete.
Exactly, his favorite player and the player that he designed his game after.
Exactly. And you would get that lockdown corner striker. We get the Rod Woodson back we haven't had in a long time.
Jeez.
So
Can
if
he return
Christian
kicks and punts?
If there's one position we have not drafted well since Tomlin has been
Artie Burns.
Oh, well, you said it. You said it.
Oh, that was my guy.
Mark
Cortez Allen, like that's my
Green
buddy.
Bay.
Yeah.
Right.
What's Green Bay gonna do here, you guys?
Trey, you played with Ricardo Coakley. He was a third round pick.
Coakley's decent though. Yeah.
Ricardo was second. I have a small school. Ricardo Coakley was good. He just mentally he was.
But then you get Ike. Was he a third or fourth rounder?
Ike was a fourth rounder. Yep.
And he developed.
Dog.
Ike was a dog. His mentality was different.
Right.
It was different. He had a first round mentality.
You needed that mentality at corner. You need to have that mentality at corner.
You do.
BMAC was also a good corner too that we drafted in that. Era. I like BMAC a lot.
BMAC was huge. I tell everybody our 2005 rookie class, we contributed big time. And BMAC, second round draft,
that play in the back corner of the end zone.
Yeah.
Right. With his foot.
Against Reggie Wayne, you remember that?
Yeah. He kicked it. He got his foot up, so Reggie, he was already off balance, and just getting that foot up stopped that play for us to be able to win that game.
Right.
That
for Vanderjack to be the drunken kicker that he is.
He missed it. I loved watching. He missed it when they showed all three people that they showed. I think it was Roethlisberger, it was Cower, and it was Peyton Manning. All three of them said he missed it. And each one was like, one was relief, one was like disbelief, and like Peyton Manning's like, he missed it.
Them showing Bettis too.
Damn kickers missed the ball.
Like knew it. He wasn't even surprised. He was like, of course he missed it.
By the way, with Green Bay on the board, we might see our first safety go off the board here. Brian Branch might go off the board.
That's the person that both Matt and I want.
I think they're going Smith and Jigba.
That'd be great. I'd love that. I want a receiver taken because I know we're not taking one in the first round.
Yeah, I don't think Green Bay's taking anyone that we're going to be interested in.
They gotta take a wide receiver.
I'm inside.
Ben, you get them. You're getting them before everybody else, Ben. So
I'm working, man. I'm working here. I'm just scrolling.
What do you want? Are you on Twitter, Ben?
Twitter. Yeah.
He's Adam Scheffler the shit out of this right
now. That's it.
No, I like that. That helps. You're helping me update the big board before anything comes out, so people could check our big board before they're watching the TV right now. So.
Even Cam Hayward
Did you say who they picked?
They haven't picked anyone yet.
You haven't picked anyone yet?
The Packers picked his Oh, it's that Iowa boy that we were just talking about.
Lucas Van Ness.
Van,
Oh!
okay, I don't mind that at
You know
all.
what? We got to stop.
Didn't want
You
him.
know what? From now on,
Didn't
we're not
want
going to talk about who we want the Steelers to draft because whenever we talk about them, they get drafted.
I mean,
I
did we
think,
really need
there's
another
a good
edge?
kicker out there. There's a good kicker the Steelers should get.
Right, in the first round.
There you go.
Yes.
There has to be a punter again.
Not till day 3, Robert. I'm not seeing a quarterback for us taken until day 3, probably in the 7th round. Duggan's going to be there. I know you like Duggan too there, Ben. We both mocked him. There's some
Clayton
good
Tune is another.
Yeah, if he dropped there, I'd love Clayton Tune as well. Robert C would be very happy that we say that.
Hey,
he's
next
resident
picks
Cougar.
in.
I like it.
What's
Picks
that?
in. Hey, sorry, Mackenzie. No pairing with TJ Watt.
You just missed it.
Yeah, we've been talking about it for 2 minutes.
Wow.
I know that.
I was asking my wife to get me a drink, and that's what I missed.
That's what you get, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't exactly need to get in.
Whoops.
I didn't see us
Ignore
getting us
me,
mid,
y'all.
but still.
And
Yeah,
I think
I
if they went edge at 17, it's going to be Nolan Smith. If they did that, but I think Christian Gonzalez, he might be there.
I think Nolan Smith. I think Nolan Smith gone to the Patriots. He's just like that. He's just like the type of guy the Patriots like.
What I don't want is for us to draft somebody who doesn't deserve to be drafted there. I don't want us to reach. So Terrell Edmonds, who ended up being a great player for us. I love Terrell Edmonds. We had no business picking Terrell Edmonds when we picked him, you know? And so I don't want that. That's all I don't want.
Don't get Stryker started on Terrell Edmonds.
I think Bush.
I don't hate Terrell Edmonds. I just expected more out of him for being a first-round draft pick, and I probably would not have been as hard on Terrell Edmonds if he was a third-rounder, fourth-rounder, because he's a very solid player.
He's a very solid player.
Yeah, it didn't make a whole lot of mistakes, but I expect splash plays out of players that are taken in the first round, and that's what just it bothers me. It doesn't bother everybody, but that was my only big.
We got to trade. We got to trade.
Oh
no, I'm sorry.
Steelers.
No, I'm sorry. They threw it up on the board looking like a trade. They were talking about the Aaron Rodgers trade. Big fake out.
He's such a tease. You got to stop it.
I look up big trades
Thanks,
like on
Alex.
the thing, and well, it's a good thing I'm listening to. That was a test of the emergency Zach broadcasting system. By the way, Matt and Ben, what do you think there's a chance the Patriots take a wide receiver next?
No chance.
Nah.
Hey,
They don't
hey,
do that. They don't do that.
I think they go Broderick.
Hey, D. If Gonzalez is still on the board, do you take Banks over Gonzalez? You being a Maryland guy.
Yeah,
You put him in a bind. You put him in a bind.
You take Banks. Yeah,
I just like Joey Porter more, but I definitely take
Right.
Banks.
Okay,
I definitely
cool.
take Banks.
Cool.
Banks is a smooth player, man. Smooth, super smooth, quick.
You just
Man,
talked about three
So we got three DB.
three great corners, and we are how far away from
We're only
drafting?
3 picks away.
So I don't think all 3 corners are going to be taken. We could be seeing one of those players as a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Do you see us
Coming up.
taking
Or-
Joey Porter Jr.?
The former
now there's
Steeler
the-
players like
who do-
Joey
who-
Porter Jr.
Everyone knows I like him, so
Yeah.
I'm not going to see it anymore.
Okay, good.
I really like Joey
Penn
Porter,
State.
just the physicality part, man. He bring it to the defense.
Yeah, he brings a little bit of
Yeah,
attitude.
My comparison
Just the
for him,
physicality, man. And Tomlin loved that.
And Tomlin has known him his whole life.
Literally.
Yeah. And as we know, the knock on corners is corners don't like to tackle. So you want to get your backs on corners, but he changed the narrative, man. You don't want to get your back on him, man. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're Najee Harris. I mean, he don't matter who it is. He running everybody over.
In our draft episode, we had a full episode on Joey Porter Jr. because that's how much we like him.
Nice.
We did my comp for him as far as like the way he plays.
We have a little bit of breaking here.
Uh-oh.
The Patriots aren't taking their pick. The Steelers are on the clock.
What? I'm sure
Yes!
they're getting Nolan Smith.
Gonzalez?
Gonzalez.
It's Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
It's got to be
Patriots-
Gonzalez.
The Patriots have traded their pick. The Patriots get the Steelers 17 and 120.
Oh, they traded the Steelers.
Yes! Oh, what a
Steelers
good
get their
trade.
14.
Yes.
What a
Steelers
good
get
trade. Okay, here we go.
Wait, yeah, it's on the TV. It's on the TV too.
On the clock.
Time for a shot. Steelers trading
This is
up.
on the clock.
Time for a shot. Let's go.
I just got my Eagle report. We're good.
It might be Broderick Jones though, guys. Let's
No.
Christian Gonzalez.
I
Christian
hope
Gonzalez.
not.
No.
Gonzalez.
Please
No.
don't be Broderick Jones. Please.
Please don't be.
Joey's
Do
an
not be
option
Broderick
too.
Jones. No.
Yeah,
32. We're gonna
Joey
get
over
both of them.
Gonzalez would be a
both of them.
mistake.
With those
Gonzalez
three,
is too good.
yeah, he should not
JSN.
be here. He should not be here.
JSN.
I can even see
Ben, do you
Nolan
have
Smith,
it?
man. He's a pretty good player in that defense.
Oh,
I'm
Ben.
amazed you guys can hear over my heart. Holy.
Ben.
Right.
Come on.
This-
Tell me
this is what
something
we were-
good, man.
This is
All
what this
teams to
show is
trade
all
with?
about. We get to trade up in the first round. Now, I mean, is there anybody else that's thinking anybody other than Gonzalez, Joey Porter?
I think
What are
it's
your thoughts,
Gonzalez.
guys?
I think
I
it's
don't think you have
I
to trade up
agree.
for Porter.
Hey,
I don't think you have to
right.
trade up for Porter.
I
it's
think
Gonzalez.
Caleb is right. Broderick Jones is a possible.
Okay.
No, I don't. Yeah.
Look at
Mr.
Mr.
We
Roney in that
could
room.
trade back
Broderick.
into the
I
first
see it
round.
being. It could be Broderick. I don't.
I think it's
Come on,
Gonzalez.
yo! Come on, yo! I see him on TV. I see them. I see the draft room.
Watch it be
Keep
like
watching
Nolan
Ben
Smith
Look
or
at
Smith.
Shelly
something.
McKenzie.
I see. I see Omar. I see Omar.
Oh, you see Omar.
They just shook hands with someone. They just shook hands. They just shook hands. They're clapping.
Who is it?
Come on.
Oh, they're shaking hands in the war room. They put their pick
Yeah.
in.
Oh,
I-
this is a
Broderick
happy.
Is it Broderick Jones?
Broderick Jones. You guys,
It's
it's
Broderick
Broderick
Jones.
Jones.
I told you.
Well, they
It
showing
is.
it. They
Wait,
showing
wait,
it.
Wait,
hold
no,
on.
they're
No.
showing him.
It's
No, they're
Gonzalez.
showing Broderick Jones. Hold on.
No,
They was grabbing the hat
Ben-
behind
Ben's
them.
got
They
it.
was
What
grabbing
is it?
Phillips' hat.
Who is it?
I don't know.
What?
This is
Oh,
the one
it
you
is
don't know,
Broderick
Ben.
Jones. It is Broderick Jones.
Broderick
It's
Jones.
Broderick Jones.
I know.
Okay.
Oh my
Okay.
god. Oh my god.
Wow.
We got an offensive tackle.
Wow.
And not
That's
Christian
a-
Gonzalez.
Wow. I thought we were going
That
to take
sucks.
Gonzalez there. Sure.
Don't forget, we still got that 32nd pick. We can go get one of those corners now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Holy
Deontay
Banks
would be-
moly.
That's a great trade, though. That's a great trade.
Well,
Oh my
they're
God.
moving up to
Give up
grab
the
the guy they want. And
Yeah.
if they're moving up in this situation, they thought this guy was a top 10 pick.
When Broderick Jones threw one of the Steelers coaches at the combine, I knew they wanted him at that moment.
You guys, he is a two-time national champion.
No.
It's
Yeah.
not the Georgia guy we originally wanted, but we got a Georgia guy.
I
mean,
want
Trey-
the quarterback so bad.
Trey and D are definitely the experts, but personally, I saw a lot of film of Broderick Jones. I liked him a lot. No sacks last year in the SEC. I know D was saying he struggles, but ultimately, whatever struggles he was doing, it still resulted in no production from whoever was rushing against him. Now, he wasn't going against NFL guys every week, so I defer
Bingo.
to D and Trey knowing more about it than I do, but I personally liked Broderick Jones. I thought he was the best tackle in the draft, and I predicted him as the first round pick. So.
And apparently the Jets were really eyeing him, and the Steelers knew that, and they wanted to jump and get him.
Okay.
Yeah, they either had to jump the Jets
Oh
for
man, this made me
Broderick
almost
or
turn the
Washington
TV
for
off,
Christian,
man.
so.
All right, guys. I want to throw to you guys individually. I want to take your takes, and you're gonna be the only person on the screen when we get your take. Trey, I'm going to throw to you first. When you come up in the solo layout, tell everybody what you think about Broderick Jones.
All right. So always knew it was a possibility we can get a tackle. I get it. Broderick Jones played in the SEC. He played at the highest level of college football this year, and he dominated against SEC competition, and he showed out. I think he's going to be a great addition to our offensive line. I know Coach Meyer is going to coach him up really good, and this is another weapon to protect Kenny Pickett so that he can get it to all the weapons on the outside of Najee. So I'm happy. I'm coming around to it. I wanted to go another direction initially, but after thinking about it for these last 15 seconds, I'm coming around to it, and I'm on board. Let's go, Broderick. Let's go.
All right, we're going to move to the next Pittsburgh Steeler offensive lineman, D. Gray. I want to hear your genuine thoughts about Broderick Jones.
Well, I think he's a good pick. I think he's solid, man. I don't think Pittsburgh can go wrong using him because they're gonna do a good job molding him. And And one of the things I liked about his game was him playing in space. I mean, I like him pulling. I like him doing a lot of the pin and pull schemes. Man, he get out into space. He dominates those corners. He gets attached quick, and he runs guys to the sideline. So I think that's great about his game. Like I said, with things that scares me about him is just his pass game set. Because, NFL is a passing league, man, and you got to keep Kenny upright, man. So that's the only thing that scares me about his game. But hopefully he can turn around and get that hands on quick, and they guys teach him well in the league that he can develop that fast. But me personally, I really like to see him at guard and see what he looks like inside. But yeah, man, I think he's a very solid pick. I don't think they went wrong. Me personally, I don't think it. So I think he's good. So I mean, straight.
You're getting some love from the beautiful alley there. D is so handsome. Now that you fixed your lighting, you look great, man.
She's sitting right behind him.
Oh, no. Oh, I hit the wrong button there. Exit solo layout. Here we go. And I think I accidentally dropped him down. I got to bring D back on. There we go. I'll add him back. To
Damn, they must have like my comment about it. I think
right? Mackenzie, I'm throwing to you next. Tell us about Broderick Jones.
All right. So I personally think I'm going to start with he's a two-time national champion, okay? He has a winning mentality. He knows what it's like to be on a team that wants to win. Second of all, he's a dog. He's huge. He's 6'4". He's 311 pounds. This guy is someone that we need to protect Kenny. For years, it's been, who's going to protect Kenny? Who's going to protect Kenny? And it has not, or for Ben in the past. Now it's like new era. Kenny, we need to see him stay healthy. We cannot risk him getting any more concussions. We cannot risk him getting injured. So bringing this guy in to the puzzle is exactly what we needed. It is exactly what Omar and Mike Tomlin wanted.
Oh, gosh, I keep hitting the wrong button. I'll get you back on here, too.
Stryker doesn't like what people have to hear.
And no, I love what people have to hear. Thank you so much for at least giving that inside info. Now we're going to start going to the draft gurus. Now that Matt, this time I'm going to Matt first, Ben. I'm sorry. Usually I go to you first, Ben, but Matt, I'm going to you since you fixed your audio. What are your thoughts on Broderick Jones?
He obviously wasn't the top person left on my board, but I like it. I like that the Steelers are addressing left tackle. Do whatever you can to set Kenny up for success. I personally thought Dan Moore was honestly up and coming, been solid the second half of last year, but definitely room for upgrades. New front office is putting a lot of emphasis on the offensive line, so I can't hate on the pick. He's definitely a mauler. He's definitely going to help Najee in the run game, open up a lot of holes. So he's young. Get him with Pat Meyer in the room. D and Trey both mentioned he likes to lean, needs to work on his punch. Not many people out there better than Pat Meyer to really fix that for him. So overall, cheers, Broderick. Welcome to the Steeler Nation.
Good call. Everybody bring up your glasses. Steeler Nation. We welcome you to the team, Broderick Jones. Welcome to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Cheers.
Cheers.
I'm at work, guys. Somebody's going to have to drink one for me.
I'm not
Trey got you.
drinking.
Trey got you.
I'm glad you can still be on the show. While
There
you're
you go,
work.
Trey. There you go.
Ben, you're the next resident veteran here. I'm going to you for the solo layout. What are your thoughts on Broderick Jones?
Of course, I would have loved Christian Gonzalez. I would have loved it. I mean, I had cornerback a little bit higher on my board than offensive tackle, but here we are. Certainly don't really hate the pick. Yeah, you have to protect your franchise quarterback. I mean, we saw what the Bengals did back, it was like 2 years ago with Chase. And yeah, it was a good pick, but look how they lost the Super Bowl, where the quarterback was on his butt the entire game. Hard to win games like that, especially Super Bowl. So they probably took that with a grain of salt. They saw that blueprint, and I like it. He's athletic, as what we've been saying. He's in a good place, in a good setting. He has a good supporting right guard, left guard rather, right next to him. It's hard to hate this as of where we are right now. So I'm on board with it.
Nice. Next person I want to throw to, Bob. You are the old head of the group, like myself. So I want to hear your thoughts on Broderick Jones.
I think what it really shows is Andy Weidel, his influence. He built through the trenches in Philly. He built through the trenches in Baltimore. I personally thought Broderick Jones was the best tackle in the draft. I'm happy that we got him. I think it opens up all kinds of possibilities for some guys in the second round, Tyreek Stevenson. And when I saw, it was about a month ago, Brian Baldinger was on 93.7 The Fan, and he was talking about Jones, and he was comparing him favorably to Andrew Thomas, who was second team All-Pro this year. And he thought that Broderick Jones was already ahead of Andrew Thomas. Now, that's just one expert, but I mean, when I saw that, I was like, okay, this is the guy. Pickett, concussion prone. Hopefully that's just, they were 2 freak ones, but 2 in a year, you got to worry about it. And, we haven't taken enough our linemen in the first round since DeCastro. And I'm just really happy. I love seeing Weidl's influence. And I think there are really good corners at 32 and 49 who they're not Christian Gonzalez. I mean, I would have been ecstatic with him too, but I'm really happy with the pick. I really like the fact that we're going back to building Steeler way. We're going to maul people. I think Jones is a mauler. I think he's going to be great for Najee. And like Trey and D said, I think he'll come along in the passing game quick enough. It is a passing league, but not with Matt Canada.
Whoa.
Great opinion from
Drop the mic, Bob.
We're not going to talk about my guy, Matt Canada. Not my guy, Matt Canada. Whoa. My jet sweeps and all that alone now.
Hey, Kaleb.
That's what got Anthony McFarland drafted right now, doing that.
Right. Hey, Kaleb, we got you coming up next now. What are your thoughts on Broderick Jones? I know you're chomping at the bit.
So Bob hit it right on the head. I was actually going to bring that up. It fits the Andy Weidl mold of what he did in Philly. I personally I've liked Broderick Jones since for a while now. I thought it made sense. He was a guy that I would have been excited for at 17, and we didn't give up a lot to go get him. And they got their guy. I have him as the best athlete amongst the offensive linemen this year. I don't know what Trey thinks. I kind of know what D thinks about it. We talked about it on our show yesterday. But, I mean, I'm not going to say I called it, but, I did. And then I think there's a chance that we might see us come back into the first round to come get one of these corners.
Nice. Great opinion. Now we got, I guess the only person, Zach, I have not gotten your opinion yet. It is your time to be soloed. What are your thoughts on Broderick Jones?
I'm very happy with you. You can't be mad at it. Of course, I wanted Christian Gonzalez. That would have been wonderful. But I think what we saw is only one cornerback went off the board, and this was our chance to get him. Like I think Matt or Ben said that the Jets were definitely high on him. So this showed both strategy and aggression towards what we wanted. I wanted a tackle for the future. We got a tackle for the future. And the other point I actually can't bring up because I'm going to upset D if I say that name. So I'm just going to leave that alone.
Great, man. Now, here's a point I want to make. And I've been thinking about this, talking about this on my podcasts. I said, if the Steelers traded up in the first round, that number 32 spot being the first pick of the second round, having teams an entire day to think about, oh my gosh, we missed the guy that we wanted. We missed this position in the first round. This is almost as valuable, not as valuable, obviously, as the first overall pick, but it's also a pick of pause where people can come up and maybe trade for a future first rounder, maybe throw in some 4th, 5th, 6th rounders this year too, to make that pick happen if they've got to go up and grab the player that they absolutely have to fill that position of need.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Trey.
No, please.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bob.
I think there's a chance, because we haven't seen any wide receivers yet, that there are some wide receiver needy teams that, like Green Bay, maybe Buffalo, if they go in a different direction, that may be very interested in coming at 32 and getting a guy like, Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison. And I don't particularly think this is a great wide receiver class, but, for teams that are desperate for wide receivers, we could, Omar Khan could fleece somebody.
Or a quarterback. That's a big spot for a quarterback as well.
Quarterback that's left.
Somebody.
William Levis.
Oh, Levis. I forgot Levis.
Right?
Yeah. I still think Hooker will be one of the better quarterbacks in this draft when it's all said.
I like Hooker a lot. I felt his injury kind of because Dennis Dixon was solid out of Oregon too, and that injury I thought took his draft stock way down back in the day. And I don't know if he's as much of an athlete as Dennis was, but that injury just it sucks for him. He was playing so well. I like Hooker a lot.
Hooker's first reach at the draft. Will McDonald.
I think so. This one shocked me.
Yeah.
Where did we have him ranked, Zach, in the big
99th on the big board? That was a scroll down. I honestly thought, I'm like, did they miss him? And then I just kept scrolling. So
there's no way Ben and Matt are missing anybody.
huge surprise.
I was not high on Will McDonald. I wasn't. When he started going against some of the better teams, he didn't flash as nearly as much as when he was facing some of the lesser competition. So I don't know. He didn't jump off the tape for me. But I'm not an NFL GM for a reason. So.
Goodness. No, you had him ranked 3rd round pick. That's where you guys had him ranked specifically on that. So that's
the
crazy.
Terrell Edmonds of this year's draft.
Son of a gun.
That's crazy.
Son of a gun. I didn't say it.
Don't hate. Don't hate on Terrell, man.
I like Terrell.
I was a Terrell supporter. If he would have re-signed this year, I was getting a Terrell jersey.
Well, you can get an Eagles Terrell jersey.
He needed a change of scenery. He needed to go to a place where he was able to really shine in a different role.
I wish
honestly,
they got his brother. Chicago signed him to a big old contract. I want his brother really bad.
I'm with you, Trey, on that one. And but also I will say that in Philadelphia, with that defense, Terrell will feast. He's going to have a good year, guys. And a lot of Steeler fans, myself included, are going to be like, "Why didn't we keep Terrell?"
But
did Will Levis just go off the board?
Gee, let me ask you this, because he played with a pretty damn good front here.
Yes, he did. I agree.
Before Philly led the league in sacks, we led the league in sacks
for 5 years. What? For 5 straight years?
Yeah. So there's not a lot of excuses.
Yeah, I'm with you, Trey. Yeah, I understand. I was just trying to play devil's advocate, trying to talk him up a little bit. He's a Steeler. I'm never going to trash a Steeler, except for maybe Sean Mayhem. But other than that, that's about it.
I think he's a very solid player. He complimented Mika very well. Yeah. But I think I'm drawing a blank. Desmond, KZ.
Oh, KZ, yes. Well, I absolutely love.
He is a playmaker.
Exactly.
Like, he has a nose for the ball, kind of like Will Gay had a nose for the ball.
Right.
My dog.
Mike Hilton has a nose for the ball.
Even thinking of Keanu Neal. Keanu Neal.
I said that's my dog. Will Gay, that's my dog right there.
That's my dog.
Big play.
Yeah.
Will Gay transcends many generations of football players.
Right.
You just mentioned Mike Hilton as well too. Dog.
Mike Hilton, dog. Yes.
I'm talking about you get him in that
never got away. That was one of my biggest.
Smallest dude, the biggest heart.
Yeah.
Will Gay will forever be remembered for his pick six against Cincinnati in the celebration that ensued afterwards.
Dude, I just saw that. I saw that yesterday.
Big play, Willie Gay.
It's a beautiful thing to see him celebrate 4 times for one play. So,
hey Ben, I know you got to get going here, Ben. I want to thank you so much for being a part of the show. All the work that you do for draft, evaluation, and all the draft articles that you put out. Are you going to be back on the show tomorrow?
Of course, absolutely. I wouldn't miss it. And Saturday.
Awesome! All right,
yeah.
We will.
Thanks,
see
bro.
We will see you soon, guys. Give your love to Ben, guys. Yeah.
I'm sure I'll
Bye, Ben.
call you at some point. So enjoy the draft.
Awesome, Ben. We'll see you. We'll see you tomorrow, my friend.
Cool. Sounds good.
And I'll get out the email about who's coming where.
Cool.
Cool. Awesome, man. See ya.
McKenzie.
And I'd like to welcome one more person to the show before we move on. Chris has been hanging out there in the green room, being very patient. Chris, welcome to the show. Please
go.
Yeah. Please tell Steeler Nation how to find you and the stuff that you've been doing over here for SteelerNation.com.
Of course, I'm on Twitter at SteelersChrisB. You could look me up on the site, but overall, let's do this.
Yes, Chris. Now that I have you on the show too, I want to spotlight you here for a second. I want to hear your thoughts on the Steelers' newest member, offensive tackle Broderick Jones.
Well, first off, we gotta give credit to Omar Khan. That is an amazing trade. I mean, all you do is give up a 4th-round pick, move up, get the best tackle available. You give Broderick Jones for the left side. This offensive line is now elite.
There we go.
You get Jones in the left tackle, Ciamalo left guard, Mason Cole in the middle, James Daniels in the right, Chuck Okorafor. Who is getting past this line? Only someone with this jersey on can get past the line.
Which jersey? Oh, you got a TJ Watt jersey on. Yep. See, that's a great jersey.
My question is,
so look at you. You're matching Mackenzie today.
Let's go.
Yo,
my question is, what happens with Dan Moore?
I love the energy. The energy is infectious. I love it.
That's what I was saying, D. That's what I was saying. I thought
Emmanuel Forbes just went.
My question is, what happens to Dan Moore with this pick of Broderick Jones? What happens with Dan Moore?
That was my thing.
Okay, so
it's because didn't we just roll the ball and put all our marbles with Dan Moore? So he was the future, right? So why go get Broderick Jones? And you know what I mean, you still had Chooks, like Kaleb said before, hasn't played bad enough to lose his spot. So what happens with
he's
you know
solid.
What happens with
he had
Dan
a good
Moore?
year last year.
Let's talk about that.
Collect that free money.
Yeah. Come on, Trey.
Let's talk about that.
All right.
I'm just saying,
before I say
now,
anything, because I have a very strong opinion about that. I want everybody else to talk first. So,
all right.
I absolutely love Chuks Okorafor. I am a big fan of
that's
Chuks.
my dog.
I'm not even talking about Chooks. Chooks is good. I'm talking
who
about
are we talking about? Dan?
Dan.
Now, this is the thing that I love about Dan is that he was a 4th-round draft pick, starter out of the box at the hardest position in the NFL. To me, he never showed like he was a 4th-round draft pick in any game that I've seen, and he's absolutely ate the lunch, drank the milkshake of one of our biggest rivals,
Miles.
The defensive player. Yep. In the Cleveland Brown, Myles Garrett drank his freaking milkshake game after game and year after year. Nothing but crickets with Dan Moore going up against Myles Garrett.
So my
Go ahead, Kaleb.
I brought it up to D yesterday too. Is I was really big on Dan Moore. I love Dan Moore, and if you noticed last year, Trey Turner was starting next to him. He did just fine. We thought he was the left tackle of the future, and then and I love Kevin Dotson too.
I do love big number 69.
Right? The other TRAI.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Trey wasn't on the team last year.
Sorry. My AirPods just died mid-sentence. No, I was saying if you look at the difference between his rookie year, because I was really big on Dan Moore. He seemed like the left tackle of the future after his rookie year. And the big difference to me was who was starting next to him last year, and then the way Dotson played this year. Trey, I know you got some feelings about it. I want to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
I
was just gonna say, because I mean Dotson was in both kidney concussions.
I don't know what happened to Dotson, because the way he ended his rookie year when he finally got a chance to play gave me all the confidence in the world that he was going to be that dude.
Yep.
And then the offseason happened and he didn't come back. Right.
Yeah.
And the coaching staff is done with him, apparently.
Yeah.
It's done with who there, Trey?
Dotson.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy. That's
Look at all the
he has
interior offensive
every
linemen the Steelers have picked up.
physical aspect you want in a left guard. He has everything, but he made way too many mental errors last year.
Here's a point I want to make for both, or at least I want to get the opinion of both you and D. Gray about this. You being offensive lineman, and this is something that I have seen, at least with the Steelers and how they've handled Dotson, Big Dot, is we know, like I had Big Dot on as an interview when he was a rookie. We first drafted him. You know, his dad is a card-carrying member of Steeler Nation. And during that COVID year when we had him on the show, like all of high school, all of college over there is a Raging Cajun. Like he was a right guard. He came in and played that one game when DeCastro went down as a rookie. And he was the highest rated right guard in like the league for a single game for that one game that he started for DeCastro. So when the next year came about and he became a starting left guard, the Steelers kept bringing in vet right guards. So why did the Steelers never give Dotson a chance to be a starting right guard for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
$1 million question. $1 million question. And let me tell you this. And D, you can speak to this. And I want to harp on this very, very hard. Having an O-line coach, the same O-line coach as your rookie year to your second year, is the most important thing that you can ever have. Having the same voice in your ear telling you what kind of techniques they want you to use, improving upon your game, is so important. And nobody that we drafted 3 years ago had that. They had 3 different O-line coaches in 3 years.
Yeah.
See, when I was there, I had Sean Surratt.
Yep.
And I love Sean.
Sweet feet.
I love
Sweet
Sean.
feet. Oh my God.
Sweet feet.
He was okay. Let's be real. Pouncey was our O-line coach. Pouncey those are the OGs of the room. Those are OGs of the room.
Sean bided his time and got afforded that position because I don't want to say that. Sean had the qualifications to be an O-line coach, and he's in San Diego or the Chargers.
It should be it. It should be San Diego. Should be San Diego.
Yeah.
Clem should have been the O-line coach.
Clem went to greener pastures, and now he's back in New England where he wanted to be. And he got more money in Oregon. He left us and went to Oregon for more money. Mid-season, mind you, he agreed to that contract. So that does something to you when the players know that you ain't going to be here. So out of all the positions on a football team, there is no position that has to get 5 players to work in unison at the same time to accomplish a play. And these guys got to protect the quarterback and open up holes for running backs. And so when you have 3 different voices telling you 3 different things, or maybe be saying the same thing in 3 different ways, it confuses you. And especially with young talent, you can't develop that way. And so I'm very passionate about this, if you can't tell already. But
no, we love to hear it because this is the inside information that Steeler Nation wants to know, and you guys are providing it for our draft show. Like, this is great stuff. Like,
right. And so, like, Dan Moore was improving.
Right.
He was improving. And he had the same coach. Pat Meyer did a hell of a job last year.
Right.
Because our O-line was not good at the end of the year, and we became good by the end of the year.
Yes.
You know,
and because they started building into that system. It was a different way to play. It seems like it was more technical and a little bit more handsy. I mean, you know better than I do. I'm a layman. You're an actual offensive lineman.
No, but I like to
be more aggressive at the point of attack.
Like, we were trending in the right direction. I would have loved to see a whole off season with the same O-line that lasted the whole entire year last year. You got to give them credit, for staying on the field, not being hurt. I think Mason Cole was the only dude that missed a couple of snaps last year.
That guy was playing with a busted ankle the entire year. He was in a boot on Monday, and every Sunday he came back out on the field. Like that. That's the toughness of Mason Cole that that gets overlooked by a lot of
Yeah.
the nation. But I track injuries, and
But
that
that's
was
elite.
incredible.
Yes.
Absolutely incredible that he make it back after being in a boot like every Monday, every week.
Go ahead, D.
He was playing injured the entire season.
So,
especially the
Striker.
back
So
half.
my question
Sure.
to you is: do you believe Dotson time in Pittsburgh is coming to an end soon?
No,
Well,
just because of the trend of how many guards they keep bringing in.
Right,
Green before
exactly.
Dotson.
Like you're talking to me. Like I've got like I'm a spreadsheet guy. Like I've got a severe problem.
I'll answer that question, D. It's he's done.
Yeah,
As a starter.
It sucks to hear that because
and people forgot about Green that we drafted to be the center.
man, he's
on
behind
the
the bench. Man, he ain't seeing the field no more. It's over with for him.
Yeah,
It's over
both
with
of
for
them.
him.
He might be on the practice squad
But
somewhere.
it really sucks for me to hear about Dot because
yeah.
I think I was in year 2 at the time when Dot got drafted. You know what I mean? So and I seen Dot work. He's good. He's strong,
First team
powerful.
All-American.
I mean, he's the dog.
Yeah.
I mean, the game he's talking about when the Castro went down, I was behind Moan,
Yeah.
so I was inactive that game, and that's the game they made Dot active. I mean, he made mistakes, but every young guy makes mistakes. But he plays physical, he plays hard. It's about the mental thing, like you said, hearing different voices. So my thing is, if he can get a rhythm, Dot can be a special player in this league, man. I'm talking about he's Pro Bowl caliber, man.
He's gonna be good.
So if he don't end up in Pittsburgh gonna hate to let him go and play against this guy when he's in a rhythm, because he's gonna be dangerous in my eyes.
And you were talking to me too, D Gray. Like we picked up Isaac Seumalo, we picked up Nate Herbig, we picked up LaRaven Clark. I mean, even though he's a tackle, like a lot of interior offensive linemen, and that just makes it to a point.
But you also forget to mention too, in that you mentioned experience too. Tomlin likes experience. He like guys that can come in once again that can play. He don't got time to coach it. He want grown ass men to come into the line and play that game. He don't want to coach nothing but scheme. That's it.
And this puts 2 big draft picks from that draft 2 years ago. Like not only Dotson, but we're also talking about Kendrick Green. Like two big parts of our interior offensive line that now have to fight for positions in this.
And I'm worried too that it's not even like a practice because they brought in so many free agent picks this year. They're paying guys up front, basically, and we already have the right side of our line set, in Mason.
Campbell.
What's going on, Kaleb?
Jack Campbell just got selected by Detroit.
Jack Campbell at 18?
Yes.
And before that, we got Christian Gonzalez to the Patriots.
Is that the guy
I will tell you, the Patriots are really good at drafting cornerbacks, and if they pick Gonzalez, they know.
And we traded with the Patriots.
Yep.
So honestly, in my opinion, just my opinion, I do not see a reason to trade up into the first from what I'm seeing on the board. I know a bunch of people are high on Brian Branch, but I don't see a player I would trade back into the first 4 right now. Just my opinion.
Yeah, we can wait. Yeah, the only person they won is Joey.
Who would have took Broderick? You think that New England would have taken Broderick before us? Like
No, New England was looking cornerback the whole way, but that's amazing that they traded back and still expected Gonzalez to be there.
The Jets would have taken him because
they gave up. They're giving up.
history.
Yeah, they're giving up on who's that dude out of Louisville? Their big dude.
Becton.
Yeah,
I like this Iowa pick. I like this Iowa pick. I think that's pretty good. He gave me a little bit Joe Schobert type of vibes.
Yes.
I think he looks good.
Good
I like
call
him.
there,
He's a real good hook dropper, man. I think he's gonna be good, man. He's gonna be getting hit in the face with the ball a lot this year.
Got Jack in the second round, easy.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a first round pick, but I don't think they went wrong either. I mean, I think they definitely went a different direction.
He fits Dan Campbell's mold for sure in Detroit.
It's one of those. He's just going to be a good football player no matter what. It didn't matter if you took him the first, second.
Yeah,
he's just going to be a good ass football player.
Even if he's in for the Oilers.
D already talked about his affinity for Iowa players, so we already know how he feels.
Man, anybody in Iowa, they can be taught. They play hard. You ain't got to teach them how to hit.
True story. Like I played against Iowa 4 times a year, and nobody hits harder than Iowa players.
I swear.
They hit you right down the middle 100 times a game. So
Hey Trey, it'd be nothing crazy like you playing Iowa City, man. The third down, they make a big tackle. Nothing, all the white boys be screaming, "Woo, yeah!" Be screaming and throwing stuff. I'm like, bro, where are we at right now? It'd be crazy, man. It'd be crazy, dog.
yeah.
Oh, so by the way, the Jack Campbell thing was a reach. It wasn't a Will McDonald reach, but Jack Campbell was 44th and he was taken 18th. So
That's
second rounder taken 18th according to your boards.
So who did Tampa Bay just pick up?
Did they just draft someone already?
The pick is in for the Bucks right now. They haven't announced it on TV. They're in commercial break.
All right.
Will Levis.
After for us left.
It could be.
They keep showing Will Levis, and he is so red, and he's like, you could tell he's like
He's
sweating.
crying.
He just needs he needs his mayonnaise coffee.
Yeah.
So funny.
Too much mayonnaise, clearly.
Yeah, I saw there was a stat that said there was a 1.8% chance that Will Levis was going to be available at this point. So yeah, he expected to be gone a bit ago.
That's why he's sweating.
Seattle picks next. They might go Levis or Hooker.
Nah, they locked up Gino to a 3-year deal. I think they wait. I think they wait a year.
Yeah.
Nolan
I think he
Smith
goes
hasn't
to
been
Minnesota.
got yet, huh?
I think Levis is
No.
a Viking.
But
I
Joey
really like
Porter's
that
still
guy.
up there too.
Yeah.
I think
Joey
Hooker's a
Porter will
Viking.
last this long.
You think Hooker?
That's a good one, Trey.
I
That's
Does
a
think
Hooker
good
Hooker's a
one.
Viking.
Does Hooker go before Levis?
I think so. He
I
should.
think the
Ooh.
Vikings are locked in on Hooker.
Up here we go for Tampa Bay.
Somebody said Kansas.
Really? I don't. Would it be Kansas?
Oh.
Hold on. They select.
Yep.
Yeah, Cansey.
Yeah,
That's Elijah Cansey.
Okay.
That's
Really?
a great pick. I like him a lot. The pick.
Who is it?
I'm
he's a good
shocked.
player.
Who is it?
Maybe
Yeah.
Elijah
Elijah
Cansey out of
Cansey.
Pittsburgh.
Oh,
Man, he got
Really?
good comparisons to Aaron Donald. Man, he got good speed off the ball. Man, he gets into the lineman so quick off the ball. Man, he's quick.
But
Oh
hey
my
guys,
God,
I
man,
gotta
he's
head
Yeah.
out. I'm at work.
Awesome.
all right,
Thank
Caleb.
you.
Caleb, thank you
NFL
for being
line
on the
right there, bro.
show. We'll check you and D Gray
Don't
on
move
your
on
show,
there.
3-point stance, obviously, over at Steeler Nation
Y'all bring me
Multimedia.
on one time, man. I would love to go on your show.
Hey, next episode's
Awesome.
open.
Hey,
Come on.
yeah, Trey,
Nice.
come back with us, bro.
I got you. Just invite me. I'm there.
Awesome.
Sounds
See
good.
ya, Caleb.
I'll hit you up on Twitter then, and we'll set something up.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right.
All right, bro. All right, y'all.
Awesome.
So looking at it from the board perspective, Collegiate Cansey wasn't a reach for the board, but they had him ranked as a third rounder. So even though they had him a little higher on the board, they had him ranked as a third rounder overall.
So,
Who is
so
they?
that would have been me and Ben. I probably missed that a little bit because he definitely came up later in the draft process as opposed to earlier. And thinking from a Steelers perspective, he didn't really fit the Steelers mold.
No, he
Of
doesn't.
what he's too.
doesn't.
I mean, you think of
He's
every
tiny.
Steelers D lineman; they're all big dudes. I mean, look at Cam, 6'5", 6'6", 300.
Yeah.
Tuitt when he was there, 6'6", 300.
He was a beast.
I mean, that's not what Cansey is. And he
Zach,
just
where
doesn't
do,
fit
you,
that.
where do you have my boy who showed out at the combine from Northwestern, Abuvari? Where is he?
Let me see. Northwestern.
Abuvari.
How do you spell his name?
It's
I think I know who you're talking about.
Awore. I might be wrong, like completely wrong on that, but he's a
Let me
Northwestern.
look.
Oh
Let me
yeah,
look at the pronunciation.
120th overall.
Ooh.
He showed out at the combine, but Northwestern has a way of not letting their best players shine, and so
Okay, yeah, he's ranked a little low. He could be a sleeper then.
yeah, he's a sleeper. He is a
All right.
sleeper.
Okay.
He went to Northwestern. He's a pretty smart dude.
I mean, of course,
Being able to get into Northwestern, I mean,
Yeah.
there's some dummies that get in there sometimes.
You don't push that kind of shade on my Trai Essex, man. Come on.
We got a few dummies that make it in somehow.
Every now and then.
But
Every now
you
and
got a
then.
good degree, though, Trai.
I'm blessed. Yes.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
We could see Miles Murphy go off the board here. I know Seattle was looking for an edge rusher, and I thought Miles Murphy would be
Yeah.
off the board by now already. So if they take him, if I was Seattle and I got Miles Murphy at this point, I'd be ecstatic.
Yeah, that'd be a great pick.
What if we
Yeah.
trade up to get Joey Porter Jr.?
That
I mean,
good
we
call.
I
could.
love that.
We could, but could he just fall to 32 maybe?
I don't think he will.
I don't think he's going to fall past the Ravens unless the Ravens take a wide receiver.
No, the Ravens are going to spite us. We already talked about this.
So you really think that the Ravens are going to waste their first pick on Joey Porter Jr.?
I think they go receiver. Honestly, I had them marked to go
There's no doubt in my mind that if Joey Porter Jr. is still there, they will spite us.
Yeah, it's either Joey Porter Jr. or wide receiver. To me, that's the only two picks the Ravens would take.
Yeah, you're saying they get revenge on us for Calvin Austin? We took him just to spite them.
Yeah.
Well, they're still pissed off that we took Claypool in the second round before we drafted, and then they drafted a guy that a lot of Steeler fans liked, which was the running back that year,
J.K.
Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins.
I'm glad we didn't get Dobbins. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, he's been injured, but when he's healthy, he's a very, very good running back.
And he runs very well against us too. Let's remember, Jake. We might not like Dobbins has our number every once in a while.
Take Dobbins over Najee?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm an Ohio State fan, and I would take Najee over Dobbins, but Dobbins
Thank you.
has
Okay, we agree.
You put us all back in check. Thank you, Trey. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And there goes.
That's why we got Trey on the show. He's real.
There goes D, by the way.
And I want to welcome someone else to the show here who's been waiting patiently in the green room. Big part of the show, was on the Mock Draft Monday show, shared his mock draft as well, which is on SteelerNation.com. If you go click on the article for the Steeler Nation draft show, you get to see all of our mocks, including Spencer Schultz's mock. Spencer, welcome to the show, my friend. Good to see you again. I hope you have a light that you can turn on so we can see that you're actually.
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
Chris, you can do that. You can do that as well. We can see your pretty face as well, Chris.
This is the only light that works. I have a light, but this big light over here it's going to block everything.
Yeah. Well, Mackenzie and I have ring lights. That's why we look beautiful. There you go. Yo, Spencer. I can see you. Spencer, I want to highlight you here for a moment because I want to give you your time to shine. I want to hear what you think about the Steelers drafting of offensive tackle Broderick Jones.
Honestly, I wanted Gonzalez a little bit more, but I understand it just because I like the corners in that second round more than the offense tackles. So I'm happy. Wait and see how it works out.
Great.
That was very concise, Spence. Like, can I
yeah.
call you Spence?
What's that? Yeah.
Okay. No, like I didn't even think about it from that aspect. Like the tackles in the second round, it's a big drop off. But the corners, you're right. Like there's going to be some talent there at the corner. And I think the Steelers did the right thing. I did not think that initially. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to front, but I think Broderick. I watched some film while I've been on this podcast with y'all. Yeah, he's good. He's an athlete, and I think he's going to help our left side out a lot. Him and Isaac are going to cause havoc. We need that. We need that for Kenny because our offense needs to shine. Our defense is going to be there. Our offense needs to shine a little bit more, and we needed some protection. And so I think we need some DB help, and I think there's a little bit more help in the second round, like you alluded to. So thank you for that.
And even if Branch falls to 32, I mean that would work too. He can play slot, obviously, and I don't know if he'll fall there, but.
Quick update. I just got a thing. Question was asked to Mike Tomlin. Are the Steelers done for today? He jumps in. No, we're still open for business.
All right.
So, just for the record, just came in.
So,
all right.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm hearing. I saw something JSN to the Seahawks.
Ooh.
Well, see, the pick is in, and it took them. They were down to 20 seconds.
The Seahawks were
I just got a text.
The Seahawks are back in.
Yeah, they have 2 draft picks.
They had 20. They had 2.
I just got a text. So I'm trying to make sure it's true.
Okay. They need a receiver. That makes sense.
Because remember, their 5th overall pick came from Denver. This is their actual pick.
And correct me if I'm wrong. No wide receivers have been taken yet, right?
No wide receivers have been taken.
I thought we had. Did one come off the board?
Nope,
No.
none came off the board.
Wow.
You know who's loving this? Kansas City. Kansas City is loving this.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was expecting the run on wide receivers to happen right when we're picking.
Kansas City is loving this.
but yeah, I figured
You're
one would
damn
go to,
right about that, Trey. Damn
Yeah, I
right.
figured one could go to Tennessee, one could go to Green Bay, but nope.
Ravens.
The
Wide receiver.
Baltimore needs to pick JSN. They
Yeah.
need to.
Yeah.
I would,
Yeah,
hate,
that's
I
a
would
good
hate
call.
it if they did it. I would hate it so much.
Yeah.
Because they'd actually draft a wide receiver that is actually a viable wide receiver in the
Right.
NFL. Is that what you're saying, Trey?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, I wonder if. Oh, go. We got confirm, Matt.
No. What I was gonna say is you guys kept saying Joey Porter Jr. to the Ravens just to spite us. When I did my profile on him and broke him down, I compared him directly to Jimmy Smith, who was their corner for a long time for the Ravens.
Yeah.
Oh, that helps.
And
Thanks.
he was very physical.
He caused us issues.
Yeah, he just gets very physical at the line of scrimmage, loves the press, loves to get his hands on wide receivers, and that's what Joey Porter Jr. loves to do.
Stop it. I don't like you. I don't like your common sense approach to this.
That's true. So if that's true, and they are high on Joey Porter Jr., are we on the phone right now with the Chargers? Worried about the
JSN is
fact?
confirmed, by the way.
I don't know. Without a 4th, 5th, or 6th round draft pick, like I said, I think this is the what is it?
We got to do it.
It's what both Omar and Tomlin were alluding to in the draft day press conference. Like, they are ecstatic that they have the first pick of the 2nd round, and this can be anything. This can be like maybe a couple day 3 picks paired with a future first. We don't know how it's going to trade out, but this is going to be something really interesting.
By the way, your source was correct. JSN just got selected.
Yeah.
To Seahawks.
JSN, Lockett, and DK. Gino's going to throw for 5,000 yards.
Yeah.
Who's leaving next year? Somebody got to be leaving. They just gave
They gave Metcalf money, I think.
Yeah, Metcalf money. So
well, Lockett's old. Lockett's getting up there in age. I mean, he's like 31, 32. So, I mean, they might be looking for a long term.
Wow.
I think he was drafted in 14 or 15.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think we're trading any players here, Brian. I mean, really don't. There's been some talk here about trading Dan Moore, but I don't see this. That's just not the way the Steelers do business. Steelers don't just like draft somebody at a position of need and then immediately trade the person that's a starter there. That's something like the Washington, whatever the name they decide to be on this year, kind of do because they're a dumpster fire. Or some like lower teams, maybe like the Mistake at the Lake up there in Cleveland might do something like that. But that is not the Steeler way. The Steelers do not jettison quality starting players at any time when they're under contract, especially under their rookie contracts, just because they drafted a player at a position that might be an upgrade in the near future. The great thing about grabbing Broderick Jones is he does not need to be a starter this year. We've got Chooks. We've got Moore. He can learn for a year. He can learn for 2 years because he's a first rounder. We got a 5th-year option on this guy before we have to make him a starter in the NFL. We can wait and see.
Let me interject real quick.
Sure, Trey.
That almost never happens with linemen.
What's that?
Yeah.
What never happens with what trading away a starter for?
No, first round linemen start.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
First round lineman start, and we don't have a 5th-year option on Dan Moore because he wasn't a first round pick.
True, but I'm stating we have a 5th-year option with the first round tackle we just took in Broderick Jones.
Oh, yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
If he doesn't start year 1, if he doesn't start year 2, it's not a big deal because he can start year 3 because we know we have Chooks for 2 more years. We know we have Dan Moore for 2 more years. That was strictly what I was trying to say.
Okay, my bad.
Is that we can still utilize that extra year, so we still have Broderick Jones for 3 years. If one of those guys, either Chooks or Moore, end up leaving in free agency after 2 years, that we don't have to rush him to be a starter.
You're right. You're right about that.
Exactly.
And we can only dress 8 on game day, and we signed 3 guys in the offseason with a starting 5 that played all of last year. And so you got to think Dotson's out because we signed Isaac. But where does that put him? We got Green still there. Who's on
Green's
the
gonna get cut. He's getting cut in the 53-man roster cut down.
right, but he's still a third-round draft pick from 2 years ago, and so and then we got Dan Moore, who has a lot of experience as a starting left tackle.
Right,
like that's a tough pill to swallow. To be like, okay, you're a swing tackle now, especially when we signed Nate Harbig or whatever his name.
Herbig, yeah.
Herbig, who can play all four. I don't know if can he play center. I can't remember if he can.
Yes, he did have some snaps at center there, Trey.
Okay.
You're right.
And so, so we actually, for the first time, have a crowded offensive line room, and there are going to be some tough cut decisions made. But obviously, with us signing or drafting Broderick Jones, there's going to be an odd man out.
Trey, I want to ask you a specific question here,
Mm-hmm.
and it's something that's been bugging me a little bit about, like just a guy that loves centers. And the Steelers in that same draft, when we grabbed Dan Moore, we ended up grabbing the round before in Kendrick Green.
Right.
And he was a starting center out of the box. I thought he did a solid job. The things that I liked about him was his athleticism to get to the second level is something I hadn't seen out of a center since like Dermody Dawson. The fact that he can get out there so quickly on some edge screens and some of these situations. But in this past year, as opposed to Kendrick Green still being a backup center, they chose to make J.C. Hassenauer the backup center. And then Kendrick Green, they're like, don't worry about center at all. You're going to be competing with Dotson for left guard. Now, to me, and you as being a player that's played every single position in the NFL as a Pittsburgh Steeler at offensive line, why did the Steelers choose to not even consider Kendrick Green as a center option after being a starting center for his rookie year?
That is a tough question. JC, I have complete faith in him as a backup.
He's a great backup. I like JC as a backup.
But we don't have him this year.
No, he went to the Giants.
So I think they're going to put, if there's a spot, I think Green will be but like you said, we brought in Nate Herbig.
Yes.
They must have seen enough in Green to be like, okay, we made a mistake. And outside of really blowing them off the water during OTAs, I don't know if he can do enough to really win that spot back with them signing what they signed in the offseason. So it's a tough pill to swallow. I thought, like you thought, that he had the potential to play center if he got that lower body stronger, because that was his issue. He wasn't strong enough.
Right. Yeah, because I thought he was athletic as hell. Like, maybe his base needed a little bit upgrading, but for me, being a young player, I thought he could upgrade.
Right.
But like to me, like, why did the Steelers pull the ripcord so quickly on Kendrick Green as a starter to not even consider him as a backup center?
They must have saw enough in that first year because he started every game, right? So, or at least almost.
I don't think he started the last two games.
Right. Yeah. JC did pop in for a couple games as a starter. Yeah.
Yeah, like Big Ben's final 2 games.
Yeah.
Quick interjection here. We might be seeing the run on wide receiver start. I think people were spooked by JSN being taken. Quentin Johnson was just taken by the Chargers.
Yeah.
And Baltimore needs a wide receiver.
Yes.
The Vikings need a wide receiver.
Yes.
Let's do this.
This
is what we're expecting.
So Baltimore is definitely going to pick a tight end right here.
So,
knowing this team,
who is it? Darnell Washington is falling.
No, they're going to pick Mayer.
Let's see.
They're going to pick the Halloween legend.
Mayer hasn't been selected yet, right?
No, none of the Titans have.
They're going to pair him with Mark Andrews?
And Isaiah Likely.
That would be a nasty pairing.
But Zay Flowers hasn't been chosen yet either, right?
Zay Flowers hasn't been chosen. We still have Josh Downs on the board. We still have Jordan Addison on the board. So any of those could be. Even Jalen Hylett could jump up from the middle of the board, yeah. So anyone could go in these next
Johnson is Mike Williams. That's just a weird pick.
Yeah.
Fun fact, y'all, when I was reporting in South Carolina, Jalen Hylett was at one of the high schools that we would have to cover week after week after week. And it's really cool to see him now in the draft and like the fact that he was able to get to where he is. So he is actually a very talented, athletic individual. So that is someone else to look at that could go.
Excellent. Very nice.
So I have some like unique information related to the JSN, the Seattle pick.
I'll be right back.
Please.
So
Yeah,
Geno
please
Smith's cousin is Jeremiah Smith. He's currently the #1 receiver in the nation, committed to Ohio State, and worked out with JSN in the offseason. So Geno already has a connection to JSN through his cousin, who's committed to Ohio State and worked out with JSN.
Nice.
So I wonder if that had any influence, if Geno had any nudge to the management, like, hey, I already kind of work out with this guy. I know he's going to be a stud.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
That's a very good point.
Hey,
receiver,
Spencer, a lot of people are liking your Fast Willie Parker jersey.
Yeah, I've been seeing that. With all due respect to Willie, Minka Fitzpatrick rocks 39 right now. So it's
that is true. That is true.
Hey, I have a Fast Willie jersey. It's like a 2006 AFC Pro Bowl Willie Parker jersey.
Oh, nice.
I need to bust that thing out someday.
Yeah.
That's true. This wide receiver run keeps up. It's really good for us because a name we haven't even heard or talked about is Keely Ringo. So
well, I've seen some mocks of him going in the second round of the Steelers.
So I would love that because that would take care of the corner.
So Ringo is one of those guys. He was supposed to be incredibly talented. Came in as a very high prospect. Ended up, having to jump around a little bit, and then, just never lived up to the hype. But he still has all the physical tools. So it'll be interesting to see where he ends up sliding because, like you said, it would be fun to see where if he went to the Steelers because he has elite physical talent.
That could be good. I mean, Cam Smith's still on the board too, so I wouldn't mind.
Banks is still left too, isn't he?
Yeah, Banks is on the board. Yes.
So
I would love Banks at 32.
Hey guys, this is a good time to go back to the BPA board from Matt Papiernik and Ben Michalian and just take a look at it. I'm going to add it to the stream here and see who we got here. Hey, Zach, give us the rundown on best players available here on the board.
We still got Brian Branch, Brian Breesy, and Miles Murphy, and Nolan Smith that are still on the board. Any of those would be gifts for a team that wanted them right now.
And then Banks that we've been talking about being 5th on our BPA board, followed by Osiris Torrance, the interior offensive lineman, Cam Smith, the other corner, and then the first tight end that we have on the board being Michael Meyer, and then Darnell Washington immediately after, before Joey Porter.
Where's Addison?
Good players.
Addison is he's 33rd.
Yeah.
Do you think Baltimore would do Addison despite us too?
I prefer that fight.
That would be great.
I would love it.
Yeah, I've been predicting that. I'm not going.
But I don't think Pittsburgh's interested in him that much.
Yeah, we weren't really targeting him that much.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They didn't bring him in, and then they didn't even go to. I mean, they had who's their wide receiver coach now?
I know it.
Either way, he was the only one that went to their pro day.
But go ahead.
He was the only one that went to their pro day, so it was just not something that seemed like they were super interested in Addison, or at least not on the level that people wanted that connection.
So do y'all buy into the fact that if Tomlin and Omar aren't there, they're not that interested in drafting them early?
Correct.
So yeah, it happened again this year.
Hey guys, Ravens are on the clock. Bryant Davis is asking Zay Flowers.
I'm thinking
I'll take it.
That would actually be that would be a very good wide receiver pick for the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, very, very solid. I actually had him going to us in a later thing. So if he
you did.
Yeah,
you had him as the second pick in the second round, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I did. I bought
40. Yeah.
Anybody but Joey Porter Jr.
Fair enough.
I don't want them to take Joey Porter so more corners slide. Like I want them to keep balling.
You guys, I'm like actually kind of
take the wide receiver.
I'm glad we got real suspense now because Ben ruined it before, but
exactly.
What's that?
Ben would ruin the suspense because he got to be there.
Somebody's got something. Well, just so you guys know, when we are talking in these microphones and we're talking as a group, it's good to have earphones on because we're getting a lot of bleed through in from our speech within a group. That's why I had to put the earphones on early when I was talking with Trai. If you're on a phone, it doesn't worry as much, but if you're on a computer, I'm hearing myself back too. I'm not sure if you guys have any earphones to be able to put on.
I got headphones.
But it helps out for the entire broadcast.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go get some.
Ravens
They took Zay Flowers. They took Zay Flowers.
They took
Zay?
Let's go.
I think they've actually picked the first wide receiver in the first round that may end up panning out for them.
Yeah.
I don't know. This has a very Marquise Brown-esque pick for me. You draft that speedy wide receiver.
I think he's a little bit better, a little bit more polished.
Yeah, I'm with you, Trey.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I mean, Brown definitely was. I don't want to say more of a one-trick pony because he was very talented, but definitely was a little limited with what Oklahoma asked him to do while he was there in that offense.
Yeah, Matt, you actually had 10 wide receivers above Zay Flowers, including the 2 that were already taken.
Did I really have Zay that low?
Wow.
I just double-checked to see what I was curious where it was.
Good call, Zach. Keep us honest. Keep us honest.
I was just curious.
Yeah,
Brian. What all wide receivers did I put above him? Because I know I'm not the biggest Zay Flowers fan in the world.
Zach, I want you to read down through all of the wide receivers that Ben and Matt took over Zay Flowers at this position.
starting from the worst up to the best. Above Zay Flowers is Trey Palmer, Datavian Wicks, Josh Downs, Puka, Nakau, Nathaniel Dell, Jordan Addison, Marvin Mims, Quentin Johnson, Jalen Hyatt, and JSN.
Wow.
In that order.
Dang, man.
So,
I mean, I'll own it. I'll own it.
He called you out, man. Huh? Just roll the bus over you.
How you feel?
I'll own it.
I own it. Just doing the job. Doing the job. You know, gotta be the guy.
I think I'm always a little hesitant when you see people of Flowers' stature sometimes at the wide receiver position. That definitely plays a role for me. Seeing someone who's 180 pounds with that suit jacket on, always worries me a little bit. Now I know the game is changing and this isn't 2005 anymore to where players are just getting crushed across the middle all the time. You don't got Ryan Clark's looming across the middle anymore.
Right. They're lucky.
But that's what always worries me a little bit. Because, I mean, if you think about it, even people like Deontay Johnson are considered kind of slight of build compared to most wide receivers. But he has such success because he creates such separation. So I guess that's probably where a lot of my worrisome was someone like Zay Flowers comes in. I mean, you see it with Calvin Austin, even for the Steelers. I mean, he had his injury. Steelers elected to leave him on IR the entire season, even though he might have been able to come back. But I'll own it, though.
He's actually smaller than you said. He's 5'10", 172.
Oof.
So he's a tiny little guy. So, but he has 4.42 speed. So
yeah, I mean, you can't argue that.
Robert, we have Nathaniel Dell ranked at number 97. That looks like a late third round pick, possibly.
And that's the same reason I was lower on Dell than some. Some have Dell in the second round. He's even smaller, I think, than Zay.
Exactly. I love Dell's feet. I'm a big receiver guy. Like, I played receiver in high school. I'm big on receiver mechanics. Like that's the only position where I have like an inkling of understanding of how good they might be in the NFL. I do love the way that Dell runs his routes, gets separation. My only issue with Dell is him being able to be big enough to take on the physical punishment of being tackled in the NFL, like a Dree Archer. Or a Calvin Austin. Like Calvin Austin is a guy that I love the potential of. Last year, he ended up going on IR for 2 different reasons. Like, I want to see him get on the field and contribute, especially in the return game, because he was absolutely a monster returner in college football. And I think that could really help out the Steelers, especially with Ray McLeod leaving the team in free agency. Like, this is a guy that we need to step up, because we saw Gunner last year, not sold on Gunner. He's got some shades of Switzer. I don't know what he is yet. But then again, I don't know what Calvin Austin is yet either until he gets to play some actual downs in the NFL.
I was gonna say Gunner with. No, we saw what Gunner was. That was not shades of Switzer. That was Switzer just fair caught everything and held onto the ball. Gunner had ball security issues.
I was strictly talking about as a wide receiver. Like,
as a wide receiver,
Switzer disappeared as a wide receiver, and that and you're right.
Yeah.
You're right though, Chris, and I do understand that. Mackenzie, what did you have to say?
Okay, I don't know. Have we talked about this? Have we seen this 7 minutes ago? We put out something about Mike Tomlin saying that they're still open for business tonight.
Yeah.
Yes, we did talk about that. Yes,
but
good
where
point.
I was just curious, where did we see us possibly moving up? Did we like trading up again? I'm just curious.
It would be trading up, I assume, at
Joey
the end
Porter.
of the first, maybe for Joey Porter Jr., maybe for Brian Branch. I don't know.
With who? We don't know who we possibly
I think it depends on the next two draft picks because if Minnesota they need a corner. If they take a corner, that might like spark us into jumping up because of the corners. So if they take a corner, we might trade up. If they don't take a corner and keep the wide receiver run going, then I can see us possibly holding back until later in the first.
I could also see quarterback going here. Like Kirk Cousins has 1 year left on his deal. They could go Will Levis right here.
Well, that would be a fun surprise. Mike Tomlin said, I was in Athens a year ago and took a group of Broderick's former teammates of his 12 months ago and said, give me a name. We're going to be back in 12 months. Everyone said Broderick's name, and that was the guy's name we got 12 months ago, and it was the first time I heard his name. So he took a bunch of Broderick's former teammates out and asked what name should I come back for, and everyone said Broderick. Everyone gave him one name. So he said that was when he heard his name and started down the Broderick road.
The Broderick road.
He must have taken out a bunch of defensive players that were tired of getting going against him in practice.
That's a good point, actually. So
I mean, I'm really Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, who was that? Wyatt, all came out last year, and all were interior D lineman or linebacker that were probably going against Broderick quite frequently.
We might see Jordan Addison go here because I think Jacksonville's licking their chops because they need someone both in Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith, Brian Breesy. Any of those would fit everything Jacksonville's looking for. So the wide receiver runs, I think, is done after this. But I'm hoping Jordan Addison goes here.
Yeah.
I think Minnesota drafts a quarterback. They got Levis and Hooker to choose from.
Fun surprise.
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
I just sent out to our group. There's honestly a good chance that one of these guys that I would have had easily in the first round fall into the Steelers at 32. Whether we Porter Jr., Banks, Branch. Brian Brissy, Nolan Smith, Mike Murphy.
Wow.
I mean,
it's looking more like Miles Murphy still on the board. That's crazy. How is Miles Murphy still on the board?
Yeah, that's crazy to me. That is crazy.
Do the Vikings need an edge? I have to check.
No, Jacksonville needs it more. Honestly, I don't see Brian Breesy or Miles Murphy getting past Jacksonville. I'd be surprised if they got past him. Oh, there we go. Look at the board.
That's the board. No. That's the big board we have so far.
There's one guy up here who I'm upset that they will never take, and that's Osiris Torrance. He was my top guard coming out, and before they signed all of their interior guys this offseason, I was on the draft Osiris Torrance bandwagon. Loved watching him at Florida, but unfortunately they don't need a guard. Unfortunately, they don't need a guard now.
What's wrong, Mike? You're not a John Michael Jingleheimer Schmitz fan? His name is my name too. So whenever we go out, people always shout, "There goes John Michael Jingleheimer Schmitz." That's a guy I want on my team. I'm not gonna lie, I love his name.
Well, right now that might be a possibility because there's been almost no run at guards or anything or centers, and if we keep waiting, maybe he's there. Who knows?
Well, the run on wide receivers continues.
Who is it?
Jordan
Addison?
Josh Downs.
Called it. Woo!
Well, Downs.
Addison.
Oh.
Jordan Addison.
All right.
Oh.
And thus ends the talk of pairing him with Pickett.
Well, I was thinking he might have dropped down to 49. where the
Wow.
Steelers. I thought he was right around that range for the Steelers to be picking a wide receiver.
No, that makes sense.
Yep. And the Jaguars are all but confirmed going defense here.
I'm fine with Addison going off the board. Just another pick that the Steelers weren't going to make going ahead of them.
Yes, I agree.
I'm curious, Matt. What do you think? You guys were really high on Branch. What do you think about him still being on the board at this point?
I love Branch.
So it's because he plays a position that teams don't value as highly in the draft. You get a box safety and a slot corner in him day one. Teams don't value that high in the draft. I actually think Howie Roseman is on record saying, I don't know if he said it or not, but he has never drafted a safety in the first round, ever. So
wow, okay.
There are certain
we
people,
traded up for a safety in the first round, and he became a Hall of Famer.
Yes, that's different. Troy was a different breed.
And we
Palamalu.
And we did trade a first rounder for a current safety.
Who did Vikings select?
But
Addison.
I also loved
You
the
stepped
film
away.
of
You
Brian
didn't hear
Branch.
us.
Oh, Jordan Addison. They got Jordan Addison.
Addison.
I stepped away. They got Addison?
Yes.
Yep.
How do you feel about that, Trey?
Sons of
That
bitches.
Pittsburgh receiver. You want to pair him with Kenny Pickett?
I mean, I would have liked it at the end in the 32nd pick, but I get it.
No, I got it.
Yeah.
Could
Right now
still
we're
happen
really
one day.
Right now, we're really hoping for them to stay on the defensive line because they need a cornerback as well, so they could start eroding that. I still don't think they ignore the fact that Miles Murphy's on the board. You can't
Trade.
Giants,
Steelers?
Giants, no.
Oh.
Giants traded.
Eight
Giants
more
traded
picks.
up one.
8 more
Giants.
picks left in the first round, guys, and it's a Giants trade in.
The Giants traded up
Well, it's
one.
not for a quarterback, so they ain't
I think
coming for a quarterback.
Look
Why
at
would
Pickett.
They need
Look
a
at
quarterback to
Kenny.
replace that $40 million quarterback they just re-signed.
Clearly.
It's Kenny.
I don't like that they're
Look.
making Pittsburgh pick tomorrow. They should do it today.
I know,
Yeah.
right? I
Well,
agree. I
you're
don't
right.
wanna, I don't want to wait till tomorrow.
You're
If
right,
they were
Trey.
to the
Usually the
first-round draft
32nd
pick,
pick in the
yeah.
draft is on day one
Right.
of the
It's a
draft.
day
And
one draft pick.
I
Yeah.
understand that, but we do not get the 5th-year option on this player.
They had to give a lot to
That's
trade up one
unfortunate.
spot.
How much did they give, Matt?
They gave the 160 pick and the 240 pick. I mean, the Steelers only had to give 120 to trade up 3 spots, much higher in the draft.
Right.
What would we have to give
Wow.
up to trade up a few right now?
We're at 8. 8's pretty high. Like maybe when we get down to like 3 picks before us, we might consider a trade
They don't have
up.
picks to trade.
7th rounders. Like that's why I'm saying maybe somebody will take one of those 7th rounders to move up 3 picks.
Interesting. What would the
We're
would
not
the
going to
Giants
give a
do?
3rd for it. Like they might not take it. Don't get me wrong. But if you're going to trade, look at what happened with the early in the draft where they traded the 4th round pick from last year to move up 1 spot. And that's essentially a 5th round trick.
I didn't
5th
realize
round
Jordan
trade.
Addison wasn't 6 foot.
He's not. What's his height there, Trey?
5'11" and 3/4 exactly.
Yeah.
Close enough. That's close enough.
In cleats, he's 6 foot.
Oh, listen, that's what I say with my height. I'm 5'6"
Right.
and 3/4, and I go by 5'7".
As you should.
Aw.
As you should. But
You're,
I mean,
you might
now
be 5'7", you're 5'8" in our
now
hearts.
he
there,
looks a lot
Mackenzie.
smaller.
So Trey, are you actually 6'5" or are you like 6'4" and a half here?
I'm 6'5" barefoot. So
Uh-huh.
All right.
I'm 6 foot on a low gravity day with no nickels in my pocket.
That's yeah. We could see a cornerback here, or they do need interior line. Maybe you see Torrance go here.
Maybe. Or do they need edge rusher?
No, the top 3 are they need a cornerback, interior, offensive lineman, and a wide receiver. That's their top 3. And maybe their wide receiver run got them a little spooked, and they want to make
Maybe.
sure they get one.
Maybe.
Good
Yeah,
call,
I was
Zach.
thinking wide receiver, but the trade up has me thinking otherwise.
yeah.
I'm seeing because
Yeah, they could go Torrance. That would make some sense.
yeah, honestly, if I'm them right now, I would take a cornerback if I were the Giants. I don't want them to, but if I were them, I would take a corner right now.
Yeah. Maybe they go
I don't-
Banks.
Really don't want them to.
Let me.
Yeah.
Did anybody pick Broderick for our pick?
Yes.
No, I had Darnell right.
A couple.
I had
people did.
JPJ.
Let me pull up. I have all of our picks.
Who said yes?
So I said yes that some people did. It wasn't me,
Oh,
but
Some people did have us picking Broderick Jones.
Yeah, I did
Yeah,
see
yeah,
that today.
Yeah, I put out.
I've seen
released an
earlier
article
draft
with
mocks
everyone's
with Robert
predictions.
Jones as our guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see who said it. I'm gonna go through real quick. Bob said it. So Bob, who was on
Okay.
earlier,
Bob
he said
said it,
broader.
okay.
Yeah. Like rocketed up
Parker
draft
said it.
boards. Like a lot of people were putting
Who
us
said
with
it?
Wright recently, but Wright rocketed up into the top 10.
Parker, he's one of the editors for the site, and then Leanne, who posts a lot, she said so. Three of the people, none of them were on tonight besides Bob, but three different people had Broderick going to the Steelers. So I mean, some people got it right. It wasn't me, but some people got it right.
It definitely wasn't me at all.
No,
I got
the
it
position
way
right.
wrong.
I didn't think
I
he'd still
think-
be there, if I'm being honest.
I think if it wasn't for who traded with Philly to get to number 9?
Chicago.
Is it
So
Chicago?
Philly traded up. Philly traded
Yes,
up
no,
to 9.
yeah,
Chicago
Philly
traded
traded
down.
Yeah, I think Chicago hates us for the Claypool. And
That's their fault.
They're like, we don't want
Yeah,
120,
because
we want 32.
I feel like we gave them a third round pick.
32.
Like, nah, F you.
32 or bust.
Philly's pick.
Right.
That's their fault.
I can see
Not
that
giving
them
us
being a little.
Claypool, F you. So
Hey Trey, we got a question from you from Brian Davis over on the Steeler Nation comments.
what's going on?
He wants to know who you think was the baddest D lineman you ever played,
Oh my goodness.
and the one you just hated to play against.
Outside of my teammates,
You can say teammates too. I'm fine with you saying teammates.
it's going to be my teammates. I hated blocking Aaron Smith. I hated blocking Brett Kiesel. And I despise more than anything blocking James Harrison.
Oh goodness!
I think that's a great answer to that question, no matter what.
Yeah.
And so I will go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You finish your thought, please, Trey. It's your.
I will continue it outside of Pittsburgh and say that White Freeney and Haloti Nada are the other two that
I was going to
Great
guess
players.
Nada.
Both. Well, Freeney's a Hall of Famer, right?
Haloti Nada should be.
He should.
He
I
is
agree.
quite possibly the strongest human outside of James Harrison I've ever had to block.
Just Keely Ringo's off the board.
Kaylee Ringo went to the Giants.
I just got a. Actually, the Steeler Nation Twitter just tweeted the tip that Keely Ringo's going.
So
there's
Justin
another
tweeted this.
Well, DeAndre
So
Baker
Banks and
2.0.
Joey Porter still up there.
That's crazy.
I thought they said Banks.
Right. Yeah. Like now, who do you like better in Banks and Joey Porter here, Matt?
So I personally like Banks better. I just think he's a little more versatile in the way he what coverages you can play with him. I think Porter
plays Steeler football.
That's a different story. That's two different stories. Joey Porter is a very physical, in-your-face corner, and if you play him like that, he'll succeed. But the Steelers haven't been playing that up at the line press man coverage they used to play anymore. They've been playing a lot of off man, a lot of
They
zone.
haven't had that dog yet.
I mean, that's fair. It might be because of personnel. I don't know that. But, I mean, Dick LeBeau ain't there no more.
Well, okay. We
True
just
story.
talked about
True
Joey
story.
Porter and Banks. Then also, if we're going to include Emmanuel Forbes for being a possible pick here.
Wait, didn't he went
Forbes is gone.
He's already off. Oh my
He's
gosh.
gone.
Yeah, wait,
Wow,
Forbes
he's
went.
already-
Forbes went to Washington at 16.
Are you
Never mind.
serious?
For Gonzalez.
Forbes went to Washington?
Yeah.
Forbes went to Washington 16.
Yeah.
That's right.
Over,
That's
over
right. Thank you.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Zach, for correcting me on my own show. I appreciate it.
Oh
So
wait,
the
no,
Giants-
sorry, the tip was wrong. That was
It was
tweeted on
Deontay
Deontay
Banks.
Ringo.
Yeah, I was going to say, they said Deontay Banks in the group chat. That's why I was
Oh yeah.
surprised that you said Ringo.
Yeah, because the Steeler Nation Twitter account. That's where I got the tip from.
Now, Trey, you
Yell
said
at
you hated.
Justin.
Trey, you said you hated blocking Aaron Smith, Kiesel, and Harrison. I know you might not have gone against them as much, but how was Hampton to deal with in practice? Because I remember
In practice.
Well, I mean, whenever you had to block him, I mean, did he not practice?
No, he practiced.
Yeah.
But Hampton was a special kind of practice player.
Well, I was going to say, because I remember hearing stories of where Texas literally had to not have him practice because he
Wait,
was
is
so
that
dominant
trade?
against their centers.
So it was similar. Like
What?
if Hamp wanted to turn it
What's
on,
going on?
there's nobody on earth who could block Casey
The
Hampton.
Bills are
o'clock.
The
Bills
Bills.
traded with Jaguars.
Oh,
Wow.
Said what?
Bills
Bills
just traded with the
traded,
Jaguars.
I think who's it for?
Jags are adding pick after pick right now.
The Jags are
Yeah.
going to be nasty next year.
Who does
I mean,
Buffalo
again-
Trevor
need?
Lawrence, man. Trevor
They
Lawrence
need
is
a
special.
linebacker,
He's
Trevor
wide
really
receiver,
Lawrence
and cornerback.
is
They need-
really good.
He's a real
linebacker
good.
and offensive.
And he
They could
gets
go
Calvin
both
Ridley
sides.
next year, and
Mhm.
he rejuvenated Evan Ingram's career. Like just like
Yeah.
and he and Etienne and dude that. I heard Cam Robinson though might be on the hook for a PED violation.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, who's that again, Trey?
Cam
Left-
Robinson,
the left
tackle,
tackle
yeah.
for the
Okay.
Jags.
who they just paid a lot of money to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's problematic.
D
Yeah.
says, "Let's go." I just texted D.
Nice.
Let's go.
He says, "Let's go."
Yep.
I think.
Yeah,
I
Where
think
is
Buffalo-
D? What happened to D? I don't know. He's off the
He.
show.
You went to sleep?
He's
Hey,
tired.
Hey, just so you know, Trey, I just want you to know, especially for bragging rights, you beat out the young buck.
Dude, I do this.
I know.
He's still playing football.
You and me are. I know. Yeah, he's got to sleep because he got an X. No, he doesn't have an XFL.
He has a
game.
USFL.
His team-
USFL, yeah.
Well, I thought he was an.
Oh,
okay,
D still playing?
USFL.
All right.
He's in
Yeah.
Birmingham. Yeah, he's with Birmingham.
I get it.
Yeah,
I
that's
get
right.
it. I'm still gonna give him shit though, but I get it.
Yeah.
Goodness,
No,
I think
I can hang better than most. Don't get me wrong. I got you this
Bills
shit.
gave up 130. Pick
Yes.
Trey,
The Giants.
Trey,
Yes.
you drinking red wine?
No. Come on now.
What is it?
Red.
I switched it up.
wine.
I drank 4 roses earlier, and now I'm drinking.
Don't let
That's
me
what the
be.
bottle was.
1884.
1884 Uncle Nearest.
Let me be
I'm
alone.
working for Malibu Rum all weekend at Stagecoach.
Malibu, you need to get Appleton rum. That's the best type of rum. there
Appleton.
is.
Appleton.
Listen,
I
I
don't
never even
drink
knew
a
what
lot, so I
Appleton
don't-
was. I never even knew what it was till I went on my honeymoon to Jamaica, and my God,
Yes,
it is delicious.
it's delicious, and when you wake up in the morning, they don't smell it on you.
Am I cheating on my wife here in this situation, Trey? What are we talking about?
Damn.
Bill's pick is in.
I'm just keeping it real.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm just here for fun. Yeah, that's why we work out. You keep it real. I keep it fun.
Yeah,
Yeah, makes sense.
Trey, I got a question for you here from Travel Buddy.
yeah, that's my guy.
Who do you like better? Do you like Harris or Derrick Henry better? Najee or Derrick Henry?
Full disclosure.
Yeah.
I did not see Derrick Henry being Derrick Henry after his first 2 or 3 years. When he had to share the backfield with who's the
Deion
running back
Lewis.
that came from
Deion-
Dallas?
Not Deion Lewis.
Oh yeah.
DeMarco
yeah.
Murray.
DeMarco Murray.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris B.
Shared the backfield with someone else the year after too.
Yeah, he was in the backfield after that, but
And
never
then he
was.
came on that year. That was his big year. Yeah.
So Alabama running backs have been, until recently, a little bit underwhelming, to say the least. And so I thought Derrick Henry was going to be that way. He wasn't. Najee, he started out slow this year. And I was on him hard because he was not giving the line enough credit. He would try to do too many things on his own, and he still does it. Don't get me wrong. That's part of his nature. But he's a hell of a running back, dude.
Yeah.
And he's a hell of a leader. Like just how he carries himself.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Even more importantly. So I think we hit a home run with Najee.
Yeah.
We hit a home run.
I love that take. And plus he was playing with a plate in his cleat.
Yes.
Through 7 weeks last year, like before, and like he was not himself until after the bye week.
Right.
I remember like Bob and I were going back and forth. He was saying like, well, he had to learn from Warren how to run downhill. I'm like, he had a plate in his freaking shoe for the first 7 weeks of the season before they pulled it out, and he played like a week before the bye. And then and out on my show, people were flaming me. People were like, Stryker, we needed to drop Najee. He was at weights of a pick. He was a bust. I'm like, guys, calm the F down. This guy's been playing injured all
real deal.
year. It's like I'm going to let you guys know. after the bye week, getting 2 full weeks with that plate off his foot for another week, he's going to be a different player downhill for the back half of the season than he was for the first half of the season. And what do we see? We saw a 1,000-yard running back then.
We have a hell of a number 2. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. How great is that to find a number 2 as an undrafted rookie free agent? Because we've been looking for that number 2. He
is absolutely amazing. But there is a difference between him and Najee. And Najee
definitely
is the number 1.
Yeah. Better receiver, stronger, better stiff arm. Can get power on the edge as well as that speed.
But how he carries himself, that complete confidence that
as
he
a
has
human being,
in himself as a human.
Yes.
Dude, I love how Najee is Najee.
Yeah.
And he loves himself, but not in a cocky way. He's just very confident. And
he's
I
confident.
love it. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, and I feel like he has O-lineman's back.
Tight end is off the board.
Yeah, Bill's just
Washington.
Dalton Kincaid.
Kincaid
is the first one?
Kincaid to Buffalo.
Before Mayer?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not who I would have
That's
picked.
crazy.
And Darnell Washington.
Well, Dallas is picking Mayer.
Hey, it was good for us.
Dallas is definitely taking tight end. They're going
Dallas is picking Mayer. But they got 2 good tight ends that didn't have to draft early to get. Actually, they had to pick Dalton Schultz was in the early round draft pick.
I'm confused by this. I don't see the need. I agree with you, Trai. I don't see the need.
Yeah, they could have gone linebacker.
Don't they still have Dawson Knox?
Yeah, they do have Knox.
As a beast, but they needed somebody to replace Tremaine. They got, or not Tremaine, but is it Tremaine?
Yeah, Tremaine.
Tremaine Edmonds.
Tremaine
Yeah.
Edmonds, yeah.
Tremaine.
And
they got the other All-Pro linebacker locked in. Milano, who's a beast.
Yeah.
But they don't have a.
And they had other choices for defense. They had plenty of choices for defense to show up on that, but that. And yet again, Miles Murphy stays on the board.
Yep. He's got to go to Jacksonville, right? He's got to go.
Nolan Smith too.
Nolan. So this is. We're gonna have a nice selection at the start of our day tomorrow if this keeps heading this way.
Yes, it's going to be a crazy. It's Steelers might keep their pick if it's somebody that they thought was a can't miss first round prospect. Otherwise, they're moving back and trying to bank some day 3 picks. That they don't have any day 3 picks now until the 7th round.
Yeah, 241.
That's it. Matt, what you just said about the 2 quarterbacks. This whole night, we have people, if they slightly wanted a quarterback and they get to stew in this, those 2 quarterbacks might look really good at that 32 spot.
Mm-hmm.
We might be able to. Because we've been talking about this since I think a week and a half, 2 weeks ago when I was first on the thing about that day between the drafts. Even though we're irritated, we want to. It's going to really help that, and everything's falling to where we're going to get a really good value if we do want to get rid of that one.
Right.
Yeah. The one thing you said, Najee was different. I'll admit, I might have been a little wrong because I had ETN wanting ETN before they took Najee.
I'm with you there, Matt. I actually did my mock on the Eagles.
Can I be completely transparent?
Yeah, please.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted Eddie Lacy before Le'Veon Bell.
we were in some conversations on the Steeler Nation draft the forum on Steeler Nation football forum about some people did want Bo Lacy over Le'Veon Bell, and then Bo Lacy ended up eating himself out of the league, and then Le'Veon Bell. Yeah,
because we did draft a Bo Lacy.
Is that where my brain goes? My brain automatically does that.
Bo Lacy we drafted in the 6th round of 2004.
Yeah. And he played which position?
O-line.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, that's what my brain does associations.
I love that though.
I jumped on Bo Lacy as opposed to Eddie Lacy, and that's how my brain works. Thank you for calling me out, Trai.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. Much love, man.
Much love, man.
Yeah. I love that.
Now, in all fairness, in the NFL, Le'Veon went over a complete transformation of the back he was in college. Le'Veon was
No,
not.
I thought he was. I thought
especially
he
being
got
a
worn
pass
to the
receiver.
bone at Michigan State. Like I thought he had way too many carries at Michigan State.
Yeah,
and
he was
would not be that type of dude. And yes, in our offense, I don't know what it is.
He was a monster.
He slimmed down. He lost about 15 pounds. He stopped trying. I mean, Michigan State didn't use him as a receiver. They just used him. Let's get those 3 yards between the tackles.
Right.
And Steelers just, I mean, how many? He caught the 100 passes the 1 year from Ben on all those checkdowns. So I mean, it was ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah.
So he would be a Hall of Famer if he stayed with us.
Yes.
That's the great. Like he was putting up Jim Brown numbers per game as a Pittsburgh Steeler before he chose not to sign the non-exclusive franchise tag. Like his numbers, like 129 yards per game. Those are Jim Brown numbers before he decided to try to go to the Jets and not sign.
I get why he did it, and he did it.
I do too. Like you're right too. Like we've been talking, like players need to be paid, and I completely agree, especially with running backs now, and especially if running backs are taken in the first round. It's like you've got 5 years with a running back and can tag them before they can go out and get a contract.
Yeah, and especially when you are the bell cow, when you are like. Actually, not even the bell cow, but more than the bell cow. Like you are not only running the ball, but you're catching 90 passes out the backfield. Like he should be paid, and that's what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that.
And I see that
effort, but like it's backfired so hard for running backs.
And to me, Trey, I think the wrong decision was not on Le'Veon Bell. In that entire contract negotiation situation, I think it was in the Pittsburgh Steelers choosing to place a non-exclusive franchise tag as opposed to a exclusive, like so he could be able to shop his wares to another team, possibly work out a trade.
I don't think the Pittsburgh did wrong because I think James Conner was more than a sufficient.
Well, yeah, I mean that was definitely the right pick for the Steelers going Connor in that draft. But
right, they offered him, and if Le'Veon had accepted, he probably would have made more money in the long run. But hindsight is always 20/20.
Yep.
But like James Conner was a more than sufficient replacement.
Exactly.
I completely
behind that offensive line. That offensive line was elite.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I feel like once the offensive line dropped in 2019, if we kept Bell, he would not have been good. Like this whole thing about how running backs are or are not dependent on the offensive line.
Chris,
Bell's probably what.
Tell him, Chris.
Yeah, Bell is probably one of the absolute most deep. He's, from a running back standpoint, he's the most dependent on his offensive line.
Let me tell you this. Okay, so that is
all the skill position players. You had Brown.
That's nuanced. That is nuanced. Because Le'Veon had a very unique way of running the ball.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And most O-lines aren't equipped to deal with that way. And so, like, if you take Le'Veon and put him to
Mozzie Smith to the Cowboys. That's a shocker.
Like the patience that he showed was unique. And nobody's been able to do it before or after.
Exactly.
Mixed and tried.
Exactly.
But it is the most, like if you put that type of running back and if you put them in the training camp with the offensive lines would thrive because all we need is a half a second to go from double teams to get on the second level. And that's what produces big runs, right?
Mm-hmm.
First down runs.
Yeah.
And so Le'Veon did that. He let us develop our blocking schemes, but it only worked with the O-line that he had at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's been nothing duplicated ever since.
You're right.
Absolutely
You're
agree.
right.
So Dallas didn't take a tight end there. So we have Michael Myers still on the board, and we have Jacksonville coming up with what I thought were 3 players they wanted: Breesy, Murphy, and Smith still on the board.
Wow.
So
So who do you think? Who do you think, Zach?
I think Miles Murphy here. I think they traded back, seeing him fall, know they could pick up a little bit of capital and still get him.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised if it wasn't Murphy, but I've been surprised a lot tonight. So
Yeah, a lot of weird stuff's been happening.
Maisie Smith for the Cowboys. Where was Maisie, Zach?
He's a
actually, Mason Smith wasn't too bad. He was actually just have him on. He was 41, so it wasn't terrible. It wasn't a bad.
Okay.
I thought Michael Meyer was going to go with Dallas. So I'm surprised at that.
I actually
Yeah,
thought
I did
Maisie would
too.
have been a solid pick for the
So
Steelers.
let me ask you all this. Actually,
All right.
put your GM hat on. Everybody, put your GM hat on. Let me see you physically put it on.
It's right here. Mario.
Put it on. Okay. Are you drafting value or are you drafting need?
It depends on what my team is like. If
Well,
I'm
I thought I just
like for the
if I'm
Steelers
the
at
Steelers,
32.
am I a GM for the Steelers?
No, you're GM for an NFL franchise, an expansion team.
Expansion team.
Value.
Yeah.
If I'm expansion team, I have needs all over the board.
Right, you have needs all over the board. Put your GM
I'm taking
hat
value.
on. Are you taking value? Are you taking need?
Well, to me, Trey, that is the ultimate question of any draft pick. Steelers always state they are drafting BPA, best player available.
Gee, we're not talking about the Steelers. We're talking about.
I'm just stating.
Okay.
I'm just stating in general.
Okay.
But what actually happens in the draft is you draft the best player available for the needs that your team has. And that tends to shape the draft. Like, case in point for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We didn't really have any open needs. There were 0 needs as starters. The only needs that I even had listed on our team are maybe for punt and kick returner, just because we lost Ray and Austin did not play last year as the kick and punt returner. But our only needs that we still had, even as backups, are like third quarterback, maybe an upgrade at nose, maybe some inside linebacker depth. Yes, nickel cornerback. These are like we're not talking about starting positions. So I think best player available is always the way teams want to draft, but you have to be able to fill in those positions of need to try to fit your team.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Trey, if I'm drafting an expansion team, first of all, I'm not going need because my head explodes because I need everything. I'm going for a value, but I'm looking for a 2-level value, value of the player itself, and can he elevate the players around him? If you're doing an expansion, you want someone who, no matter if you want him to make everyone else better because you took that guy. So I'm looking for those 2 values. If there's no one that can do that, sure, best player available. But expansion team, I want someone that's going to come in and be the leader from that moment and take that franchise to where they're going on their back. That's what I'd look for.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'd say I'd go best player available, but I would also look at their versatility. Like a wide receiver, can they play across the board, slot, outside?
Position flexibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you saying wide receiver will be your?
No. I'm just giving that as an example. Like, for being
versatility in general.
Yeah.
I'm giving y'all a whole lot to think about. Okay, so on the other side of it, if you are a team that is loaded and you have all your main players, at least for another 2 years, and you have the 26th draft pick because you traded up in the previous draft. What are you drafting for? Are you afraid of being a team that's drafting somebody and it's going to be considered a reach, or do you not care? You're going to draft who you think is the best player to fit your championship team?
I'd shift my perspective from drafting for this year to drafting to 2 years down the road. Look for players with a higher ceiling that we could maybe get lower on. So get more capital, move back, and if we don't have to think about this year much, get someone that when it does come about in 2 years, they're ready to take over, so we don't have to worry
So you're
about it.
still thinking about the future. You're not thinking about.
No, if my team is stacked and I'm okay now, it might be why I'm not a GM, but I would automatically start looking, okay, so what about what we need next year? What about the year after that? Do we have anyone who might take a year or two until we know is going to be the best player available after those times they have to mature?
So you would take a quarterback?
If I knew that quarterback would be fine to sit and he was going to sit and wait, there's no chance he's going to start, then yeah, absolutely I'd do it. But I don't think a lot of quarterbacks taken high like that.
Hang on real quick. Anton Harrison went to the Jaguars.
Yeah, Cam is
good for us.
Our Cam is going to be on a PhD.
No, that's true. That's an excellent
good for us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's definitely great for us. And also, Trey, to answer your question, if I'm a GM in that situation, I might also look for like aging players or maybe players whose contracts I can get out of. Almost like saying if I got a defensive tackle whose contract expires in 2 years, but we save a lot of money on the dead cap, I might go ahead and get his replacement early. Especially if he's aging, like if he's like 32, might go ahead and get defensive tackle. Like what Philly did.
Okay.
I don't know if I trade up to do it, but I might try something like that.
Mackenzie?
Well, Trey, here's something that I've been thinking
Hi,
about.
sorry, I'm just looking about who the Bengals might get.
Go ahead, Mackenzie.
Oh no, so I was just thinking about like depth at this point. Like, what would you do like when you want to add depth? So you said you have all the players, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you're looking at depth now, are you going to look at someone like, for example, like a Paris Johnson, right? Like, do you expect him to, or no, I'm going to give Lucas Van Ness for example. If we were to have gotten Lucas Van Ness, knowing that we have our guys, would we want someone like him in case they go down, knowing that there's like the injuries are going to happen every season? Do you want someone that's ready to go when the next man literally is probably, there's a chance he might go down, he might not? That's what I'm thinking about, like adding to the depth in the sense that like he's going to be ready if the next man gets injured. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking.
No, I get that. Yeah. Go ahead, G. Go ahead.
Here's what I've been thinking, at least, about the Steelers. We've been talking about how the Steelers draft centers, and there's been a couple drafts in these past 3 years where I'm
don't you talk about Linderbaum. Don't you dare talk about Linderbaum.
I won't talk about Linderbaum. But I'm just like, Steelers have Pouncey. Pouncey's getting toward the end of his career. Now it's probably time to draft that center to kind of learn behind Pouncey for a year and then become the Steelers center, which they did with when they drafted who's the big one? Why am I drawing a blank on the big one through the 70s? The big Steelers center through the 70s. The one that had
Webster.
Webster.
They drafted Webster, but he had some years to learn behind Mansfield. Mansfield was the center at the time, and Mansfield was a fantastic center. Mansfield won 2 Super Bowls as the starter before they had to turn it over to Webster. Same thing, they had Webster, or they had Dermody Dawson learn for a couple years behind Webster before they had to pass the torch on to Dermody Dawson. Like, that's what I was expecting toward the end of Pouncey's career. It's like, are we going to draft this center now to learn for a year or two, maybe after Pouncey to be able to easily transition into the next center? But they did not do that. They just kind of let it go. And then when it happened, they're like, okay, we're going to draft Green.
There wasn't a Pouncey. Pouncey was the obvious choice.
Oh, easily. Yeah. Easily.
And there has not been Tyler Linderbaum, who I was a big proponent of last year, was kind of obvious. And then Creed Humphrey, was it 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago.
I'm thinking of even Newberry. Like,
No, Creed and who did I just say? I forgot that.
Linderbaum.
Linderbaum.
They're obvious. Like Pouncey was obvious.
Yeah.
There hasn't been, at least in my eyes, an obvious lineman like that, at least interior.
Yeah.
Wow.
So John Michael Schmitz wouldn't be one of those guys for you. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Miles Murphy off the board, by the way.
Yep, he went to the
Cincinnati
Bengals.
just took him.
Quentin Nelson is another one.
Ooh, yeah.
Like these are obvious interior guys that play with attitude, that set the tone for the offensive line, and that's what I want for the Steelers. But as much as I love Mason Cole, I don't know if he's that guy. I think Isaac might be that guy. So, go ahead.
No, I was saying I get that. I was going to agree.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I like Mason Cole. I guess I'm a little higher on him. That's why whenever
I like
I went
Mason
into
Cole a lot.
the draft, I wasn't looking for a center at all because we have a bunch of people who has not only center experience, but I think that we would be perfectly comfortable plugging in. So honestly, with what we got, I feel pretty good about our line right now.
Oh, I feel great.
Sit
I
back
was also thinking about like it. Well, we don't have a fourth anymore, but if we did have it, we could have gone to Ricky Stromberg to learn behind Mason Cole.
That's a good point. Now we have New Orleans coming up, and they need defensive line. If you saw their team needs, it should be defensive line at all three places. So if they don't take Brian Breesy or Nolan Smith, I don't know who's running the Saints.
Yeah, I'd say they could also maybe try linebacker. I think
linebacker, you'd have to I mean, Trenton Simpson's there, but that would be a
They could go tight end unless they really like Taysom Hill still.
So there's some good there's plenty of good players left.
Oh yeah, definitely. The Steelers are licking the chops. They don't have to trade.
So the Bengals drafted, right? And they did not take Brian Branch. I am so surprised because they lost two of their safeties in this offseason.
Yeah. Although to be fair, I think they drafted at least
They
one
lost
safety
my guy
last year.
from Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Which one?
The safety.
They lost
Brian
two
Branch.
safeties.
Yeah, they lost two safeties this offseason.
All right, so I'll draw.
I know.
He's
I've drawn a blank.
He's talking about Bates.
He's down in Atlanta.
I've been drinking whiskey.
Okay.
Bates. Oh, Jeremy Bates. Thank you.
Bates.
Thank you. My bad.
Thank you.
Jesse.
Thanks for helping me out.
He doesn't see this.
I appreciate
it. Like, Bates is my guy. Like, he's a young guy, obviously, like 20 years my junior, but like he has been doing his thing for Cincinnati. He was a linchpin in that defense.
Yeah.
And now he's in Atlanta. So Atlanta spent a lot of money on defense. A lot of money on defense.
Yep.
Hey Matt, a quick question. If this keeps going like this, and when our pick comes up, if you have Brian Branch available with Cam Smith, Keely Ringo, and Joey Porter Jr., out of those four, who are you taking at 32?
I'm giving Brian Branch.
Yep.
Matt
and I were taking Brian Branch as the 17 pick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me
makes
the
sense.
guy.
Is Joey really going to last to the second round?
But Mackenzie, who do you take?
What was the question?
If when we get to 32, there's Brian Branch, Cam Smith, Keely Ringo, and Joey Porter Jr. Who are you taking?
Joey Porter Jr. hands down. Why wouldn't we? Are you kidding?
I get it.
That's why I had to throw to Mackenzie.
Yeah, I'm taking Joey as
Porter
well.
is not getting past us on 32nd. I guarantee that.
Right?
Yeah.
Even with Brian Branch there, though, Trey, who do you like better with
this off GP? Like you can't.
Okay. Awesome. I love hearing that from you, man.
You can't do that. Like it would. I think Tomlin knows that. Like like they're close enough in ability where he has to. He can't.
He's gonna go with the guy he's known since he was 30.
Right. Yeah, he knows that guy.
No, my only question is with Joey Porter, where does he fit in the defense early in his career?
I mean, he's going to rotate. He's going to rotate with Patrick Peterson this year.
Yeah, I mean, you got P2 there.
Yeah,
Well, he's
gonna
gonna
rotate
learn
with
from
Patrick.
But you
him.
think Levi is the
Peterson.
other guy? Like,
Yeah, I mean, well, Levi started the
Yeah.
whole season last year. I mean, you think he
Yeah,
loses his
I
job?
agree, but
no, he's going to
this
learn in the nickel.
maybe.
Levi
And
or Joey?
he's going to be a box safety because he likes to tackle. Like that.
If you can give it, if he fits that role, then I'm all for it.
So who would Gonzalez have taken? Whose spot does Gonzalez? You think they would have?
So Gonzalez played in the slot for Oregon a little bit, so he had that experience there. So he could do that early. Joey never really did. He's physical enough, definitely.
Do it.
Yeah, and then going back with the Brian Branch, again, we have 3 safeties that can rotate between box, free, and strong.
Right.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm a big fan of Casey. Like, just
I am too.
I am too. I love Casey.
Yeah.
Like, he's a ball hog.
When he was announced as a starter when Edmonds went down, which Edmonds never goes down,
right?
I screamed. I'm like, Casey! Everybody turned around and looked at me. I'm like, you will see what he does in this game. And he had an interception in his first game as a starter.
Right. Casey is like, he's a ball hog.
He is a baller.
Yeah. He's
Brian Breesy to the Saints, by the way.
Brian Breesy, all right.
Man, I wanted him on the Steelers so bad.
Yeah. Now, what did the
they're in
Chiefs do
Frederick.
here?
Stryker, they're in Frederick.
Chiefs need a defense.
They're in Frederick. If you have the stream on, they're showing Brian Breesy's stream. It's from Frederick, where you are.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
You know what? I want Brian Breesy on the Steelers too.
I think he had potential to be like a Cam Hayward type Steeler player, where you're with him for 10+ years. You own that D line.
They need somebody to come in and alleviate Cam. Cam is the hardest working human for the last 4 years.
I hear you, Trey.
We probably take that at 49.
And he's been ageless. Like,
they need to dip back into those Ohio State waters.
Year after year after year, and like all pro. Like, I think last year was like the only year he didn't make all pro. And his stats were good. He should have been all pro. Like that.
He was,
dude. Trey, I will tell you about the thing that pisses me off the most about last year's team is the fact that Highsmith did not even make Pro Bowl last year.
Yeah, that was dumb.
That almost makes me as mad as the fact that TJ Watt didn't win Defensive Player of the Year the year before he won it.
You know,
when he had way better stats.
You know who made Pro Bowl over Highsmith?
TJ. It was TJ
who played half a freaking season, and then when he opted out, Highsmith didn't even get in.
It should have been a Highsmith.
Because he opted out. He's like, if I opt out, Highsmith will get in. He opted out, and Highsmith did not get in. That drove me insane, Trey.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Drove me insane. I love me some Highsmith. Absolutely love Highsmith.
Yo, have you met his dad?
No, I've been only blessed enough to meet Highsmith when we drafted him as a rookie, and I had him on the show. That's like that's my only. I love
Sam Highsmith is a beautiful human being.
What's up about his dad? Tell us about
his dad. Is awesome. Every single game, cheering him on, dude. Like he's a beautiful human being.
Yes, he is.
I can see why Alex is who he is because he's very down to earth. Very humble guy, and I can see why he got it from his dad. So, like, that family is dope. Like, I cheer for them all the time. So, that's my little 2 cents. But yeah, I want them to last and be a part of this defensive line and rush pass. But we need some help for Cam. Cam is by himself. Like Larry Ojinobi, like I love what he did at the end of last year.
Yeah.
Get me wrong. We should never got rid of Javon Hargrave.
Oh gosh. Well, the problem with that, Trey, is because having a nose tackle is devalued in the NFL, being a 30% guy. But the problem with with Hargrave, and I will tell you exactly what happened.
He was the other good 79.
Well, you're right, because when oh gosh, the other guy was the left guy, Tuitt. When Tuitt was injured and he swapped over from 0 tech to 5 tech, and he excelled at Tuitt's spot. And then we're like, okay, we've got to get rid of Javon Hargrave because Tuitt's coming back next year and he's healthy. But the problem was Tuitt never came back. Like that was a situation where it became a positional issue where the Steelers are like,
the Steelers enough credit for pivoting from that. That
was a tough pivot. Don't get me wrong. That was a tough pivot because we assumed Tuitt was going to come back. Yeah, he put up those insane stats his last year with us, and then the tragedy with his brother, the tragedy with his injury as well, pairing that together, and then it just became this thing where like we can't have Hargrave back as a 30% guy if we're expecting Tuitt to be back. And to me, that was the issue why we didn't retain Hargrave because we expected Tuitt to be coming back that next year. And he never
drafted Tuitt in the second round.
Yep.
Like 2011 or 12 or
early 2010s.
And then we got Javon Hargrave in 2016, something like that. And so we identified that talent early. And I'm hoping that maybe the Steelers see something maybe in the second or third round pick because we need help on the D line. We need help. We got Larry Ojanobi back.
Yep.
And we drafted
DeMarvin Leal
from Texas A&M, who I think the Steelers are high on.
Yeah, I like Leal.
We don't have Mitch anymore, which is huge. Like,
who don't we have, Trey?
Mitch.
Oh, Coach Mitch. Yes.
Coach Mitch retired.
Yep.
Hopefully he'll be a consultant or whatever. But like him on a D line is a big reason why we've had so many successful D linemen.
Yeah.
And so
I'll also say with the Leal, he played. Oh, when he was healthy, he played like Highsmith did in his rookie year. He didn't get the stats. He didn't show up. Like you never heard his name, but he was a big reason other people got their stats.
Yeah.
He helped create pressure. Leal looked great.
Leo had a better second half than he had first half. But
he missed like 5 games
in the first half. And so like every rookie, you want them to develop.
Yeah.
Like, and you're right, Chris. Like Leo showed enough where he could be that 4-eye. And we play a very unique defensive front. Like we want our defensive ends to 2-gap.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's tough.
Stop the run and rush the passer.
Yeah. And so, but just like Highsmith came on and showed flashes. But dude, I watched him intently last year. Highsmith, like he got sacks, but his true impact was how much pressure he put on constantly.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Just all the time. Like, look, he developed a hellified spin move. Like tackles were scared of him.
Yeah.
Oh, really quick on Nolan Smith just went to Philly.
Nolan Smith to the Eagles.
Georgia Eagles.
How hard can I cuss on here right now? Because I'm so tired of.
Go ahead, let it rip, Trey.
I'm so fucking tired of.
Let's fucking go.
There go our ads on YouTube. We don't care.
They're drafting perfectly, like just.
Well, here's the thing. Like Trey, I was worried at this spot. Like, actually, I was worried they're going to take Brian Branch.
Yep.
In this position.
Dude, they didn't do it and still won. Like
they're the best team in the league in the NFC, and and honestly, like there's no like you look at the quarterbacks, and now that Aaron Rodgers is left for AFC, like there are no quarterbacks in the NFC. This is Hurts's league. Like Hurts has a golden ticket to the Super Bowl. Every season, he wants the ball in the playoffs.
He's gonna get the ball so many times because that defense is gonna shut shit down.
Exactly. This looks like an Andy Reid team.
Is
honestly,
that
with Jim Johnson as the defensive coordinator?
I don't even think that is sick. Like, I think they
sick.
have surpassed that shit. Like just
yeah. I'm glad we took Weidel from the Eagles just so they couldn't just keep piling on championships.
Exactly. Oh, they got
that
that guy.
Still, they're killing their draft.
Like, how does a Super Bowl runner-up win the fucking draft.
Magic.
Right.
Bullshit magic.
The Georgia Eagles over here.
Yeah, is that four?
Like
is that
we used
four
to
Georgia
talk about
picks?
the whole
Yeah.
the runner-up would always miss the playoffs the next
Right.
year. This
Exactly.
is like Eagles are set for life, right? Like
This
this is a great draft for the Eagles. If they took Branch there, look, honestly, if they took Branch, we were like the entire league is screwed. I thought for sure they were going to take Branch right there.
To get Jalen Carter at 10 and to still get Nolan Smith here, that it's
And everybody loves you on the show too, Trey, by the way. You're killing
Let's
it.
go.
Thank you for showing you are just as much of a freak as I am.
Everybody loves me on the show. Well, that's good.
It's always a
Just
positive.
being me. That's all.
Yeah, I know. We're just having fun. I'm glad you're like me. You like get up for this stuff. You're having fun. You're
No,
throwing your
this
opinions.
is
It's
my,
like, what else would we be doing other than sitting back and watching the draft?
Exactly.
y'all gotta thank my wife. Actually,
But-
I told her.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Essex.
Yeah, this
Please.
is yeah.
Mother of 3. We love you. Possibly 4 if we are blessed enough.
Yeah, I want.
We'll see.
Actually, I want the fourth, which is
Hey,
crazy.
practice makes perfect.
Yes,
Practice makes.
yes.
I see Kansas City
We're pretty
coming
good
up.
at practice.
I've only been blessed with 1, so I feel you, man. I feel you.
Yeah.
Actually.
I'm looking here. I don't see anyone that Kansas City would take that would upset us. I see us going into this pick with like
Oof.
really
I
good.
could see him taking Branch. I could see him taking
Yep.
Branch.
Miles
That-
is saying that too.
That
I'm
would
a-
be a. That would be a
I'm not gonna.
DPA.
I'm not
That's
gonna
not
lie.
a
I'm
need.
perfectly content with them taking Branch.
No.
I'd rather them take Branch than Joey Porter.
I see, well, I think that's something else. Like we are now at the last pick in the first round. Yeah, you're right. I don't think there is a bad pick here because if they take Porter, we can take Branch. If they take Branch, we can take Porter. So
Have Josh Downs.
No, we got bigger needs than
Electric.
No.
receiver, to be honest.
No, not the
wide
Steelers.
receiver. What
For
wide
Kansas
receiver's
City?
up now?
No, I'm saying have the Kansas City take Josh Downs.
That actually.
Oh,
that,
that's what
that
you
would
meant. My
fit
bad.
their MO. Honestly,
I'd be good
I
with that.
really like that. That good call, Matt. Honestly, I think you're gonna.
I mean, they won't do it because they just drafted
Are we
Sky
gonna
Moore.
get a
They just
pick right
traded for
today?
Tony.
Hey
Are you
guys,
gonna pick right?
I want to roll to some footage here for
We have a clip.
yeah, I've got a clip to show.
Okay, send it.
Oh, stop. I'm going to stop the screen share and I'm going to share the next one. Yeah, I think I got to present a new one.
I swear, if
Yeah.
this is my high school football tape, Striker, I'm gonna.
It is. How did you know? Oh!
Come on, show me something, Matt.
Bringing back my left tackle days.
All right. I want to show some Broderick Jones highlights.
Okay.
So let's watch some Broderick Jones highlights here and comment on it.
I don't like his stance already, but okay.
Okay. A little
That was
high in the
quick.
stance right there. Is that what
It's a
you're saying?
little too square for a left tackle.
Okay.
He
We
can
see
do
him
that
right
in
there.
college. He can do
He's
that in
coming over
college.
right.
I
That's
like
a good
I like
turn.
that. I like
That's a good
that.
turn. Yeah.
I like that. I don't.
All right, left. You don't like the way he doesn't have
I
his
don't like
hand
the
on the
stance.
ground. He's got two guys there.
Well, it looked like he
Oh,
held the
go back,
first
go
guy.
back, go back to. Can you rewind that clip real quick?
Yeah. I'll go back here a second. Hang on.
Let me
Yeah, I
just
think he
see.
held.
Let me see what he sees. Hold on. Okay, pause. I'm sorry. I'm getting back to my film watching days.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Let me take it back a little bit.
I mean, that's not the worst thing. Getting back to
He overset. I don't
All right.
like that.
We're gonna play it, and then we're gonna come
Play
back
it.
to it.
Yep.
Pause. All right.
What do you like? What do you want to say? Get ready.
What
All
we're
right,
not seeing
so
is.
I'm gonna give y'all a little tutorial.
Okay.
Real
Ooh,
quick,
I like this.
Let's hear it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you see that nose tackle is on the other side. He is
Yeah,
the only
that's a one tech right there, right?
Somebody has to come inside.
Yeah.
So he knows that left guard is coming to him.
And the guard looks like he's blocking nobody.
No, the left guard knows that he has to block the DN at this point because.
Okay.
All right, so thank you that I'm not blaming him for this right now.
Okay.
Play it. Nope, the left guard fucked it up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he did. He completely blew his
He had
assignment.
nobody, and then he had the other guy come inside.
Yeah.
All right.
He blew it.
Now you got two guys. It looks like he's man up against both these two guys. And
No,
he's
'cause
got
you
to
got the
make,
center replacement.
make a decision.
So
Who
you
do
got
you
the center
take?
replacing the
Who
guard.
do you take in this situation?
This
You
looks
take
like a
the
run
edge?
play.
Yeah, it's a run play.
Yeah.
It's a run play. Left guard's pulling.
Yeah, center replaces the guard.
Oh, it's a play action.
All right.
All right. That didn't look like it was as much as we were looking at there.
Yeah.
All right. Did they switch over to the other side?
No, they switched the perspective.
That was too easy.
All right. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the
From
DM didn't do
yes.
anything.
You don't.
Yeah,
put it in
that
the
to me. Yeah. Okay. Now he's looking man up on the edge. Looks like the edge is
Nope.
definitely a smaller
I
guy.
hate lay hands. Lay hands.
Late hands. Okay.
Okay. Nope, not a good highlight. Go ahead.
Okay.
Next
You
one.
didn't like that one as much. Cool.
No, I don't like that one either. What the?
Okay, backside.
So after you said late
That was a
hands,
turn.
he does that every play, and that's all I can look at now.
Yeah, I agree, Matt. Now I can't look away from the late hands.
Yeah, all these highlights have not been. What are you looking at?
That's what we
Is
had.
that it?
That was it. That was it. It was only a minute and a half.
Trey, you got me less confident now.
Trey does not feel good about this at all.
You know what?
Trey talked himself out of this.
Hey, Trey, don't worry. Pat Meyer's gonna fix him up. Pat Meyer's got this.
No, like that was not a highlight tape, right?
That was a highlight tape of a minute and a half of him,
No,
which didn't look like
he
any
probably did.
highlights.
That probably was
I
not
Is
his
that
highlight.
like
I
a
agree
highlight
with
of
you,
General
Trey.
Georgia
It did
Bulldogs?
not look like
that was
any
not a highlight.
highlights other than like people reacting around him.
That wasn't a
Pick is
highlight
in.
of what he could do.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, a trade is in.
What?
Somebody coming up to Kansas City spot.
No,
I don't see a trade on my side.
I
I
don't
see
see
just
a
Yeah, I
trade.
see. Pick is in.
it's pick 31.
It says pick is in on my TV.
Yeah, it says pick is in. Chiefs have their pick. It's
Tight end?
confirmed.
Who said
I don't-
trade?
No one said I didn't hear anyone say trade.
Let's see.
Who did
Very
Kansas
late.
City
Very
pick?
late hands.
We're still waiting.
We're
Just says
waiting to
pick is
see.
in. No, I'm watching the ESPN feed.
Yeah, and I'm looking at nothing on Twitter yet.
What's our guess?
Oh, they're doing it big in KC. So I can't wait until this is in Pittsburgh.
I know.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Right?
That's gonna be amazing.
Wasn't
Yo.
it in Cleveland already? I don't know.
Yes, it was in
Yeah.
Cleveland,
It has to be in Pittsburgh.
Ah!
It has to be in Pittsburgh.
and
I mean,
they
I'm-
booed every single Steelers pick. And then that was when Run DMC did
Everybody
his little
hates
rap.
us,
Oh,
which
I
is
love
beautiful.
Run DMC.
I love
I'm
how
I'm a
everybody
big
hates us.
DMC fan. Not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
yeah, that was Run DMC doing his thing to upset everybody even more.
Mackenzie, I'm just going to make a point that you lasted on the show way longer than I thought you were going to be here. So I appreciate you.
Oh
Center
my
Square.
goodness, of course. I literally have nothing to do. This is
Right?
my night is for the draft. And
Right.
anything
Amen.
can happen.
What,
So I
what's
wanna
what's
be
going
here.
on tomorrow, Mackenzie?
My goodness. I'm working Stagecoach, the country music festival.
Ooh, nice.
I'm working for like 13 hours the next
Yeah.
3 days in a row.
Oh,
And in the hot desert 100-degree weather.
Rip.
You have strange hobbies.
So you're saying we're not going to see you?
Honestly, I'm gonna try. No, this is my plan. I know that we can like pick when our breaks are.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make my break be the draft starts at 7:00 Eastern
Yes.
tomorrow.
Yes.
So I'll try and see if I can get my break at 4:00 my time. So I really want to be present for when we get Joey Porter Jr.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would love you to be on the show for that,
Mackenzie,
Mackenzie.
I want to give you a hug. Can I give you a hug?
No.
Do it.
Everybody give Mackenzie a hug. Oh,
Thanks, guys.
Hey.
Yo,
Is it just
and
me, or are they taking a lot longer with the Chiefs pick
I'm
than
supposed to be
any
in
other
New York
pick?
tomorrow.
Yeah, probably.
Doing a lot of- I'm supposed to be in New York,
Okay.
like getting
They
drunk
took
and
the-
having fun. But I'm trying.
A new to get you zone.
But I'm going to make a time for this. Like
Oh.
this is awesome.
I'm
love
glad
it.
you. I'm glad you're having a great
I'm
time,
so-
Trey.
I'm glad
I've
you're
been
having fun,
loving
man.
you on the show, man.
Yeah,
Absolutely
this-
loving you on the show.
This is
Yeah, I'd
not
love to stick around.
I love I would have never thought to look for late hands. Now that's the only everything I look at Broderick Jones, I'm gonna wait. Late hands, that's the first thing I'm gonna look at.
Late hands is a thing, man.
Now Trey, what else? Because I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna look at a lot of more highlight. What else other than late hands should I look for that I'm gonna be should I be a little lower on for Broderick?
And Trey, is that correctable?
What? Yes, it is. Most definitely.
Okay.
Meyer will coach him up.
That's what I'm asking.
Meyer will coach him up.
So what does Meyer like about him since he doesn't like his late hands?
Athleticism and physicality, and willing to come off the ball and punch somebody in the mouth.
Is that Hunt?
And that's great because everything else is coachable.
Yeah, everything else is coachable.
That's great.
Okay. I feel a lot better than I did before. Okay.
Thanks, Trey.
Good.
Yeah.
You boosted all of us. So.
I know, right?
Oh, it's Felix.
They picked an edge rusher.
And
Anudike Uzoma.
Okay, so we are lined up for pretty much whatever we like right now.
Robert, stop it. Can I respond to these guys?
Yes. Please. Just so you know, Robert and I are friends, and I gave him a middle finger just for fun.
Yo, I love the comments. Hey, I had a blast.
We are.
Yeah, this is awesome. Yeah, I can do this all day. Like, this is my cup of tea. So, like, I'm one of y'all.
Yeah.
I just happen to play football.
And Brian loves his strength, by the way. He says Broderick Jones's strength is off the charts.
Yeah. My strength is better.
Definitely. You played every single position on the Pittsburgh Steelers offensive line. I am never going to doubt anything you ever say, Trey, about anything about an offensive lineman for the Steelers.
Yeah, I appreciate it. My peoples. Thank you all. Yeah.
You can rate them all equally, and you understand it, man. And it's such a blessing to have you on the show, to be able to have your experience and your life lessons, and it's just such a blessing. I love it.
No, it fits. Like, everything flowed today. Everything was good, right?
So,
yeah.
This is what Robert throws up after I throw him the middle finger. This is how you know we're friends.
Are we going to do a shot to end the show?
Yes!
All right.
Oh, my gosh.
A shot to end the show.
Yes!
I don't got anything with me.
So who did Casey take?
They took Felix Anudike Uzoma.
Very nice.
Edge rusher.
That's the guy that Matt said he loves, but we're never going to take, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now we're not going to. So
we
could line up out receiving a
I love this.
quarterback.
Yeah, this is a great comment right here. You got to read this one, Trey. Miles has a great comment for you. Right?
My man Miles. Yes.
Right? And then we followed up with Travel Buddy with a good comment for you too.
Stryker got this good stuff.
Yeah. Well, these are all my friends anyway. They're busting my balls and they're showing love. So I'm all for this stuff, Trey. Don't worry about me. I love making fun of myself. So I don't ever get upset over this stuff.
Well, I can be self-deprecating as well.
Yeah,
but,
right.
Alabama could pull like no one else. Brian, you are damn right.
Right. Right. That's why he's a Hall of Famer.
Hey, yes, I agree.
All right,
I'm
Steeler
a
Nation.
smiler, travel buddy. You are my travel buddy. Like, I'm a smiler. Like, I can't help but smile. Sorry. Does it get annoying for other people? I'm sorry.
No, not at all. You're good.
Okay.
No, Trey,
I'm a
we're having
smiler.
great
I'm a
time,
happy
man.
guy.
Me too.
Cheers.
People would always look at me when I was a kid. They're like, "Why are you smiling?" I'm like, "That's just the natural way I
Yeah,
am."
my natural disposition is happiness.
Right.
I want everybody to be happy. So if I can do more, that's what I want to do.
All right, what are we drinking for our final cheers to end the first round of the draft?
The Broderick Jones?
Yeah, well, just in general. We already cheers Broderick Jones. He's a Pittsburgh Steeler. We properly cheers.
But I feel like everybody should get on. Like, we got a first pick tomorrow.
Cheers to
We are.
JBJ.
This is the cheers for the first pick. Are we trading back?
No. We're getting Joey.
No,
We're getting Joey.
Brian Branch.
But actually, you know what?
The fourth quarterback did not come off the board. Look at my hand size. Look at my hand size.
Put the drink down. Everybody put the drink down.
It's down.
Everybody that's watching the show, who should we take? Or should we take somebody? Or should we trade it back? That is the biggest question. The most valuable pick.
Honestly, if we
It
trade
belongs
back
to us.
Right now.
And
Right
actually, I don't even know what to do with it right now.
If we
just
trade
went
back,
out.
it's only got to be like a few picks. We can't trade back a lot.
Well, I'm just saying, if we trade back, we get picks in the 4th round, maybe 5th round, maybe 6th round.
No, and we'll get like a good pick in the 2nd round too.
Yes, and we trade picks in the 2nd. That's an option. Otherwise, we trade. Maybe we might trade back farther and bank a first for next year.
What do you think we should do? You think we should pick?
Well, right here where we're sitting, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you 2 answers.
Okay.
I'm going to speak with my heart and I'm going to speak with my head.
I like it.
Okay.
So speaking with my head, where I'm picking right now at the 32nd pick, first pick of the 2nd round, if I'm going with my head, I take Brian Branch. Okay. That is the pick that both Matt Papiernik and I had in the 1st round at 17. That is guy that is still on the board right now at 32. I just love his athleticism. I love his ability to be able to fill in as the starting safety, being able to back up at both safety positions, being able to immediately contribute as a nickel corner, and also in certain situations on 3rd down as an inside linebacker. And those are all positions of need for the Pittsburgh Steelers, especially as a backup or a position of upgrade. So that is why I like him in these positions. I can also see why McKenzie would like a person like Joey Porter Jr. in this situation as well. I think that would be an excellent slot as well. But if I'm going to go with my head as opposed to my heart, that's my heart pick. Sorry, I don't know if I did it backward. Heart would have gone for those guys. Head is like, this is the top position. The 4th quarterback is still on the board, which still arguably should have gone in the first 20 picks.
Somebody can say anything. Yeah, you've explained it all.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody else has anything else to say. Like you.
No, please. Everybody else talk. I mean, I think about weird stuff all the time.
I love how your weird brain works. I'm like that too. I get it.
But banking back either for multiple to grab a 4th, 5th, 6th with trading the 2nd, or banking for a possible 1st rounder for next year, anything's on the board. If those happen, my head might have to go, okay, I'll take that 1st rounder or 4th, 5th, 6th, any kind of option of those picks to bank extra picks in this deep draft. Those are all on the board. Okay. Absolutely. So Trey, I want to hear what you think with heart and head.
Nope, not me. I want
McKenzie. Other than Joey Porter Jr., who would you trade back? Would you consider even trading back at this point, or are you all Joey Porter Jr. at the situation?
I'm all. You guys, listen. This is how I see it. I see Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan. They had a plan in their head, and they wanted things to go a certain way. And I think that they expected Joey Porter Jr. to be available at 32. So I think that with everything that we know, personally, I feel like that the destiny is meant for JPJ to come to us tomorrow. That's just how I feel personally. Also based off of what happened last year with getting Kenny and him being, someone familiar with the Steelers organization in the sense that he's played at the same, you know what I mean? So I just think that it is one of those player scenarios where he should come to us, but that's just where my heart is.
Yeah.
Matt, I want to hear what you have to say about your head and heart at 32.
Matt had something to say a little while ago, so he's very adamant. I can't wait to hear this.
Listen, there are a lot of players I like at this point, and at that point, you just take who your gut wants, because you trade back and then you get yourself in the scenarios where you end up with someone you don't want. I'd rather have too many people that I want and have to pick the best one on my board. Give me Brian Branch. Let me get that most versatile defender. Let me pair him right next to Minka, and it could honestly be a pairing like Troy and Ryan Clark, where they just act so well together, the perfect pairing. where they knew exactly where each other were going to be. Troy would fly around the field. No one else knew where he was going to be except for Ryan. That was the only other person on the field that knew where Troy was going to be. And I think Branch has that ability to do that with Minka.
Zach.
I didn't expect us to have the choices that we have at 32.
Right. Great
so
choices.
I can't see us trading back because Branch is. I thought maybe we'd have to choose Branch all day. If we trade back, it's gonna be one of those things where I'm at to shrug and say, "I guess you saw someone better," but I'll be a little skeptical on that.
Chris.
I think like if you trade back, it has to be for only like a few spots back. I can see more us trading back from 49, taking the 49th pick, going back. We get who the guys want at 32, which is Joey Porter. I think down the road he will fill a future need, especially with Levi Wallace being a free agent. Patrick Peterson. At very least, we know Patrick Peterson's gone 2 years, maybe one. Wallace is gone next year. And then for 49, we trade back, get those extra picks. We let Joey Porter rotate with Patrick Peterson his first year. Maybe get a little slot time. But Joey Porter has to be the guy at 32.
Spencer.
I don't know. I can't decide between Porter or Branch. But I will say I think Khan should, and I think he is trying to get back into those like 4 through 6 rounds. I know that's not till Saturday, but after giving up 120 tonight, I think he's going to try hard to get some more picks there in those middle rounds.
We've got some Drew Sanders talk coming. We've got some tight ends. Maybe Meyer. Is Washington still on the board?
Yo.
We got
Meyer not being drafted in the first round surprised the hell out of me.
Same here.
Right.
And that is enticing to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Super enticing. And so like, it's a luxury though. It's definitely a luxury pick. We have other needs elsewhere, but like if we're trying to make Kenny Pickett the best quarterback he could possibly be,
yep,
Meyer has to be a consideration, right?
Yeah,
right. Best blocking tight end in the draft right now, Trey.
Right. You could do, like I mentioned this earlier, you could do so many sets out of him, Freiermuth, and Hayward.
And Gentry too.
Yeah, that big bastard.
Yeah. Giant of a man.
Yeah.
A former quarterback.
Right.
So, with all that being said, I'm looking at our secondary. All right. We have Levi. I wanted us to keep Cam Sutton. Cam Sutton went to Detroit.
I did too. I really did too. But we ended up getting Pat Peterson.
Yeah.
I love the Pat Peterson move because he had a good year in Minnesota.
Yes, he had the best year since his sophomore season in the NFL. We're talking about 10 years ago. 10 years ago. That was his best year last year as opposed to 10 years ago.
And just to let y'all in on something, like for him to play for a guy like Tomlin, he's going to elevate his career even more. Like he's a grown-ass man already.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to somebody that lets grown-ass man be grown-ass man. And so that's going to he's going to feel obligated to hold it down for the secondary, especially for somebody like Minka. Minka is the best safety in the league. Hands down.
No doubt.
No argument.
Well, we're going to go into tomorrow with best player available, Brian Branch. Like, we go by Steeler thing. It's literally right there. So if you look on the draft board, there's just red, 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 and just white, and then red, 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 red. That's Brian Branch hanging out right there.
So Tomlin loves his DBs.
Yep.
Yep, we're sharing it right now. You're right. Brian Branch is there. You got Osiris at 20. You got Cam Smith there. You got Michael Meyer. And then Darnell Washington, Joey Porter Jr.
Yep, I don't think he goes DB. I think he goes pass rush.
You think he goes
Oh,
edge rusher?
Cyrus.
Yes.
Oof. Oof. I'm liking it.
Okay. Good. Well, it's gonna be interesting. I know.
I think he thinks in his defense, he got the guys in Levi and Patrick that he needs. He has Betts, he has Minka, and he has Casey. All guys that have played the game at a vet level, at a high level.
Yeah.
No, that's actually a good point, Trey, because the only thing on like the pass rush edge I was looking for was someone who could come in and be that last piece if anything happens to TJ. Because what I was looking for, you can't replace a guy like TJ Watt, but we can't go 1 and 6. So what happens is you have to have a group of guys who can either rotate or be TJ 4, and we were missing the pure pass rusher. That's the one piece I didn't think we had picked up to be that TJ conglomerate moving forward if TJ got hurt. So that's the only, if we do trade back, that would make my heart feel okay if anything happened to TJ, that pure pass rusher.
And nobody emphasizes the pass rush or more than the Steelers do.
Mm-hmm.
The Philly does it, and Philly got to the Super Bowl because of it.
Right.
And so, go ahead.
Well, just here's something interesting to think about the BPAs on our board. Brian Branch is the number 1 rated safety on this board. Osiris Torrance is the number 1 rated interior offensive lineman on this board. Michael Mayer is the number 1 rated tight end on this board.
None of them got drafted.
Good.
So would you go for the top tight end, top interior offensive lineman, or the top safety for your team for tomorrow if you're trying to draft BPA?
Meyer is so damn tempting.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't disagree on that. I don't.
Although we could probably maybe get Washington at 49, get another physical freak to go with Gentry.
But Meyer Frymouth?
Yeah,
with
that's
Pickens and Deontay on the outside. And
trust me, yeah, I agree. That'd be legendary.
Are we talking about a Meyer-Muth pairing?
Oh,
Meyer-Muth.
Stop it. Stop it.
I did it, Trey. That's what I do. That's what I do.
Trey, I actually had a good question for you about the tight end. So I know when a rookie quarterback comes in, the best thing he can have is that dynamic tight end that can be the, get you out of nasty situations. Kenny Pickett going into his second year, is that still something he's looking for? Like if no one else, dump it off to the big tight end, or is he at a point in his maturation where he can look all across if trouble happens?
No, I think he's past that, but having a guy like Pat, so it depends on the tight end. So Freiermuth is that dude.
Yeah, he's great.
He's elite. And I was saying that last year. I think he's a top 3 tight end. Might have been a little previous, but still, I think he has that type of capabilities, and he fills the field like not other tight ends do. He understands spacing and his body position, and Kenny picks up on that, and he trusts Pat, and so it's different. To be a tight end. Somebody that's been a tight end before, it's a unique situation. You got to be a run blocker, sometimes a pass blocker, but understands the nuances of the middle of the field. And the middle of the field is the most vulnerable spot for a defense. And so,
I absolutely get that.
When you can exploit the middle of the field, it exploits the outside of the field. That's when the big plays come into fruition. And so if you can exploit those seams, those in routes, if you have a tight end who can do that, that's when George Pickens gets to shine.
Yep.
So
okay, I absolutely get that.
And I haven't been a tight end since wearing my Levi's 501 blues back in the early 90s. Didn't play it at a position, but
I believe those Levi's fit you good, though.
That was back before they made
That's
the
my
loose
belief.
fittings. Everything was straight leg back then.
Right. So, no, like I think we're in a good spot though.
Yeah.
I'm interested in what we do with the most valuable pick in the NFL. We've never had this.
Yeah.
We've never had this.
Never had this level of power. Thanks, Bears, by the way.
And that is something that a lot of our mock drafts were talking about as well. Let me see if I can pull it up here. We had a lot of people taking Darnell Washington in the second with that 32 pick. But I think Myers is, but we didn't expect Myers to be here.
Exactly.
None of us expected Myers to be here, Trey. None of us.
So, I mean, are y'all on board? Do y'all want Meyer or no?
I'm down for Meyer.
If we trade back, I'd feel more comfortable. If we stay where we are, because with the tight ends there are, and from what I can see from the people right after us, if we only trade down a couple spots and pick up some capital, then I'd feel more comfortable with Meyer. You almost got me there. I'm almost there, but not completely.
Yeah.
How did Kincaid go before Meyer? Can somebody explain that to me?
Logic.
Anybody Matt, please tell us why Kincaid would have gone over Meyer in anyone's draft. I can't hear you.
Matt, you're muted.
That explains why no one was answering me when I was talking.
Exactly. hey, Matt, welcome to the show. Welcome to the back half of the first round.
Too much Igor Air, man.
Good job.
Love it. Too much or not enough?
Yeah, Trey.
But okay. Kincaid's basically a wide receiver that plays tight end. That's why people are falling in love with those receiving tight ends. He's the Aaron Hernandez. That's what he is.
We're thinking more like a Kyle Pitts type.
Yes, he's that Kyle Pitts type of tight end. So
that's horrible.
I mean, so Meyer's a little more well-rounded, but my only concern with Meyer and the Muth pairing, neither of them are that true inline, put your hand on the ground and help block in that run game tight end. They can do it, but they're not that's not their better part of their game.
So
that's the only worry there.
So there's no tight end ever at that, with that skill set.
So that's the only. So I agree, especially in today's day and age, you don't find that very often.
Yeah, you don't find that.
But the one person that we did talk about a little bit, Darnell Washington, that's what he is. He is your 2002 tight end who lines up, and his first job is to take on the D end one-on-one.
I don't believe that.
I'll put it this way: he has better hands than Broderick Jones in pass blocking and blocking.
Okay,
he is better.
He is a damn good blocker, dude.
I've just got to make a quick point here, Mackenzie. I want to thank you for making it through the entire show. And I know it's late. You're in a hotel. You've got a lot of work to do tomorrow before you leave. I want you to tell Steeler Nation who you would take at 32.
I think everyone already knows who I would take at 32.
Exactly.
We kind of do, but we want to see your face and we want to see you say it before you leave the show.
Repeat it.
Tomorrow, with the 32nd pick in the NFL draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Joey Porter Jr., Penn State.
Yeah, we are.
Penn State.
Let's go. We could go Joey Porter 32, Darnell Washington 49.
It might happen.
Say what, Chris?
Joey Porter at 32, Washington at 49.
We got the 49th pick too?
Yes.
Yes, we do, sir.
We do.
Yeah, remember we have 2 seconds.
We do.
Yeah.
It's a fun day.
We got our natural second and the Bears
It's
second.
a fun day tomorrow because we did
Oh, hell yeah.
We had to give up shit.
3 picks tomorrow.
3 picks in the top 50.
It's going to be a fun show, Trey. I hope you're there with me.
Draft Broderick Jones.
I'm not going to lie.
No brainer.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think I've ever been more hyped for a draft than I am now.
For real, though.
To me, day 2 was a little bit more exciting than day 1, even though we traded up. Like trading up is always exciting because
Yeah.
last time the Steelers traded up was Bush. Before that was Santonio Holmes,
All right, G.
Super Bowl MVP,
G,
and then before that was Polamalu.
G,
Yeah,
let
go
me ask
ahead.
you this. I'm asking for an age roll call right now.
Sure.
Oh boy.
38.
Zach, you're 38?
I know. I don't look it. I'm 38. Yes.
Yeah, he's a young.
Everybody else. Matt.
40.
I'm 29. I'm 29.
I'm Trey.
Yeah.
Trey, I'm close to you. I'm 48.
No, I know you, G. That's why I said me and you, G. We can hang back.
Right.
Yeah.
And you are Trey?
I'm 40.
Well, you 40? Yeah.
I'm way over you. Wow.
You're not way over me.
Good job.
Well, I'm still a young buck. I still play competitive hockey.
Are you offended if I ask your age?
No, I'm 26.
All right.
She's still in her 20s. She's not offended yet.
I'm mentally 36, but I'm physically 36. No, because when you're a student athlete, it takes a toll on your body. I mean, obviously.
What are you talking about?
What am I here sitting anything? My back hurts so bad from sitting all day.
But you a G though. You are a G. Mackenzie, that's my road dog right there. I can hang with Mackenzie all day. Hey, first of all, I've been showing bourbon. I'm really a tequila drinker.
Ooh,
what's your tequila choice? We talked about this in the chat.
Yes.
Yes.
Got me by year there, travel buddy.
Let me get that Clase Azul and out.
Casa Azul all day. And Casamigos.
Casamigos.
I don't do Blanco. I do Reposado all day.
Reposado. Look at you.
Wow.
Reposado all day.
We got a lot of that Casamigos out here in California, so that's like literally all they serve at these events.
We're missing out on the age check.
Oh, we got Spencer and
Spence.
Yep, Spencer, age check.
What do you guys think? Trey, what do you think?
24.
You are, what'd you
28.
say? Hold on, what?
You are 28.
G said
23.
Yep, I said 24, Spence. I was a year off.
I was gonna say, he was
I
young.
win it at the carnival.
He was
I
young.
was only 1 year off.
Spence, you're a 23-year-old?
23.
Yeah.
You hold yourself
I
much
didn't hear
older.
Chris.
Look at you.
I am also 23.
Yeah.
That's
I agree to
awesome.
vote.
two 23-year-olds. Look at that.
Yeah. Even though I sound like I'm 12.
I love it. I love it.
And just so you know, Zach. Oh crap! Just so you know, hang on.
You okay there?
My cat can
All right.
eat your cat. My cat. is
Well, yeah,
giant-
but I have 7.
Well,
So
it's probably
Yeah, 7
4 of them.
cats.
7 cats. Yes.
Damn.
I got
Wow.
2 dogs.
We had 10, but we adopted 3 out.
Are you a single 50-year-old woman?
No, these are our kids.
Damn.
So me and my wife have 7 kids.
I love you, man. I had an aunt.
Zach is with his cats and his wife. I love it.
Yep. She's actually
And he
she's gonna
gives the
sleep
most
next to
breaking
me this
news
whole
of
time.
all time. Like he gives all the draft news. That's dope.
Yeah.
That's my job today. That's what I do.
He tracks all of our big boards. He's the man. He is the absolute man.
I love me some Mackenzie too. Mackenzie, you going to bed?
I gotta go to bed, guys. I have to go to bed.
Thanks,
All right.
Mackenzie.
I
Appreciate
need
it.
to
Cheers. Love you.
Thanks, you guys. Have a great rest of your
Mackenzie,
night.
hey, we are.
Hopefully, see you back in another draft.
Tomorrow, I will be back for number 32. I promise.
Awesome. I'll be sending the email here after this draft.
All right.
Look, I don't think G thought I was going to last this long.
Trey, you have absolutely floored me. Absolutely. Like I'm like, he's a professional athlete. He's got stuff to do. He doesn't want to stay on the draft the whole night. He might want to chime in, chime out. We drew our pick. He's gone. Like you are a gamer.
I'm a gamer.
Absolute gamer, and you've been leading this show tonight. So thank you so much for being on the show, man. And I love you being here.
No, this
Trey.
is good. Yes.
Awesome.
Question: How many home games you go to, or at least in 2023? What do you plan on?
Oh, we're talking about
Steelers.
So this is my dilemma. Let me be truthfully honest with you. I have 3 kids, as G knows. I want my kids to be able to see the Steelers play. So they've been in the facility before, and they've seen. I guess my legacy, whatever, but they don't really understand what football did for us,
Mm-hmm.
for them. So to answer your question, there's no, I don't know, maybe one time this year, but that's not a priority for me.
Mm-hmm.
I'd much rather talk about them.
Yeah.
Okay.
But being there would require the whole family to be there, and I needed to be in the right circumstance. You know,
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I got 3 little ones.
Mhm.
I got about to be 11-year-old daughter who was born.
Is that your oldest, Trey?
Yes,
Mine's
my
10.
oldest.
I love that. Mine's 10.
She'll be 11 May 2nd, so
Oh,
about to be 11.
Mhm.
And she was born in Pittsburgh. She's the only one. And so she was born a year I was cut, though.
Ooh.
Right? Kind of weird.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, I don't blame the Steelers because I mean, it was the right time. Nevertheless, my wife gave birth to her at McGee in Pittsburgh, and so we gotta bring her back to her birthplace at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know. And so, but I want the whole family to understand what I did for a living and why y'all live the way y'all live.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this was not an accident. Dad had to do all these things, and not from a football aspect, because my wife is a lawyer and she's been successful. I went to Northwestern for a reason. I had to get a degree, you know. And so this was not the exact answer to your question, but I went on a tangent, you know. So this is me in a nutshell. And so we will make a point for our kids to get back to Pittsburgh and experience, you know, what I had a chance to live for a brief moment. So
beautiful. Beautiful.
Very nice. Matt, really quick, I wanted to ask you a question because you'll probably know this, because I know Broderick Jones didn't allow a sack last year, but how was his penalties? How did he do with that? I was curious if you knew.
He overall didn't really get a lot, but granted, I mean, I think the SEC might have been a little biased towards Georgia. I think they might have been told, hey, they need to win. They need to cover the spread. We got a little money in the pocket on them.
Only when they were playing Alabama.
Yeah, so, I mean, speaking of Broderick, though, I went back. So I did a draft. I do a lot of draft profiles on a bunch of different players because I love college football. I like college football more than I like the NFL. But so this is kind of where my two worlds get to meet, is all these college players coming to the NFL. So I love watching that. But one thing I wrote on Broderick Jones, and it fit perfectly after Trey did his little breakdown on some of those little highlights, if we can call them highlights, because they might not necessarily been so high. But I literally said his punches come too far from the outside, which tend to be slow, and the defender lands first. And I was like, boom, got it. That means I got it right. I was like,
Nice job,
have
Matt.
that validated. It was just like, whew. It means that what I'm seeing is what other people are seeing too.
right.
So being able to see that, I was like, because I never talked to anyone. I mean, I know like a handful of people that have played in the NFL and actually get to speak to. So seeing that same level of experience and insight is not something that a lot of people get, you know, up
Really
front.
cool. Wow, because the main reason I was asking, because when now that D's gone, I'm not gonna get yelled at. Any time we were gonna draft someone, my very first thought was, can he get over whatever Matt Canada does not understand about his position? Because Matt Canada, and so it was it was penalties. Is he gonna be a momentum stopper, or is he gonna be someone that is gonna be consistent despite what's gonna happen in the booth? That's what I saw.
Zach,
Yes, sir.
is D that hardcore about Canada?
I don't know. I just heard that one time, and he's much bigger than me, so I decided to be smart for just a second.
Here's my point about Matt Canada, where I will always play devil's advocate. And that is the fact that last year, when Kenny, out of the box, became the starter, and he threw 9 interceptions to like 2 touchdowns, then at the bye week, you could definitely see that Matt Canada did change the offense. He said, as opposed to going wide open, gunslinger throwing the ball over the field, how about we rein it in a little bit? How about we make some more short to intermediate passes and try to develop some confidence with our quarterback, more ball control, more rushing. And you saw Kenny's numbers through the last half of the season. It was like 7 touchdowns to 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
Like, he definitely improved on the back half of the season. Like,
and the clutch.
Given what he was given, that is the only aspect of Matt Canada's offense where I can see he did something to try to make the quarterback better. Now, Trey's rubbing his head. He might disagree with me, and I would love to hear what Trey has to think about Matt Canada.
I gotta go pee. Let me go pee.
Oh, he didn't have a thought about Matt Canada at all. He just
I did. I had lots of thoughts. I made me want to go pee more.
So please tell me where I am wrong.
Yo,
Tell me
no. Like, I'm not saying anybody's wrong, because this game is open. Like, it's just
it's a discussion.
I love the discussion. Like nobody's ever wrong.
Yeah.
Exactly. But all right. So when it comes to Matt Canada and how he called plays and how he did it with Kenny early versus later, I don't think it was a shift in his play calling. I think it was a shift in Kenny's ownership of how he perceived the offense and who he was within the Steelers organization. Like, he knew he felt comfortable being the guy. And so the biggest, and how I say that and why I say that and why I believe that's the truth, is his biggest moments came in no huddle.
True.
And how he directed the offense and how he told people to go where he wanted them to go. And I know everybody said that with Ben and Randy and even with Canada, because let's not forget, like, we went 11-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, to start the season last year, or 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Being the worst 11-0 team ever, according to most pundits at that point.
Like, who? Like,
to me, that was the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah.
And then we had to play 3 games in 10 days.
Right. Nobody puts that into the factor. Like,
ever. Nobody's ever had to play 3 games in 10 days ever in the NFL, in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
Ever.
Nevertheless, Kenny, like, did his thing down the stretch. Like, we were only in the playoff hunt because of how he came back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that and TJ.
TJ came back not even at the beginning of that winning streak, but a little bit later.
Yeah, exactly.
We got TJ and KZ back the same week, just so you know.
Yep, we did.
That was a big turning point for the defense.
TJ only got like a sack or 2 at the end of the
right. He did not put up his sack numbers he normally did. Highsmith kept feasting.
Yeah.
And he was feasting before TJ came back.
He was feasting before they came back. And granted, he had like a big sack game. Like, he had like a 4-sack game or some. Yeah. But he was the one that was putting up numbers at the end of the season, not TJ.
Right.
Obviously, TJ's a beast. Like, we all know that. Like, I'm not trying to diminish who he is or what he means to the team. But, like, him and George Pickens and that connection they made towards the end of the season was evident.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Deontay. And there was a game where I was really hard on Sims, but Sims played a big part in that too. And so,
especially in the Ravens game.
Right. Long story short, like I'm confident in Pickett. Like Pickett is that dude.
Yes.
And he has that clutch gene, which is rare.
Mm-hmm.
He almost led us to the playoffs.
Right.
So I can't even remember what the point is from this.
It was about Canada. The difference between Matt Canada changing or Kenny Pickett.
So
we're talking about how much you love Matt Canada. That's what
yes.
Yeah. How much I love Matt Canada.
Exactly. Right.
Someone clip that out of context.
Yeah. Preach.
Kenny overcame Matt Canada.
No, honestly, I like that because I was going to say, Stryker, just today I described the end of the season as it wasn't that Matt Canada changed anything. It was that you had a bunch of really talented kids that said, you know what, our offensive coordinator doesn't know what's going on. We're playing sandlot football. Let's have fun.
Interesting.
And it was a bunch of really talented kids playing in spite. Because correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe Kenny had audible authority.
He did not have audible authority.
That's what they try to say, that he had some of it at the end of last year. And so that's a whole nother thing, because I think Trubisky would have been a lot more successful if he had that authority. I think when he came in versus who did he come in versus in?
Tampa Bay, Baltimore, and Carolina. He played. Yeah.
Well, you're talking. Well, he had to come into Tampa Bay after Pickett got
Which game did he win that they try to attribute?
And they won that game.
Yeah, it was Tampa Bay.
That was Claypool's like balling game. Claypool won that game for us.
Honestly, multiple people did. Devin Bush had a great play.
Yep.
Steven Sims had an amazing kick return. Mitch Trubisky looked competent. Like all around, that was a great game. And we had
Claypool
one
converted those 3rd and longs in that game. 2 3rd and longs
Yeah.
in that last drive to win that game.
So many quarterbacks get kind of just left in the dirt because of the organizations they go to or how they've been coached. Trubisky got a raw deal in Chicago.
Yeah.
And honestly, he had a raw
because
deal
he went through
in
what 3 coaches in 3 years.
Yeah.
Or
He had a
I think it
raw
was
deal
just
in
2
Pittsburgh
coaches.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had a raw deal in Pittsburgh. Because I think Trubisky has all the tools to be a good quarterback. I'm not even lying.
agree.
Yeah.
But we got Kenny Pickett. I don't know what the coaches saw versus Trubisky to make them think that Kenny Pickett was the guy. But I believe in Kenny Pickett too. So,
yeah.
My 2 cents.
Yeah. I was going to say for Kenny Pickett on the backyard football thing, I actually did a film study of this on Sailor Nation. Like his pocket presence and his awareness of everything might actually be elite. Like might be some of the best I've ever seen.
Chris, really? Are you telling me this?
Yeah.
I've been saying that shit for a long time. Like,
Dude,
just
I'll link. Sorry if this comes off as shameless promotion, but I will link you the article I did on Kenny Pickett. His pocket presence is legendary, and it was only his rookie year. It can only go up.
Right.
It's especially in that Ravens game at the end of the game where I got to see that play from the sideline, 5 rows back.
Yo, thank you for that. I love hearing that. Go ahead.
That's really good. I honestly didn't know that. I would have assumed it, but it's good to have it backed up about his pocket presence, because I don't know about everybody else, but that one of the first passes he threw, he's hit right in the face by a Jets player, bounced up smiling and laughing. I'm like, yeah, you're a Steeler. Good.
It wasn't just any Jets player either. Quentin Williams, one of the last people who would get hit by over 300 pounds, gets absolutely decked. It was a free shot, and he's like, yeah, out there looking like Heinz Ward.
Right.
Oh, good reference. Good reference.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
it was
Matt, go ahead.
No, I know how we've been joking at D for loving Matt Canada. Dude went with him for 3 years. He's been with Matt Canada for longer than any of us.
In Maryland
that is true.
For 2 before coming to the Steelers.
Yeah. I'm like poor guy. No wonder why he supports him so much.
And that's why he loves himself some McFarland.
Oh, Anthony McFarland. I
Anthony.
will say that
Who was going to be the backup quarterback for Deontay Johnson, or sorry, freaking Harris. Sorry,
What?
Najee Harris. 2
Backup
years
quarterback.
ago, he was the backup quarterback going into that season.
Running back.
Sorry, yes, backup running back. I'm drunk now. Backup running back going into that season, and ended up going on injured reserve for 2 different injuries, unfortunately, before he was able to go into that season as being Najee's backup. And that's why I have high hopes of McFarland being the 3rd running back this season.
Yeah. I would say McFarland I think he got a raw deal. I think he's incredibly talented. I feel like he did get screwed over a little bit. I think he does deserve to be a running back in this league. And with Najee and Jalen Warren already killing it, I'd be perfectly fine with McFarland staying on the team.
Yeah.
I wanted to jump off what Trey said about Pickett. Pickett did do better when things were off script last year, no huddle. And I agree with what you said on Canada. Just rewinding to Ben's last year, our best success was when we went no huddle with Big Ben in his last year. I mean, I think back to the Vikings game in that second half when we were down 25 plus, and we were just going no huddle that whole second half to come back. So yeah, I think our offense's best success with Pickett and going back to Ben was no huddle with Canada as OC.
Something really quick. Mike Tomlin quote said that if he was going to trade up, he was not going to give up anything above a 3rd day. He said they had that established in stone before the draft.
Nice.
That makes sense. That's fair.
Yep.
That's why they didn't trade with the Bears, and it makes sense.
And to not expect a DeAndre Hopkins trade tomorrow. Cardinals said, don't expect us to trade him. So if anyone was wondering if that would come up.
Because if we got DeAndre Hopkins, that would obviously mean George Pickens is not the starting Z receiver on the Pittsburgh Steelers, which just cannot happen.
Right.
That would be insane. No, but if someone had him as a target, no, not anymore apparently. So
yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys, we've reached the point of the night. We're done with the draft. I want to finish the show off by saying we are now sitting at 32.
Let's go.
At this position,
let's go.
Number 1, who is the player you would take at 32? And if not, would you trade back? And who would be the player that we'd like to target on a trade back? Matt, you are to my left. I'm starting with you.
Ooh. Go ahead, Matt.
Hey, we already know who my heart lies with. It lies with Brian Branch. If we're going to trade back, though, trade back. Get that Darnell Washington. That's my boy. I already talked him up enough. Like I said, he's that pass block. He's that NFL ready blocking tight end that is also an elite athlete. Give me that pairing right there.
Awesome. Zach, who is your pick, my friend?
Same thing. I did not think Brian Branch was going to fall this far. It's a gift, and the versatility. You don't look this gift horse in the mouth, and we're Brian Branch tomorrow, 32.
Spence, you hung on the show like a champ.
I'm going Brian Branch as well. Same reasons as before, and then D-line or cornerback at 49.
Awesome. Trey, you are next in line, my friend. You have stuck out through the entire show with me, my friend.
Well, shit, this is 5 hours in, huh?
Yeah, we're 5 hours in. And
5 hours,
been
11
there for
minutes.
all 5. I mean, Zach has 2 in the green room, but you've been on there 5 hours straight. I think you only had leave for a short time to get a drink.
Yeah.
What is your pick for tomorrow?
You got to get Joey Porter, right?
Cool.
We have to. If we don't get Joey Porter, we got to have Michael Mayer. But Joey Porter Jr.
Okay.
Chris, now it's your turn to talk about who you would like.
I want Joey Porter at 32. I'm currently looking at the second round, seeing who we could possibly trade back with. I don't want to go too far. I mean, none of these teams immediately behind us are in dire need of a quarterback unless the Raiders want to be stupid. Yeah, I think the Steelers stick at 32. They get their guy. at 49, depending on who's there, they might trade down. They could get Darnell Washington to pair up with Freiermuth. Or if there's another D tackle that somehow falls, they can go there. But yeah, this is the most hyped I've ever been, and the Steelers have all kinds of options, and I'm here for it.
Yes.
So at 32, who would you take, Chris?
Joey Porter Jr.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome.
It was the night, Chris.
All right. I had him marked at 17 the whole time.
Yeah. And here's my call. I mean, I'm not going to say I got last word because it's my show or anything, but at 32, here is what I'm thinking. We traded up in the first round. We still have 32. 32, Brian Branch is available, which is the guy I had mocked at 17. And I am lamenting the fact that we could have Gonzalez and Brian Branch in the same draft in 2 picks. That was the draft that I would have absolutely died and gone to heaven for. Steelers finally getting a top 10 corner. Steelers getting the top safety in the draft. That would have been my ultimate draft for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I am going to be cautiously optimistic about Broderick Jones being the player that they wanted as a top 10 pick. And whoever they draft here is fine, but Brian Branch would have definitely been my pick here.
Okay. All right.
And guys, thank you so much for joining us on the show. I am going to be up probably for another hour because I'm still absolutely geeked.
Same here.
I'll send you the email for tomorrow for timing, and crike. I've also got to cut up some film so I can put some stuff up online so we can watch everybody's reactions and stuff to Broderick Jones being taken. But thank you all. Thank you, Spence. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Chris. And of course, thank you, Trey, for joining me on the show for as long as you have. Trey, what time do you want to join tomorrow? Obviously, maybe at the top of the draft, because that's when the Steelers are going to be drafting.
What are the hours?
I'll be starting at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow.
All right.
I want to be there for the whole thing because I kind of like this. This is kind of my vibe.
Yeah, to me, day 2 is the most exciting day for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I'm a day 2 guy,
especially now that we've gotten rid of our 4th rounder. It's like it might be.
I do have to travel
tomorrow because honestly, like if I'm going with my head as opposed to my heart, I honestly think in this situation the Steelers are going to trade back to bank more picks. Because this is the first situation where Tomlin has had the first pick of any day of any draft since way back. What is that? 2006? Yeah, 2007 was the last time and we didn't even have first pick in any round of that draft. So Mike Tomlin has never had the first round of any pick of any draft since he's been the head coach in 2007.
Right.
Crazy. A lot of our Steeler fans have been born since then and don't even understand what that means.
I don't think they understand what that means at all.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't think they understand what that means.
They do not. So everybody, I raise my glass to you. One final cheers.
Cheers.
To everybody who's remained to the end of the show. Spence, Zach, Matt. Who else we got here? I'm drunk. And Trey, obviously.
You're not
Chris,
Chris,
I couldn't see your
name. There's no way you're drunk yet.
I'm drank. I'm not drunk. But cheers to you all.
You're buzzed.
And to everyone at Steeler Nation, thank you for another successful draft day, 3rd annual draft show. We will see you all tomorrow in day 2.
Love y'all.
Cheers.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Trey.
Thanks everyone.
All right.
Cheers. See you all tomorrow.
Bye, guys.